use it for good.
Kyle and I have sensed great anger in you, Jaden. You must learn to control it, or it could lead you to the dark side.
Try to avoid anyone with a lightsaber.
Good advice, Jedi.
Star Wars is one of, if not the biggest multimedia franchise in the world, spanning multiple movies, novels, video games, and all kinds of other things. It's so big, in fact, that it's a series loaded with dozens of smaller standalone stories within the larger universe itself. Which brings us to the Jedi Knight series, an epic saga centralized across 4 video games, but that expands out to include 3 novellas, 2 full-length novels, 1 comic book, and 1 expansion pack. And those are just the products that tie directly to the series. Characters and events from these games went on to appear and affect the larger expanded universe canon long after the main series had concluded. So, I wanted to closely examine the series as a whole and break down what exactly the Jedi Knight story is all about across all of its facets, but especially its games. Although mostly known as the video games centered around fan-favorite character Kyle Katarn, the full story of Jedi Knight is so much more than that. So thanks for joining me for the Star Wars Jedi Knight extensive full series retrospective. Star Wars Dark Forces is a first-person shooter released in 1995 for MS-DOS and the original Macintosh. Until the remaster, it has always required usage of DOSBox to run because of this. Both developed and published by LucasArts, Dark Forces sought to contribute further to what we used to call the expanded universe, but now simply referred to as the Legends continuity. So, back when the franchise had a soul.
Jedi scum!
We have a job to do, Anakin. Try not to upset him.
The story takes place mostly between A New Hope and The Empire Strikes Back, but doesn't really tie into the movies all that much, with the exception of the first mission, which takes place right before A New Hope. A lot of you may not realize it, but this game was revolutionary. Until this point in time, Star Wars didn't really have any kind of first-person action game. There were some flight sims and arcade-style titles, but nothing to really compete with the other video games that were storming the industry at the time. The idea of a first-person Star Wars game dawned on the LucasArts staff after seeing that fans had modded the monolithic FPS game Doom to feature levels set on the Death Star. Even back then, fans were modding games to have Star Wars things. This caused the developers at LucasArts to realize there was a market for an FPS Star Wars game just waiting to be filled. Now, most developers at the time were creating their games on top of John Carmack's revolutionary software advancements, which meant most shooters at the time just felt like Wolfenstein 3D with a different coat of paint. LucasArts, however, had a different idea. They decided they wanted their game to be more than just a shooter. They wanted their game to feel more like an adventure game than just a series of levels to kill things. So they coded their own engine, which they appropriately titled the Jedi Engine. This allowed them a slew of features that we didn't see in Doom at the time, such as jump and duck functionalities, swimming mechanics, voice acting, animated cutscenes, and of course, the ability to look up and down. I mean, they must have really built it from scratch too, because the Wolfenstein 3D source code wasn't made open source until 1995, which is not only the year Dark Forces released, but 2 years after it began development. That being said, other games had already released on Wolf 3D's engine like Blakestone, so I'm really not sure how much, if any, of Carmack's code was involved in the Jedi engine. Code isn't really my strength, so if you know, go ahead and drop a comment on it. Dark Forces initially only launched on computers, but was ported to the Sony PlayStation a year later in 1996. This PS1 port was the version a lot of you probably knew, and it was pretty similar to the PC version too. For all intents and purposes, the game is the same across every iteration. Unlike Shadows of the Empire, where the cutscenes are CGI on the PC and slideshows on the N64. The biggest difference between the PC version and the PS1 Dark Forces port are the textures and in-game animations, which are slightly better on the PC MS-DOS version. However, you might have noticed that the one I'm playing looks unusually good. Well, let me tell you why. In order to get it running in a higher resolution and with more adjustable settings, I went to what's called the Force engine, a fan-made port of Dark Forces into a fully modernized engine with key mapping, graphical settings, higher resolutions, and more. One of the features of this new engine is post-processing effects, which serve sort of like their own little remaster. Added effects for blasters, bloom, basically a remaster of the game into a really beautiful version of the original. This footage isn't going to be authentic to how it would have played back in the 90s, but that's not really what I'm going for. This is going to be a very modern take on playing it, complete with mouse look, a crosshair, etc. Let's set up the story of Dark Forces. We play as mercenary Kyle Katarn. Raised as an agricultural mechanic by his father, Kyle joined the Imperial Academy after getting the news that his father had been murdered by the rebellion. After finishing his time in the Academy, Kyle crossed paths with the rebel agent Jan Ors, who was uncovering the truth about his parents' murder. They were killed by the Empire, not the Rebel Alliance, but the Empire covered up the crime by blaming it on the rebels and fabricating a story to be spread. Upon learning this truth, Kyle parted ways with Jan for a time and began to develop a distrust of the Empire. He ended up fully defecting from the Empire after Jan, whom he had begun to like, got captured by the Empire, and he chose rescuing her over his loyalty to the Imperials. Following this, rather than join the rebels whom he still didn't trust, he started offering up the skills he had learned in the Academy to whoever paid the most as a mercenary. All of this is covered in a very compelling novella called Dark Forces: Soldier for the Empire, which is pretty easy to find and short to read. Additionally, you can try the audiobook of the novella, which is great as well, but the voice actor for Kyle is so terrible it almost ruins the quality of everything else. I mean, he does a good job with what he can, but he's terribly miscast as his voice doesn't really match the character. All of this has led us to where we are now. This is Star Wars Dark Forces. This mission is a little iconic, to be honest. It's the only mission in the game that takes place before A New Hope and shows how important Kyle Katarn is to the universe. Because on this mission, titled Operation Skyhook, he breaks into a secret base on the planet Danuda and steals the Death Star plans. The location to the plans was leaked to the rebels by the librarian Autor Raitan, who had become a rebel sympathizer after learning about the Death Star. Worried about the potential collateral damage that would be caused if the rebels sent in a commando team, they opted instead to hire mercenaries Kyle and Rihanna Saren, though her involvement is not included in the game in any way. That's right, Kyle Katarn stole the Death Star plans, and he did it by infiltrating the facility, executing some Imperial officers and troopers, and bailed out. Dropping in from the roof of the base, we're gonna pull some rebel scum action and shoot two unsuspecting stormtroopers in the back, very much embodying the rogue smuggler mentality. After that, we head outside where we can really see this is a very small base. It's clear they were trying to keep this hidden to some degree because we're in the middle of nowhere. Seriously, this location is very well hidden. Also, I spent way too long running around this place trying to figure out where to go. We have to head back inside, by the way. There they are, the plans to the Imperial Death Star. I guess this makes us implicit in the deaths of the 1.5 million people who were killed when the Death Star blew up, or rather was blown up in an act of galactic terrorism. Do your part to fight back. Enlist today. Anyway, with the plans in hand, we run back to the roof where our extraction comes to get us out of here. Jan Ors, who is currently piloting the Moldy Crow. We hop aboard and take the rebels the Death Star plans. It's a great tutorial mission, and as you can see, the Force engine has rendered everything out beautifully. Following this mission, we're going to time skip several years and begin the actual plot of Dark Forces.
Kyle delivers the plans to the Rebel Alliance. Soon afterwards, the Death Star is destroyed. But even as the Alliance celebrates this victory, another sinister plot is set in motion that will become an even greater concern for the Rebellion.
Has approved your test demonstration, General Mock.
Thank you, Lord Vader. What I unveil today will mark a new era for the Empire. we will be able to decimate the rebels just as we did the Jedi Knights. At last, the Emperor's war will be filled only with the glory and beauty of decisive victory.
A noble cause, General. I hope the demonstration lives up to your claims. Proceed.
With pleasure. Dark Trooper, release.
Very impressive, General. The Emperor will be most pleased. Continue with your project.
Certainly, Lord Vader.
Thank you, Commander, for responding at such short notice. The Empire has been keeping us on the run since the destruction of the Death Star. 5 days ago, the Empire attacked one of our secret bases in the city of Talay.
This is TAC base to anybody out there. Please, we're under Imperial attack. There was no warning at all. Total devastation. They broke through our shields. They broke through our shields!
TAC base was destroyed within minutes. Many innocent people in the surrounding city as well as the rebel staff were killed. Intelligence thinks that this may be an act of retaliation for the destruction of the Death Star.
Interesting. This looks like it could be a normal Imperial attack, except for those sounds.
Very perceptive, Commander. I know you understand that all we discuss here is classified. This Imperial officer, Crix Medine, wishes to defect to the Alliance. He has supplied us with information on the development of a new Imperial weapon. Those sounds you heard, we believe, come from that weapon. A new type of stormtrooper, the Dark Trooper.
A new stormtrooper that can take out a rebel base that quickly? I should have kept working for the Empire.
The Rebel Command is not taking this lightly. They have authorized me to hire you to find out if there is a threat, and if there is, to shut it down. That is, if you are still on our side.
This could be interesting. Alright, I'm in. But I think I'll need some help on this one. I want Jan Ors as my mission officer.
Certainly. Then I will let Jan brief you further on your mission objectives. Thank you, Commander, and may the Force be with you.
Skipping ahead a couple of years, the Death Star is destroyed and Kyle has been offered another contract from the Rebellion. This takes place between episodes 4 and 5. Meeting once again with Mon Mothma, Kyle is informed that an Imperial officer, Crix Medine, is preparing to defect from the Empire and join the Rebel Alliance. This is really cool because it unintentionally ties into the story of Rogue Squadron, which would release 3 years later for the N64, depicting Luke and Rogue Squadron's rescue of Crix Medine as he solidified his defection on Corellia, an event you get to play in that game. But in this game, we're only hearing about his preparations to defect. Still helps it all feel connected. General Medine informs the rebels that the Imperials have just attacked and destroyed the formerly hidden rebel hideout called TAC Base on the planet Talay. The thing is, they did so using a form of Imperial trooper no one has ever seen before. No one seems to know what these troopers are or where they come from, but they were significantly more powerful than the average trooper. So Kyle is contracted to go to the ruins of TAC Base and try to discover what happened here. And the level is awesome. It feels about as much like a destroyed hidden base as I think you could accomplish on this engine in 1995. On first arrival, it can be a little confusing to learn the layout, but that's just getting you prepped for what's to come, honestly. Of course, I end up running out of ammo and having to just beat a few troopers to death. The power to the whole base has been shut down by the Imperial presence, so the first thing I need to do is activate the generator. And it's cool they bothered to show mountains in the skybox to emphasize the distant Outer Rim planet vibe, honestly, and the purple sky too. With the power back on, we're able to activate the bridge so we can cross over into the Rebel Base HQ, where we find something was left behind here. Something very large, a weapon of some kind.
Go ahead, Kyle.
Looks like I found something that can help us out.
Get back to the landing pad and I'll meet you there.
Grabbing that, we have our evidence. It's time to get off this planet before reinforcements arrive. We take that strange weapon back to the rebels, where they're able to deduce who manufactured it. It's all the information they could gather, however, so we're going to have to go find that manufacturer and bring him to the rebels for interrogation to gain more insight. What they can tell us is that the guy who designed this weapon is named Moff Rebus, who's a well-known Imperial weapons engineer. We also happen to know where he may be hiding out. On the planet Anoat, specifically hiding in the sewer system within the capital, Anoat City. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. This mission is convoluted. It's not very big, but it feels that way at first since almost all of it is underground, and there's a lot of tunnels to get lost in. Thankfully, there seems to be no Imperial presence beyond a few probe droids, which we can dispatch those pretty easily. This seems to be a hub from which to access all the different passageways within the local sewer system. According to our info from Jan, he's gone out of his way to engineer a series of drain switches to prevent anyone from figuring out how to get to his lab, which is hidden within this sewer. That means we will have to find these drain switches and turn them off, which is easier said than done. Except, what the hell is that? Alright, so this sewer is loaded with small Dianogas. At least, I hope they're all small. I haven't forgotten about that last time. Man, this place is elaborate and dark. It took me a little bit to figure out I had night vision, I'll admit, so I was lighting my path with blaster shots, wasting my ammo. Fortunately, I did eventually realize I had night vision, which made it a little easier to navigate. We've found a good few switches at this point, so we can...
Pressure check complete. Releasing gate valve.
Well, that was something. We also get introduced to an old friend also from Shadows of the Empire. Remote droids, and they're just as infuriating in this mission as they were in Shadows. Seriously, you have to aim above where they are to hit them. Eventually, we get the switches flipped and gain access to Moff Rebus's lab, where he has a handful of Imperial stormtroopers guarding him. No matter, Imperial stormtroopers are our speciality. Carving our way through his team of bodyguards, we get introduced to some platforming, which, to my shock, is easy and fluid. Again, this game not only predates Quake, it was released only 1 year after Doom 2, and it features jumping, crouching, and the ability to look up and down. I'm just saying, this game was genuinely a pioneer of tech at the time. Anyway, there he is, Moff Rebus. Putting a gun to his head, Kyle takes him prisoner and hands him over to the rebels. Although he was apparently resistant to the rebels' interrogation, they got the most important information out of him by letting him rant about himself, in which he revealed that it was his new weapons that devastated the planet Fest via something called the Dark Trooper Project. Whatever these Dark Troopers are, they're incredibly dangerous, and we need more intel as soon as possible. Still on contract with the rebels, Kyle and Jan head to the planet Fest, to an old Imperial research facility hidden in the mountains. And as you can see, that is no exaggeration. I know I've said it multiple times, but pulling this off in 1995, realistically 1994, which is when this was being made, is insane. There's a lot more platforming here, leaping across these caverns, shooting stormtroopers. I love this, and it feels smooth and really cool to play also. Granted, the Force engine is making this whole process look and feel better to experience than it would have in 95, but still. Do you see what I'm saying now? Even when I'm pointing right at it, these damn remote droids are impossible to hit. And this mission is where the game really starts to feel like a Star Wars game. If I'm being honest, when I think of old Star Wars games, the look of dark forces doesn't come to mind. Old Star Wars games have a charm to them for some reason, and this looks and feels so different from all the other games of that era. This mission, however, is when that charm showed a little, because we get our blocky gray Imperial base rooms. A genuine staple of old Star Wars games is to have Imperial bases with blocky gray rooms. I utterly adore this design too. The touched up graphical additions like the bloom are really helping it feel like a treat to experience. So this room is locked and someone has the key. Guess I'll have to find it. Here I go killing again. After finding the code to the door, we can input it and see this phenomenal technological achievement. This is seriously so impressive. This game predates Shadows of the Empire, and although it didn't have nearly as much ambition with its models, 3D gameplay, and graphics at the time, the graphics and gameplay of Dark Forces has aged far better.
Found some interesting looking metal. I think this may offer some important clues. That's all we need. Let's get out of here. I'm getting nervous.
With our sample for the Dark Trooper ammo in hand, it's time to get the hell off this planet. Okay, now it's time to leave. Thanks to the sample we found in the Imperial Research Facility, the Rebels learned that the armor plating for these Dark Troopers is from a material called frick.
You freaking bricks!
Well, it didn't take much to decide that the Imperial mining facility on the blood moon of Groma 16, where they were mining the mineral, needed to be destroyed. And who better than our boy Kyle to do it? Grabbing our sequencer charge, we're off to infiltrate and blow up a mining facility. Now is a great time to bring up the fact that this game's music is actually dynamic. Depending on if you're in combat or exploring, the intensity of the music will change to reflect that. I can't actually think of another game at the time that was doing that. It's pretty straightforward this time: break in, plant the charge, go home. Which, after finding the power coupling, we're able to do. See? Easy. That is a Dark Trooper. So we have this mechanical monstrosity chasing us through the bowels of this mining facility with every intention to terminate. But like any other droid, it's slow and vulnerable to explosions. Kind of. I'm with Kyle. It's past time to say goodbye to Groma 16 for good.
This contemptible excuse for an officer will no longer divulge any more information to that rebel, Kyle Katarn.
Katarn will not be as easy to deal with. He is very resourceful. More resourceful, it seems, than even your Dark Troopers.
I understand the threat, Lord Vader. Katarn was once an impressive Imperial officer, but he was weak and gave up on the struggle for our new order. I wouldn't put much faith in his abilities. Katarn will never come near this ship. My new hire will see to that.
Remember earlier how I was talking about Crix Madine's involvement between this game and Rogue Squadron? Well, we know that he was rescued by Rogue Squadron on Corellia after his defection, but he required rescue a second time, however. by Kyle Katarn. See, Maydean was located and captured by the Empire for his treason and stuffed into an Imperial detention center on Oranakra, where he awaits execution.
Not if anything to say about it. I have.
Well, here we are, Oranakra. As you can see, the place is known for its barren landscape and predominantly stone surfaces, which of course made it an irresistible locale for the Empire to put a prison on. Let's try not to end up a permanent resident of this depressing place. We can see the exterior of the prison from here, but there's probably some kind of external entrance for guards to come and go. Ah, exactly like that. This should get us into the prison, but it feels exceedingly dangerous. Hasn't the Empire ever heard of guardrails? Of all the bad ideas, breaking into an Imperial detention center where they hold people for execution is definitely up there among the worst. Well, we're inside now, and it's about the welcome I expected. This mission is definitely a bit of a maze to navigate. I'd say it's the hardest to figure out too. I really didn't ever need to look up answers to puzzles or anything because they're honestly all pretty easy, but with this one I was stuck because it's kind of insane. I can bet this mission probably frustrated a lot of people back in the 90s. Trying to play this on a PS1 was probably a nightmare. The look and aesthetic is very cool though. This red hallway looks like it was ripped straight from the fourth movie. There's a lot of little things that will get you killed or confuse you on this level though. Walls that bounce your blaster shots back at you, trip mines hidden around corners, blast shields that flicker on and off that you need to figure out when to run through, that sort of thing. There's also like 6 different coded doors where you need to find the right code combination and input it, which was a cool little feature at first, but it gets exhausted in this mission. The real nuisance, however, is the elevator situation. There's 2 of them, both nearly identical but located in different blocks. You have to ride one of them to a certain level, then break into the ventilation system above it, then drop down on top of that elevator in order to access the area where they're keeping Maydean, which, after slaughtering the local Imperial presence, we're able to do.
Okay, Jan, I rescued Maydean. Don't hang around, let's get out of here before any more troopers arrive.
If I had a quarter for every time I've rescued General Crix Maydean on this channel, I'd have 2 quarters, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. From the Outer Rim to the core systems, Cal Ceti is part of the Metellos trade route, where an Imperial docking port is located called Ramsey's Head. The primary purpose of this port is to act as a base of operations for making runs to the ice planet of Antivi, which is our true destination. According to our intel, there's a robotics facility on Antivi called Ice Station Beta, where construction is underway for a second phase of Dark Troopers. The only way there is via smuggling ship with the nav coordinates, which is why we're on Cal Ceti. We may not know how to find the facility, but someone here does, so we need to find one of the ships docked here set for travel to Antivi, plant a tracking device, and see where it goes. There's very little to say on this mission. Things sort of progress through a variety of shipment rooms and there's some puzzle solving. So given that we're about halfway through the game, now feels like a great time to talk about the gameplay. It's really simple, as you can see. Shoot a lot of people or droids, find the thing, click on it, and move on. The thing I really want to touch on is the platforming. Most of these Star Wars games have had platforming, but it has always felt really terrible to play. The character and controls have been unreliable, the camera's strange. Even in Bounty Hunter, a game released 7 years later, had some rough platforming. But this, I guess due to the sheer simplicity, feels great. The movement and jump is responsive, and if I miss a jump, it feels like my fault. The majority of complicated platforming comes in the second half of the game, but it's all totally playable. I'm not sure how much of this is due to playing on modern hardware with modern controls, but I imagine anyone going to play it now would be doing it in similar fashion to how I am here, so just know it plays well. Back to the mission, we fight our way through a series of hallways, find a place to plant the tracker, and we get out of there.
Picking up the signal. Looks like we're done here.
As expected, the ship departed and flew straight to the robotics facility. According to Jan, this whole planet is reportedly lifeless. The only thing here is the very station we're here to destroy. To do this, we're bringing along 3 sequencer charges and placing them around the facility's different exchange couplings to essentially demolish it. There's a feature in the game where you can find ice cleats that help you navigate the slick surfaces that will otherwise throw you around the map, which I find kind of ridiculous given this is the only level in the whole game that has icy terrain. Never mind that though, gotta focus on riding this conveyor belt into the building. Okay, well, that was surprisingly easy. Hey look, highly toxic chemicals that will kill me if I fall into them. I better find a gas mask that I'll use like twice in the whole game. Here is where I was second guessing because I realized I needed to jump down this hole next to a giant spinning fan blade. But yes, that is indeed what I had to do. Come on, I've killed dark troopers, I can do this. Hey, well that worked. Now to set the charges and get out of here. Thanks to my gas mask, I can do so without dying to these chemicals. 2 down, last one.
All charges set. Good job. Let's blow this ice cube. Woman after my own heart.
Alright, awesome. We're ready to go, and that's a dark trooper. No, that's a big stormtrooper. A darker trooper? It's dangerous, and it's going to kill me if I don't take it down. Alright, well, with that thing out of the way, now I just need to navigate these tunnels, and that's another dark trooper. I mean, I guess this is where they've been making the things, but damn, they are everywhere out here. There's the moldy crow. Time to bail, blow this planet to hell, and watch the ice melt from orbit. The Smuggler's Den, or Smuggler's Moon if you prefer, otherwise known as Nar Shaddaa, a massive city built around the moon orbiting the notorious planet of Nal Hutta, homeworld of the Hutts, i.e., the last place anyone with a bounty on their head would ever want to be, or the best place if you're good at laying low, which Kyle is not. So of course, here we are after being informed there's a death mark on us, which is worse than a bounty. I'm not wanted dead or alive, they just want me dead. But all traces of the coordinates from the ships leaving Antivi led back here, so the best shot we have at finding the source of these dark troopers is to get our hands on the Imperial nav charts from one of the smuggler's ships. Visually, I feel this is the best looking level in the game. It's the most unique, I'd say, with ambitious attempts at depicting the massive city through the windows, graffiti on various walls, and even some 3D skyscrapers we can see when outside of a building. They know we're here though, and they want the credits that come with my corpse, so let's make this fast. Oh good, an Imperial presence as well. 2 separate factions currently out for my head. Guess I should have figured as much given my recent jobs, but that does mean I'm getting close to those navigational charts. That's a long way down. Guess we'll have to jump! And I missed it. Well, I didn't take much damage, so that's good. These trip mines are already becoming the bane of my existence. They'll be the end of it if I'm not careful. Can I make that jump? No, I'm no Jedi. I think this is probably my favorite level design-wise. The attempt at making a big city in an MS-DOS game from 1995 is beyond ambitious, and they really went all in on it. There's propaganda posters, glowing signs. It's about as visually distinct as I think we could expect from a game in this era. Alright, now we're making some progress. This scaffolding is near where Jan dropped me off. That means the nav chart's gotta be close.
Jan, I found an Imperial navicard. Those must be smuggler routes to the Arc Hammer. I think it's time to get out of here.
Bingo. Now let's get the hell off this moon before something bad happens.
Jabba, what have you done with Jan? If any harm comes to her, I'll personally shove my blaster down your slimy throat. I wish you were here too, Jabba. There's nothing like roast Kel Dragon.
Well, Kyle just got told he was being fed to a Kel dragon by one of the galaxy's worst crime lords and essentially just told him he was going to kill that dragon. So I guess that's what we're doing, with our bare hands. Seriously, we have to beat this thing to death with just our hands. These big lizards are the smaller cousin species to the significantly larger crate dragons, and just like the crate dragons, Kel dragons are also indigenous to Tatooine. After putting a stop to that beast, we can make our way to the next room where we need to do that same thing again. Something tells me that won't be the last we see of these things either. Jabba apparently keeps several aboard the Star Jewel, which is the name of his ship. Man, Kyle lucked out only needing to fend off Gamorreans with melee weapons. We'd be in bad shape if we were being shot at and all we had was grit and a bad attitude. Now, where are they hiding my stuff? I'm thinking it's gotta be nearby. Ah, there we go. I got my armor, jacket, weapons, and the works. Now let's find Jan and get off this nasty ship. Between the dragons, the Gamorreans, the Hutt, imagine the smell. Playing this game would probably be a lot more fun if I didn't have to deal with these damn trip mines around every corner. Ah, and there's another Kel dragon. I knew it. He's just got these things wandering his ship. Working for Jabba must pay really well because it's gotta be miserable. Okay, got some winding hallways going on here. It may not be Tatooine technically, but this is definitely some Tatooine architecture. Ah, and here's my Navicard. Let that be a lesson. Don't steal back things I stole, or I'll annihilate your employees and exterminate your pets. Don't look at me like that. Jabba is a literal crime lord slug, and all of these people are thugs. Alright, there's the moldy crow. Jan has to be in one of these cells somewhere. Is a crow even an animal in Star Wars? Is that like a translation? Does that mean... Hey, look, there's Jan. Let's get off this ship. Why are we on Coruscant in the middle of the Imperial City, you ask? Well, the Navicard we stole on Nar Shaddaa is encrypted, and the only way to decrypt it is with an Imperial decryption key, and the only one we know the location of is in an Imperial Security Operations building on Coruscant within the Imperial City. General Madine has arranged for Jan to have security code access to get us onto the landing pad nearest to the ISO building. Our job is to break in, insert the Nava chip into the decryptor, then grab it and get back to the ship. Easier said than done. This is a straight-up suicide mission, but because Kyle has hired help, we're expendable to the Alliance. So I'm guessing they aren't counting on our success. Still, we gotta try and see it through. As expected, the place is crawling with stormtroopers. Heavily fortified, and we're not getting any backup. Right now, the element of surprise and speed are our only advantages. After all, no one would be so stupid as to march into the heart of the Empire and start blasting their way through to the Security Operations building of all places. Well, they didn't count on Kyle Katarn having nothing to lose and a grudge against the Empire. Ah, there it is. That's our building. Now if we can just fight our way to the control room, we can insert the Navicard and get out of here before they call in reinforcements. I know the Emperor is vain, but are the statues really necessary, Palps? And what do we have here? It's some kind of heavy artillery weapon. Same thing the Dark Troopers have been firing at me. Well, now we can even the odds. And here we have another puzzle. There aren't like a ton in the game, but this one is a little frustrating at first. I was able to solve it relatively quickly, however, and get to the decryptor. Alright, that's the decryptor. Let's slide in the card and bam, we're in business.
Navicard inserted and decoding. Beautiful, Kyle. Now get that data tape and hightail your mercenary hide back to the landing pad. I can't stay out here too long before Imperial security takes notice.
Sounds like Jan's in trouble. Might be reinforcements. I better Jan's in trouble. Rushing back to the landing pad, who do we see but Boba Fett himself? He seems pretty pissed off, and I assume that he's here to collect that death mark. Not today, Fett. This is a fight you never stood a chance of winning. Not with my prototype Imperial superweapon on my shoulder.
Kyle, where are you? I'm back at the landing pad.
Where were you, Jan?
I had TIE fighters all over me. I had to properly dispose of them.
We're in the endgame now. That data we decrypted from those navigational cards revealed a cargo ship route straight back to the Imperial Super Star Destroyer, the Executor. Darth Vader's personal flagship. That's not what we're after, though. Trying to take that out alone really would be a suicide mission. No, the Executor is just the gate to our real target, the Archammer, the smaller Imperial ship where the Dark Trooper project operates from. The only way to get to that ship, however, is to get on board the Executor and wait until it hyperspaces to the Archammer's location. From there, I can smuggle myself straight to the Archammer and take it out from the inside. Like I said, it's practically a suicide mission, so I assume Kyle wants to die at this point, but I mean, we just beat 2 Kell Dragons to death with our fists and assaulted a building in the Imperial capital, so who knows? The only way to get aboard the Executor is to hijack a smuggler's vessel already planned to board it. Fortunately for us, the navigational data we decrypted also revealed that there is a smuggler ship with Dark Trooper resources planned to stop and refuel at Fuel Station Ergo, which means all we have to do is board the station, wait for the ship to dock, and make our way to hijack it, then fly right into the hangar of the Executor. So that's where we are and what you've been watching. I'm currently fighting my way through the occupants of the fuel station to make my way over and hijack the ship I need. And that looks like exactly the ship I came for.
Okay, Jan. Smuggler ship secured.
Good job, Kyle.
Now launching. I'll see you on the dark side, Jan.
Good luck, Kyle, and may the Force be with you.
One thing's for sure, they'll never see me coming. Just like back on Coruscant, our biggest advantage is the element of surprise. They're expecting a friendly smuggler to exit, not a lunatic with a death wish. So we break through the doors, blasters blazing. Mother who plants a trip mine by a door for an expected guest? Well, I guess they knew something was wrong. Alright, we're on the Executor, and as expected, the fact that they didn't know I'd be here until like just now is my only advantage. We need to find the ship with the coordinates to the Archammer ASAP. Every second I spend aboard this ship, the likelihood of a metaphorical Imperial fist squashing me like a bug increases. So we gotta bolt through these hallways like the fate of multiple worlds depends on it. Which they do. So far so good, actually, and they have Dark Troopers on board because why wouldn't they? Good thing I brought this weapon with me from the Imperial City because it just saved my life from those Dark Troopers. That was a lot of troopers for a hangar. Oh look, a TIE fighter. Need to count my blessings that the pilot didn't spin around and start firing. That being said, the whole ship is likely on the highest alert right about now, so it's past time for my X. That is a lot of stormtroopers. It's a lucky thing they're all lining up in the hallways like this. The platforming makes a return, and let me tell you, this area had the potential to be infuriating if the game didn't control as smoothly as it does. Alright, the ship I'm looking for should be right through this room. Okay, they've got more Dark Troopers on board. 2 against 1. I'm literally outnumbered and outgunned. Fortunately, I've got a speed advantage. And with some finesse, I dispatch both of the super soldiers with some ease. I'm close to my exit now, running out of time by the minute. Bingo, there's my ticket out of here. Just gotta get this shipment on board the shuttle and ride it straight to the Archammer. Almost there, and bingo. Bon voyage and better luck next time, Imperials. In and out like a bullet. When the Empire blames this on a terror attack, they can use my name, Kyle Katarn. I haven't been showing the mission briefing screen so far, but now is the best time to cover those. This exact screen is shown before each level. The only thing that changes is the text on the right, providing story context and mission objectives each time. I wanted to show it this time because it's the coolest screen as we see photos of the Phase 1 and Phase 2 Dark Troopers we've been facing. It's a primitive way to go from mission to mission, I'll admit, but this game was made with MS-DOS in mind after all. Honestly, this was probably groundbreaking at the time. Anyway, we have one more level to go, so let's finish this. Here we are, the Arkhammer, home base of the Dark Trooper project. We blow this thing, and the galaxy can rest easy for a night. There's no way I can mess this up. Okay, round 2 for real this time. This ship is littered with Dark Troopers too. Plus these mechanical arms. I fell for the idea that they were just part of the ship, but they will in fact try to hit you and kill you. It's about this point things start getting really hard.
Activate the Dark Troopers.
For the final mission, I gotta say, they really brought it. The design is spectacular. Every area looks vibrant and detailed. No room looks lacking in design or love. LucasArts clearly wanted the player to feel both rewarded and determined when they got to this mission. And that's a lot of Dark Troopers. Aside from the Dark Troopers stalking and trying to kill you all the time, this level is honestly difficult just to even navigate. There's a lot of jumping across platforms, navigating maze-like conveyor belt areas. Not again. Yes, again. And just overall, it's probably the most complex level to play through. Finally, I'm able to reach the 3 ports and place my sequencer charges. But that only invited more Dark Troopers to my location. This is the main hangar, and all we have to do is get to that shuttle and we're home free. At this point, we've probably destroyed like 24 Dark Troopers, so I'm not sure anything could surprise me now.
It's been a long time since I've challenged a man to battle. I'm glad my opponent is so worthy.
Alright, he's got a giant mega Dark Trooper uniform. Well, that's our guy, so let's take him out and finally put an end to this. With him dead, there's nothing between us and the shuttle. It's time to say goodbye to the Imperial Dark Trooper project.
This is an unfortunate setback. The Force is strong with Katarn.
That's it! Star Wars Dark Forces. What a great game it is too. I've previously said on the channel that Rogue Squadron was the best Star Wars game I've played so far, but this really replaced it. I loved going through this adventure, especially since I never really got to play it as a child. I've played the first mission or two, but this was genuinely the first time I got to experience most of it. For as old as it is, the gameplay is smooth as butter, the graphics have aged like wine, now just coming across as charming, and the story, while insane, is very endearing. This game is sort of an icon of the Legends continuity, being known as sort of a cult classic in Star Wars media, and let me just say, there's good reason for that. Before we wrap up, however, there's just a few more things I want to talk about. You know I love when a game has good music, and Dark Forces has some fantastic tracks for us to appreciate. I've talked about this a lot on this channel, but a huge portion of these old Star Wars games literally just used the Williams music instead of having original music produced for their title. Dark Forces did not do this. I'm not sure if it was due to limitations or if it was a creative decision, but LucasArts brought in Clint Bajakian to put together an original MIDI score for Dark Forces, and I'm happy to report it's great. Every track feels like something totally Williams adjacent, like it's suited exactly for a Star Wars game, but it's part of the main story, which is exactly what I'm craving when I play one of these. I want to feel like I'm seeing something else in the universe. Clint has worked on a lot of games since then, contributing his talents to assist on the scores for major titles like God of War, Uncharted, and even Death Stranding. As for Dark Forces, a lot of the motifs from the Williams music do make their way into the score, but they're always tastefully implemented, so well done Clint and well done Dark Forces. Look, I know I've been really hard on the Disney stuff in past videos, and well, that's because I kind of hate most of it. But I'll be fair and say this story is pretty silly. It's honestly unbelievable if it wasn't just context for players to shoot animated sprites in. I mean, one guy blows up multiple facilities, fights off a small army, infiltrates an Imperial prison, breaks into the Imperial capital, beats Boba Fett, storms Vader's flagship, and destroys a whole Star Destroyer all by himself. I mean, I get that he's supposed to be Force sensitive here, but that resume puts Luke and Starkiller to shame. I really give its absurdity a pass because of what they were going for, you know? I'll still probably rag on Disney, but the truth is I don't hate everything they've done. There's a few things I really like, and I'll talk about that more in a later video too, but I am a Legends guy through and through. As for the game, Dark Forces is a genuine highlight in regards to Star Wars media. I don't have a negative word to say on it. No criticisms that would be fair for the game in respect to when it was released. It's just a great title, and something I would be thrilled to have as part of my universe, not to retcon and replace it with something like a mediocre movie, but I mean, who would do that? Although things seemed like they were done for regarding the old Jedi Knight series, on February 25th, 2024, Night Dive released an ambitious remaster of the original Star Wars Dark Forces. The origins of Kyle Katarn brought back to the limelight while looking better, playing smoother, and offering availability to more audiences than ever before. Night Dive, being a studio known for handling a plethora of remasters and remakes of old classics, obviously had a lot of Star Wars fans excited about the prospect of an old-school Star Wars game renaissance. We've been seeing a lot of ports of old Star Wars games recently, and now we're getting polished remasters too? Some were skeptical, but I feel like most people were pretty confident that so long as the studio stayed true to the original game, polished up the graphics, and updated the optimization and compatibility, that it would be pretty hard to go wrong. So how did they handle the origin story of the expanded universe fan-favorite character, Kyle Katarn? Well, the first and most notable changes are a handful of serious quality of life improvements. We've got controller support, mappable keys, super high frame rates, and up to 4K resolution, all adjusted for widescreen to offer a beautiful trek across the game's various levels. Not to mention we can alter the FOV to our desired scale, but this can cause a few sprite side effects, though they're barely noticeable and only problematic at super high FOVs from what I saw. I recently played through the OG Dark Forces on mouse and keyboard, so I thought I'd mix things up this time and try it out on controller, and it works really well too. Thanks to mappable inputs and customizable thumbstick sensitivity settings, the controller is a smooth gameplay experience. One made even better by a specific new addition that works way better than I would have expected. The devs went above and beyond by including a weapon wheel, which makes swapping to the weapon you want on a controller a significantly more optimized task. I almost couldn't believe they bothered doing this, but I am seriously glad they did. By the time you've got all the weapons in the game, this weapon wheel feels like a more fun and intuitive way of swapping weapons than pressing keys, though I'm sure some min-maxers would disagree with me. Of course, arguably, the largest and most noticeable upgrade on offer here is the cutscenes. These gorgeous sequences have been pretty much remade from scratch, with ship sections looking 3D modeled and pre-rendered, and the stylistic animated sections being totally redrawn. This isn't AI upscaling or anything. Night Dive bothered to touch this up the old-fashioned human way. It's a bit jarring to go from the gorgeous 3D modeled ships into the hand-drawn animated parts, but I got over it pretty quick. Honestly, I'm so thankful they gave this much time and energy to these cutscenes because These are the only involvement Vader has across the entire Jedi Knight series in any way. So I'm glad we get to see him be included in the Jedi Knight series in this beautiful HD resolution. Not to mention, the moldy crow has never looked better. Speaking of, everything looks better now. They touched up pretty much all of the sprites across the entire game, and it all looks so good. If you really want to just play the classic game, then you can toggle off the enhanced sprites, but honestly, I feel like the updated sprite work is a total improvement on the game in every single way. The rifles, the enemies, the environments, everything. It all looks fantastic. As for the gameplay itself, it's pretty much the same, but with quite a bit of polish and refining. Although the original was a groundbreaking title for its time, trying to play it now can prove to be a pretty rough experience. There are mods that can tune it up to run more akin to how you'd expect a modern game to run, but in its vanilla state, Dark Forces is not the most satisfying game to play. Even booting it up is a frustration due to it being designed to run on MS-DOS, so a lot of people are turned off by the whole experience before they even get to the game itself. The little annoyances and grievances that would otherwise hold the game back from modern audiences have pretty much been resolved in totality with this remaster. The menu is updated, modern, and runs without issue. Adjusting options is easy and accessible, and getting into the game has never been easier. Everything controls and responds exactly how you'd expect, and does so without issue. The one area that I really feel Night Dive missed the mark on was the music. Though they have the option to toggle between different versions of the original music, both sound pretty terrible. This was fun for the original experience, of course, but if you're going to bother doing all of this work to make everything in the game look and run more like a modern gaming experience, why wouldn't you just update the music? I mean, sure, the use of the MIDI makes it all feel more authentic, but the existence of a weapon wheel sure as hell doesn't. Plus, there's already a toggleable feature between two styles of music. Why not just include a third option for a remastered Dark Forces score that doesn't sound like it's off time so often? I've heard some people say that they prefer the MIDI music, and they're glad this was the route Night Dive took, so there's a lot left to personal preference on this one, but I was hoping for an updated score myself. It's really difficult for me to call this a criticism because the fact that they skipped over a potential improvement does not equate to a negative execution. So I think it's more just a lamentable missed opportunity because I actually really like the Dark Forces soundtrack and would have loved to hear a professionally remade score for this game. Not only did we not get that, but for some reason, the game's default state starts the music volume at 100% and everything else at like 75 or 80. It was even drowning some of the dialogue in the cutscenes. I had to go turn it down. Again, the music that we got here isn't bad or anything, but the MIDI elements about it just feel a bit dated in a way that could have been resolved here. If the studio does decide to pursue a Dark Forces 2 remaster, I'm really hoping they try to implement some kind of original soundtrack or something. I'm sure it would be way easier to just throw the movie music in there like the original game did, but I'd love to see an original, brand new OST for that one by an imaginative composer who could take inspiration from the music of both the films and this Dark Forces entry. We'll see. Overall though, Night Dive really nailed just about everything with this project. It looks great, it feels great, and most importantly, it's available on a multitude of different platforms and consoles. This is a great chance for people who otherwise wouldn't have experienced this brilliant expanded universe legend to hop in and try it out for themselves on their PlayStations 4 and 5, their Xbox Ones, X's and S's, and even on their Nintendo Switches, which is easily my favorite part about this package. The fact that a whole swath of new people who love Star Wars but missed this game can now finally try it out for themselves. Oh yeah, and they even bothered to grab the original game's vertical slice tech demo set on a Star Destroyer called Avenger and let players go experience it, which is a phenomenal bit of additional content for players to enjoy that we previously did not get to try out despite it showing up in the promo material. And it's a fun level too, packed with way more enemies than I saw in any of the regular levels. Night Dive's remaster of Dark Forces is a great product, there's no doubt about that. The original Dark Forces was already a brilliant little relic, but getting it running in a way that's palatable for modern consumption required the work of mods and a gaming PC, not to mention console players were just out of luck if they wanted to try it. With the multiple quality of life improvements like the weapon wheel, frame rate, 4K support, and more, Night Dive has more than earned the praise they're receiving for their work on this title. If you're excited to get started or relive the epic journey that is the Jedi Knight series, then this Night Dive Dark Forces remaster has my official recommendation as the place to start. After the very exciting and very positive reception to the first ever Star Wars FPS known as Dark Forces, a sequel was the obvious next step for the devs over at LucasArts. So pre-production was immediately greenlit on the follow-up for the popular shooter, and the team already had some very big ideas for where to take the story next, and how to keep up with the competing technological developments in the industry. Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 was released to consumers on October 10th, 1997, quickly establishing itself as one of the greatest Star Wars games ever made. Complete with a new engine, a new story, and a vibrant new journey into the Star Wars universe. Everything was bigger and better this time around. Gone was the flat 2.5D world of the first game. Now everything was 3D. Gone was the MIDI music. Now it utilized the compact disc's capabilities to offer up a full surround sound orchestral score filled with the popular Williams motifs the series was known for. But most importantly, the fans saw everything they needed to know about how much bigger this game was going to be right there on the cover art. There, in the biggest letters, are the words, Jedi Knight, and just below them, a clash of green and red lightsabers between our hero and a very obvious Dark Jedi. I mean, this was it. This was the dream. An immersive FPS experience that allowed us to really play as a Jedi Knight inside the world of Star Wars. This wasn't just a game for fans of the original game, or even for fans of shooters. This was a game that could appeal to the sensibilities of pretty much any Star Wars fan. Unlike its predecessor, however, Dark Forces 2 would not receive any port to any consoles. This was a game locked to Microsoft Windows. If you wanted to play this one, you needed to have access to a PC equipped with Windows on it. To this day even, this game has never seen a single port. It remains an experience only available to PC owners. Now, if you're looking at the screen thinking to yourself, wow, that looks way better than I remember, it's because what you're seeing now is not the original retail version. Just like with my retrospective of the original Dark Forces, I've made some adjustments to bring you the best, most polished footage I can. So you're seeing the Jedi Knight Remastered 3.2 mod, a work of passion by some very dedicated fans that revamps hundreds of textures across the game to make everything look way better and offer official widescreen support. Here's a side-by-side. So if you're thinking of grabbing this off Steam to go relive it or experience it for the first time, I highly encourage you to do so with the inclusion of this mod to give you an even better Jedi Knight experience. It's super easy to install and makes the whole thing just look and feel better to play. Let's talk about the technological improvements I mentioned. Looking at the gameplay on the screen, you'll notice right away the biggest improvement. Everything is 3D. No sprites or 2D textures this time, it's a completely three-dimensional world to inhabit and explore. This was achieved through use of the brand new engine written by the team just for this game. I mean, this was released a year after Quake, so full 3D was pretty much a must for the team to stay on top of the market. The original Dark Forces was designed around their in-house Jedi engine, but for this title, they developed a whole new engine, ironically called the Sith engine. Not only did this allow the team to make the game in true 3D, but it also offered up the ability to include full live-action cutscenes filmed with real actors specifically for this game. This would also be the first official live-action footage to feature a lightsaber since Return of the Jedi released in 1983. So yeah, this game was a pretty big deal. Also, I'm going to have to ask you to bear with me. I really insist on playing the cutscenes from these games in the video because I make these as a way for people to feel like they themselves are replaying them. So having the cutscenes is vital. Because of this, I need to do a full rescore of the cinematics due to the copyrighted music. I'm keeping all of the relevant dialogue and as much of the original scene audio as I can, while inserting in usable music where needed to avoid copyright. So it'll be very close to the original experience. Let's set up the story. Unlike the first game, which happens during the events of the original trilogy, Dark Forces 2 takes place 1 year after the end of Return of the Jedi, or 5 ABY if you prefer. This is 4 years after Kyle destroyed the Arkhammer in the first game. Since that time, Kyle has really leaned into his mercenary life, taking jobs mostly from the recently formed New Republic. In the years since his work with the Rebel Alliance, and after having been lied to by the Imperial Academy about how his father really died, Kyle has been trying to find out who really killed his father and why. The Empire claimed it was a rebel terrorist attack, but Jan Ors revealed to Kyle years ago with evidence that it was definitely the Empire. Still, the reasons why they killed him remain unclear, and Kyle wants to know what it was they were after. This brings us to Nar Shaddaa, where Kyle is meeting up with an information broker called 8T88, a droid who claims to have something of relevance to Kyle's deceased father that may reveal who really killed him and why.
Why hesitate? Strike me down.
In time, Ron. First, I need something from you.
Morgan Katan!
This dead man holds the valley's location. Very intriguing. I have no further use for you, old man.
Remember, son, when you're at the Academy, how very proud I am of you. What a fine young man you've become. I wish your mother were here to see it. But I know she watches over you and is proud. After she died, Your welfare and upbringing were the only thing I truly cared about.
Touching. When someone desires information, they come to me.
Don't waste my time, 88. Tell me who killed my father.
Patience. He is a dark Jedi.
Jedi?
Dark Jedi. He is known as Jarek, and he has great plans for the rebirth of the Empire.
I'm not interested in petty political struggles.
Well, you should be. Without going into too much detail, Jarek has been quite generous in his offerings. Unfortunately, you don't factor into them. But I am not without a heart. Familiar, yes? I found it in your dead father's home. I can decipher any language or code known, but this one eludes me. It must be important. Tell me what it is, and these gentlemen won't have to indulge their darker side.
The dark side? I've been there. Do your worst.
Well, I suppose that concludes our business.
I'm not interested in leaving. I have some business to conclude with your friend, 88.
That droid has a disc that rightfully belongs to us, and so we're going to get it back. Last time we were on Nar Shaddaa, we had to fight our way through a host of Hutt-hired thugs and Imperial troopers. This time around, following the Emperor's death, the remnant of the Empire doesn't show its hand nearly so often. You'd probably be hard-pressed to find them here on the Smuggler's Moon now, save a few encampments or scouts. That old death mark they had on us back then seems to have expired with the Empire's collapse as well, so showing our face on Nar Shaddaa now doesn't seem to concern Kyle all that greatly. Or maybe he's just being very brave. The droid that just threatened us, AT-88, was supposed to be giving us information about our deceased father, and in a sense, he delivered. We have a name, Jarek, some kind of dark Jedi. Where he came from or what he's doing out there, we don't know. Regardless, that disc from Kyle's old home seems to have something relevant on it, and we need to find it quickly. You'll notice how much nicer things are looking in our stunning new sequel here. The vertical city is more exciting and well designed than ever. Sure, the mod is making it look even better, but here, even in the original game, this is still some incredible stuff. Again, this is only a year after Quake, and it's a full year before even Half-Life hit the market. LucasArts was really on top of their game back in the day, because making our way through here is still such a treat for a Star Wars fan like me. The developers really went out of their way to emphasize the scale and height of the city you're in. Like, this genuinely feels like I'm playing through a shipping area for big ships, which, there's one of them right there. Do you see what I'm saying? Dark Forces 2 starts off strong. Like, this is how you open a game, in my opinion. Especially a Star Wars game. Another really cool addition is civilians. Not only does the inclusion of pedestrian NPCs just living their lives help the game feel immensely more immersive, it also factors into both the gameplay and the ending. More on that later. You'll notice the insane verticality happening here, and this is something I'm going to be bringing up constantly, so just go ahead and prepare yourself for that because this game is downright monolithic in scale. It's not exactly clear why all of these thugs are shooting at us like this, or who put them up to it, but they want us dead. I guess we can potentially assume Jabba may still have a bounty on Kyle at this point, or maybe a lot more people than 88 were included in the bounty Jarek supposedly put on Kyle. Either way, they really want to get their hands on us. Oh, look, a TIE fighter. I guess there is an Imperial presence here after all. Eventually we catch up to the droid though, and Kyle gives him a stern piece of his mind.
Leaving so soon?
need to find you, you're always in some kind of trouble.
Jan, what a pleasant surprise!
What would you do without me, Kyle?
I'd be a content old man.
Somehow I don't see content or an old man. So much for the relaxing chat.
Jan, meet me at the top. I've got to get that disc.
Well, great. He got away and we lost the disc. Jan shows up right in the nick of time, for sure, or we would have been blown to particles by that TIE bomber. Yet, I wonder what the Imperials are even doing here on Nar Shaddaa. Either way, we need to make our way down and get our hands on that disc, then link back up with Jan. That's that, but now we're even further down than we were before, which means we're going to have to climb back up towards the roof manually. There's a surprising amount of this game that involves going down a level and then having to go back up again in the next level, actually. This is where the game really wants you to acknowledge all of the technological advancements made since the original Dark Forces, because there is a ton of platforming in this level design. The original game had its fair share of platforming sections, but this one will be upping that by triple. Each level pretty much has platforming segments interwoven throughout the entire thing, so now is the time to get used to it. LucasArts worked hard to bring us this degree of verticality, and they're going to make sure you appreciate it, which is honestly fun because the platforming does feel great to play. Granted, I am playing a modernized remastered version of the game, but I went through and played most of this game in its vanilla state only a couple of years ago, and it is still just as good to play like that. And man, there are a lot of shipping containers around here, and somehow we've managed to end up on even more conveyor belts.
Not again.
And our friends the Gamorrean guards are back. You know, it has to suck being a species that only gets hired for bodyguard duty because you're essentially a giant pig thing. The game is, again, really trying to show off its platforming here, as we have to solve a puzzle of activating these giant forklift things and then sprint across them. For the time, this was probably one of the coolest things anyone had ever seen. After fighting our way through an entire shipping building of Nar Shaddaa thugs and mercenaries, we find Jan's ship flying in to meet us and take us out of here. Why is it every time we visit Nar Shaddaa, there's someone trying to kill us?
Your path is at a moment of change. Jarek, the man who murdered your father, is a great evil. He searches for the location of a sacred place, the Valley of the Jedi. A force of thousands of Jedi is trapped here. If Jarek captures this power, he will be a creature such as the universe has never seen. A supernova of stars in a fleeting thought. The eradication of life from a star system, in a whisper, will be within his power. Your father gave his life to protect this power, and now it is a place your destiny must take you. The disc you have in your possession will lead you to the ways of the Jedi. Remember, it will be your path to the ways of the Force.
Well, your blessed ship is going to be in the repair bay for the next few days.
How's it look?
Nothing that a crate full of money which you don't have wouldn't solve.
Like always, I owe you. Can you take care of her for me?
You're not going after Jarek, are you?
No. I'm going back to my father's home in Sulan. Can you meet me there when you're finished with the crow?
Of course. Is everything okay?
I don't know. I'll find out when I get there.
the last of them.
Now what do we do?
8088 will decipher them at Baron's head. Fuck!
So, we're home now, at our father's estate, and the place where Kyle grew up. Looks like some grave Tuskens have taken to the place and have claimed ownership over it in our absence. At first, I thought these were your run-of-the-mill raiders, but they're not. They're a swoop gang that works as mercenaries. Those people we saw outside of our home before must have left them behind to watch the place. While recovering, Kyle received a Force vision where the ghost of a Jedi named Ron spoke to him of a hidden location of great power. This ancient place is what the Dark Jedi Jarek is after, and somehow our father, Morgan Katarn, knew the location of this place, this Valley of the Jedi. It was a lot to take in, I'm sure, a ghost telling you that you must seek out the way of the Force in a dream. All of that aside, that's not the reason Kyle needed to come back here. This data disk we took from AT-88 is important, but 88 couldn't read it, which is good news for us since Kyle knows exactly how to read the disk. That shuttle also seemed to have some significantly more threatening individuals on it, but luckily they left before we got here. However, these grave Tuskens have really made themselves at home tearing this place apart. This has got to be frustrating for Kyle to see. His old childhood home in utter ruins like this. Speaking of which, I gotta say, old Morgan Katarn must have been loaded. I mean, this estate is huge and very elaborate. What a place to grow up in. The real reason Kyle needed to come back here is because this data disk was written with proprietary technology via Morgan Katarn's personal droid named Ouija. If Kyle can find Ouija, then he can play whatever is on this disk. Sulan is an interesting world too. It's one of the moons for Solust, and it's where the Sulanese like to test their explosive tech, given its more barren nature. It's not the most dangerous planet out there, but I wouldn't exactly call it inviting either. Nevertheless, I'd strap in because we're going to be here for a while. I can't read Galactic Basic, but I'm pretty sure this sign is telling me that the water is electrified. Making it across the water, we're introduced to some of the very dangerous local fauna. Not sure what the hell these giant insects are, but if I lived on a planet where these were abundant, I'd have a giant dome around my house. Finally, Kyle is able to find his father's old workshop, and with it, the droid we need to decode our data disk.
My father's workshop. Ouija has got to be in here.
This message is intended for my son, Kyle Katarn. Kyle, I have left two very important items for you. The first is a map to the Valley of the Jedi, and is embedded in the stone ceiling above this room. The last is a lightsaber that once belonged to a friend and great Jedi, Ron. Use it well. Use it for good.
Well, well, a lightsaber. Once Ron's lightsaber, apparently, the Jedi we saw in our vision. While I know the instinct is to immediately only use this from here on out, I wanted to progress the footage a little more naturally, with Kyle kind of treating it as something he found and is unsure of at first, and slowly using it more and more as we progress through the missions and he becomes more comfortable with the weapon and the Force. So, as we'll play, you'll notice the blade being more and more commonplace. And it is pretty awesome. I mean, this was the coolest imaginable thing back in the day, and hitting people with a lightsaber is exactly as fun as you would hope it is. And it's super useful for slicing through vents as well. With our new weapon in hand, now we need to get out of here and find a place to rendezvous with Jan. The only way Kyle knows out of here, however, is the nearby irrigation aqueducts. Oh well, here we go, lightsaber already coming in hand. How did they even find me here? Okay, looks like some more mercs are posted up all over the place waiting for me to show up. With this new information that the valley's location was built into the stone ceiling, those dark Jedi we saw carrying the ceiling blocks away on their ship means that they now know how to find the valley. They'll need AT-88 to decipher the stones, so we have to track him down and destroy him before he's able to give the location of the Valley of the Jedi to Jarek. And the stones too if we can. Which is probably the best idea because taking on a dark Jedi doesn't seem a smart idea right now. I mean, we've taken on our share of Imperial troops and, hell, even a handful of dark troopers, but a Jedi? That's a different game altogether. So we find 88, destroy him, and wash our hands of this whole thing. Well, here we go again. Look, I know this is where the obligatory civvy reference goes, but this isn't technically a sewer. Luckily, there's no Dianogas around this time either. But there are a lot of mercs looking to put me down and collect my corpse around here. Okay, so the bug things are back to harass us, which this is more of where I'd expect to find them than inside of my own home. Turns out these things are called Mylocs, and they aren't too dangerous, but they can sneak up on you pretty easily. I mean, the game is just showing off now. Seriously, look at this. I know this isn't updated graphics, but even the design is just spectacular here. Look at the scale and the feeling it gives us to be climbing around under this bridge. Like, this is so cool. I'm going to keep saying it over and over, but this is really just the coolest game. And unlike so many other games from this era, this platforming feels really responsive and fun to play. This must be a water tank or something. We'll have to go in and activate it so we can progress. What the hell is that thing? Okay, so no Dianogas, but we've got some of whatever this is. Water 6? Huh. Okay, interesting. They're also native to Sulan, but so far they've been pretty harmless. Just keep your distance and kill them to be safe. Okay, finally, we've made it through these aqueducts, and Jan should be able to meet up with us here. Now we just need to figure out where 88 and those dark Jedi scurried off to. And luckily, we won't have to go far. They're still on Sulan, just a few kilometers away, in a city called Baron's Head.
Baron's Head. The Empire sure knows how to ruin a perfectly good city.
My guess is your Pal 88 is in that large house. The Imperials are guarding it like a fortress.
Well, I think a visit's in order. Don't you?
So the city is being totally occupied by Jarek's forces from the Imperial Remnant right now, and it isn't going to be very welcoming to Kyle just waltzing in. Which means we're back to our rebel agent ways of infiltrating back through the aqueduct system again. That massive tower in the center of Baron's Head is an Imperial palace left over from the Empire's rule, but it looks like Jarek has decided to make good use of it given its time on the same planet as the map of the Valley of the Jedi. They have wasted very little time too, it seems. That being said, I'm seeing a lot more mercenaries than I am Imperials. In fact, I haven't even seen an Imperial yet. The Remnant must be getting stingy with Jarek and his plan, or he just couldn't convince enough of them to join to utilize an excess. Either way, we have to find a way into that palace and put 88 down for good. It's not like this is the first time we've infiltrated Imperial Palace. I mean, we straight up assaulted the Imperial City on Coruscant 4 years ago. But still, I'm sure Kyle didn't imagine he'd be making it a habit. The occupation is spread out even into the city outskirts. We're seeing mercs in civilian houses, cantinas, and even in their shops. This isn't good. Well, we're doing a light side playthrough as our default, so of course we have to help these people and clear out as many of these thugs as we can. I will talk about the dark side route later though. After accidentally happening into a door that's normally supposed to lock, I found this little guy. Hidden as an Easter egg, we can find Max, from a series called Salmon Max, because LucasArts developed a game for this series. I just thought it was kind of neat. It's at this point too that Kyle is starting to experiment with that lightsaber a bit more, testing it and realizing he can deflect blaster bolts with speed he didn't even know he had. The Force has been with him all along, but now he's really starting to believe it. Also, this part of the game straight up puzzled me for like 10 minutes because I could not figure out where to go. It's platforming. You need to climb on top of some roofs to advance to the next section. I'm actually fine with this because it's not too egregious like a certain puzzle I'll talk about later. Nice dive, but this is no time for a Jawa juice. I do love that this was included though because it feels alive in the town, and if you wanted to speedrun your dark side playthrough, well, just remember this is here. Leaping across a couple of rooftops, we find our way past the city outskirts into the heart of Baron's Head and just outside of that Imperial Palace.
Is that a probe droid I hear?
There be Imperials in these woods. The Imperial Remnant, actually, so it would seem we're on the right track after... Once again, these trip mines are the bane of my existence.
I hate them!
After clearing out half dozen of the only real negative attribute in the whole game, we have to navigate our way through several destroyed buildings. I'm assuming this is the work of the Empire, likely Jarek's men from the occupation of Baron's Head. These buildings really are just totally demolished for the most part. We even have to make our way through a flooded area just to get through this part of the city block, which I have to say is an awesome way to include the swimming mechanic into the level design. Eventually, we can really tell we're in an Imperial-run section of building as we encounter some stormtroopers, which is a great excuse to hone our Jedi skills. After that, it's not long till we get what we really came here for. There it is, the Imperial Palace of Baron's Head. I was loving the game so far already, but this section is where it really started to feel like I was walking the path of a Jedi. Because we have to sprint around this huge courtyard, falling back on our newly realized Jedi instincts to deflect these blaster shots and move across these massive open areas. There's AT-STs trekking around on top of those bridges and dozens of stormtroopers looking for a reason to use their weapons. A scruffy-looking smuggler running around with a giant green glow stick isn't exactly subtle. This is where I just embraced fully that I was going to be leaning primarily on my lightsaber from here on out. I would still grab weapons when I needed them, depending on the situation, but I think at this point in the story, tackling the Empire once again, Kyle is embracing his destiny as a Jedi. Something you may have noticed is that yes, Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 does indeed feature dismemberment. There has been quite a bit of dialogue surrounding the different saber-based Star Wars games over the years regarding the inclusion or absence of this feature, but fans of it can rest assured arms will be cut off throughout your playthrough. After solving some puzzles requiring Kyle to tap into the Force for additional speed, by which I mean using the Force speed ability, we're finally able to get onto the exterior upper level of the palace. From here, it's just a matter of accessing the front door, and that's a lot of stormtroopers. Okay, with that done, we're finally able to get into the palace.
Excellent, AT-88. The Valley of the Jedi will soon be mine. Your payment is waiting for you at one of my cargo ships. Meet it at the refueling station outside of Baron's Head. Saris! Prepare the vengeance for hyperspace.
I should have aimed for your head when I had the chance.
A lost opportunity.
I want the map, 88.
All yours, Kyle.
In all my years, I've only known dark Jedi, never one from the light side. Somehow I expected more.
There's quite a lot of information out there that Samuel Jackson's request for a purple lightsaber in Attack of the Clones was the cause of the first non-red, green, or blue saber color. However, as we see here, Dark Forces 2, which came out years before even The Phantom Menace, features different colored sabers. Orange and purple both appear in this game long before Episode 2 ever even started filming. It is true, though, that Lucas was back and forth on this, but eventually he did accept the idea that sabers could be different colors. Here we fight Yun, a Dark Jedi apprentice and newest addition to Jarek's ragtag band of Dark Jedi. So what's the difference between a Dark Jedi and a Sith, you ask? I'll break that down in just a brief minute. Let's talk about this battle on screen. Yun has been sent to confront Kyle and seems to act as Kyle's first real matchup against another opponent with a lightsaber. This defining moment shows Kyle what it means to be a Jedi and face down corruption. Fortunately for Kyle, Yun is only an acolyte and does not have very much training. We see in the cutscene even he himself is surprised at what he can do with the dark side of the Force. Yun has been seduced to the power of the dark side, and I do mean literally. The lore behind this game tells us that one of the other Dark Jedi serving Jarek, named Saris, whom we will confront later, literally seduced Yun, and then he followed her to join Jarek. Yun was born into wealth as the son of a mineral baron on the planet Panatha, and was eager to learn the ways of the ancient martial art called Teräs Käsi. The monks refused to teach him, however, leaving him bitter and angry, susceptible to the manipulation of Saris, who seduced him and convinced him to kill his own father and join Jarek. Even so, despite his brief training under Jarek, he is still very inexperienced. Following a powerful battle between our two young Force users, Kyle overcomes Yun, and the two face down a choice that will define both of their fates to follow.
Kill me! Isn't that what you do to Dark Jedi?
Upon reaching the map to the Valley of the Jedi, carved into the stones taken from Kyle's childhood home, Kyle found they had been destroyed by Yun, a Dark Jedi who was waiting for him there. After their battle, Kyle chose to spare Yun's life and let him live, which is actually kind of funny considering the 100+ people Kyle has killed just since arriving on Sulan. Not to mention Nar Shaddaa, and let's not even bring up that situation on the Arkhammer. So yeah, Kyle has killed a lot of people. So this act of mercy is definitely a little bit out of character for our previously roguish smuggler. Who knows though, maybe this is his turning point. Kyle will still kill when needed, after all, to protect the weak often means killing those who would oppress them. Yet even still, maybe from here on out Kyle is attempting to respect more the sanctity of life and only kill when needed. I certainly tried to play it that way, sparing as many of the enemy NPCs as I could, utilizing the Force Pull ability which allows us to yank the weapon out of their hands and leave them helpless. I would leave them be when I could and kill them only when I thought it was in pure self-defense. This is the path of the Jedi. Speaking of Jedi, let's talk a little bit about Dark Jedi. So, if you're more of a casual fan, you might know the basics. You've got the Jedi and you've got the Sith. Good guys, bad guys, right? Well, kind of. The truth is that the ability or training which allows one to manifest or control the Force isn't what makes someone a Jedi or a Sith. The Jedi Order is just that. It's an order with a hierarchy and rules to follow, oaths to swear. Or at least, it was. The Sith are the same thing. They are an order. You have to be a member to be called a Sith, to abide by the code, the oaths, etc. Or you could be an ethnic Sith by race, but that's something different and hasn't been relevant for thousands of years by this point in the canon. To be a Dark Jedi is simply to be a Force user who utilizes its power for selfish reasons. Why use the word Jedi if you're not aligned with the Order then, you ask? Well, that's for one simple reason. The Jedi Order came before the Sith, and has been associated by billions across the galaxy with people who are able to tap into the mystical powers of the Force. So, good or bad, red, green, purple, or blue saber, black cloak or brown, to the average resident across the galaxy, you're just a Jedi. So, essentially, Jarek is just a Force user who has allowed the dark side to corrupt him. He bears no Darth title, he subscribes to no code. He is not a Sith, he's a Dark Jedi. A more accurate term would actually be Fallen Jedi, but we'll stick with Dark Jedi for now.
Jedi. Dark Jedi.
Back to the story, Kyle has to escape from this palace and catch up to 8T88 before the droid escapes him, since the memory banks of that droid are Kyle's last real chance of finding the location of the valley. This mission is actually really cool. You'll spend a lot of time outside, see different fighters flying overhead bombing the location around you, and you'll have to do quite a bit of platforming to make your way around the area. Now, while this might look incredible, I need to remind you that it's all post adding the mod. The original game does still look exceptional, but this footage is very much a prettied up version. After platforming our way across these elevators, we run into an old friend. So can anyone tell me what the hell a Kell Dragon is doing in this palace? There's no Hutt presence here, and I know for a fact that they are not native to Sulan. Can anyone guess where they are native to? So we strike that thing down with our lightsaber and make our way to the roof of the palace where Jan meets us for extraction. Let's get out of here.
I'm here for my well-deserved payment.
So Kyle and Jan tracked AT-88 to a nearby cargo ship where the majority of the remnant forces currently on Sulan are preparing to leave and relocate to wherever the Valley of the Jedi is. Right now, that cargo ship is our only hope of finding that location, so we're gonna have to board it. I'll be honest, I kind of feel like this is the worst mission of the game. It's got a lot going for it, and really the whole game is very cool, but if I had to pick a weakest level, it would be either this one or the one after it. Pretty much the whole level is just making your way across a series of increasingly difficult environmental challenges until you reach the cargo ship. Not to mention, we're a little over halfway through the game at this point, so in my typical fashion, I'll pick this mission to leave on screen while I talk about the gameplay. If you've played any shooter released within a year of Quake, then you are probably very familiar with how this game plays. It's your simple, true 3D FPS game, running through the level and solving whatever puzzles need solving before reaching the end of that level. In this instance, we'll have to find a special tool to turn the valves and empty out this fuel container so we can pass through it. Most levels will feature similar environmental puzzles, so it keeps you thinking. The level design is fantastic in nearly every mission, and the gameplay really couldn't be smoother. Probably the most notable difference between this and something like Quake is that instead of the melee weapon being a sort of fallback weapon for running out of ammo, it's going to be one of the main weapons that you'll use, which is fine because, well, I mean, it's a lightsaber. One of the things I do really like conceptually about this level is these long, massive fuel tunnels that Kyle has to run through. Due to there being literal explosive fuel everywhere, you actually do need to be so careful about stray blaster shots because it will explode. Falling down through these tunnels does feel very cinematic and cool, but the whole bit just goes on a little too long in my opinion. Eventually, we do make our way to the boarding area for the cargo ship. There it is, and the only thing between us and getting there is a bridge full of Imperial stormtroopers. Turns out that ship isn't waiting around either, and before we can reach the door, it literally starts moving.
Oh, I better jump for it. That was a little too close.
Alright, well here we are, riding atop the exterior of a flying vessel. Gotta keep our focus. 8T88 is the objective. Find him, scrap his body, and extract that data from his head. In my time playing Dark Forces 2, this is the only mission that stumped me so bad, I had to go look up a walkthrough to figure out what to do. Seriously, this mission alone probably added an extra 30 minutes to my playtime, just running back and forth trying to figure out what to do. I don't think I'm the only one who experienced this either. There's a puzzle where you have to find this little switch on the wall and flip it to deactivate the ray shields in order to access a room where you find the blue key to open the door you need. I just completely missed that switch, and so I was running around aimlessly for a while before I just pulled up a walkthrough. This little red-drenched circular area is one of my favorite areas in the game, by the way, just because it looks so cool. Getting past that, we find 8T88's shuttle, and in the next room over, we find 8T88.
I finally get my chance to repay you.
Lovely, yes. Our master is on his way to the Valley of the Jedi as we speak, a fortune you will not be so lucky to experience.
Kyle is confronted by two creatures of the dark side. They're called the Deadly Twins of the Force, but, they're clearly not brothers. They don't look all that similar. The game calls them brothers, but this is due to their connection through the Force. Gork and Pick. One of them is small, agile, and fights very similar to Yoda from Attack of the Clones, just 5 years before that ever happened in real life. The other of them is a large, hulking mass that trudges around with what looks like a lightsaber. The one thing I just cannot seem to get over, however, is the size of their lightsabers. This one is cartoonishly large.
Look at the size of that thing.
Turns out that's not even actually a lightsaber. Those are pretty hard to come by after the Purge. He's using a light club, which is similar in concept to a lightsaber, but without the hyper-rare kyber crystal, so it's technically a lot weaker. Gork is a Gamorrean, and his real brother is another Gamorrean named Thok, who studied the martial arts of Teräs Käsi. Thok, being the smarter of the two Gamorrean brothers, sold his brother Gork to the prophet of the dark side, Lord Kronel, on Dromund Kaas. Kronel was collecting Force-sensitive pets to practice dark side alchemy on to mutate into new creatures, which is why Gork and Pick look similar despite being different species. This is the act of creating what is known as a Sith spawn. A Sith spawn is when a creature is mutated by darkside alchemy and gene alteration to be more brutal, powerful, and dangerous than they were before, though this also makes them more rabid and unpredictable. The two were both experimented on until Kronel eventually sold the two creatures to Jarek, who was interested in taking them on as acolytes. Gork was sold to the Empire by his brother Thok, but Pick was simply captured and handed over to Lord Kronel. Following their mutation into Sith spawn, the two found they had a powerful telepathic link through the dark side from what happened to them. Jarek recognized that this made them a formidable pair to have around and accepted them into his ranks. This fight really isn't that hard once you figure out their movements and abilities. I died a few times, but really, if you circle strafe Gork, you can take him out pretty easily using your advantage in agility, and once he's down, Pick doesn't stand a chance. Interestingly enough, and this is going to blow your mind, that little lightsaber you're seeing Pick use was later revealed to have been one once used by Yoda. I couldn't believe it when doing research for this, and the source was apparently an official article released at some point, though I could not find that article myself. I assume it was taken off following the Disney buyout. The claim was that the blade used by Pick in this sequence was given to him by Jarek, who found it among Ron's possessions. It was one of the many blades Yoda had once constructed and used, and Luke apparently even sent some of his Jedi to find it long after Kyle left it among the wreckage of the Sulan Star, which is the name of the cargo ship we're on right now, by the way. Take all of that with a grain of salt, however, as even its legitimacy regarding the Legends canon is questionable as far as I can tell. After a long and intense battle, Kyle is able to fell both of the Dark Jedi and retrieve the map from AT-88's remains. Now it's just a matter of fighting our way back to the exterior of the ship and finding somewhere Jan can pick us up. This mission isn't too long, but does feature the most prominent use of keycards in the whole game. Honestly, more so even than anything seen in the first Dark Forces game. There's a lot of wandering through the guts of the ship and trying to figure out where to even go. This mission also features the most prominent use of lighting in the game. There's a lot of dark rooms to navigate through. Other than that, there isn't really much more to say about this mission. Once you figure out where the keys are and familiarize yourself with navigating the level, you've pretty much reached the end. Climbing up to the exit, we can see the atmosphere now, and all we need to do is call Jan. Wait, hold on just a second. Why can we see the atmosphere? Okay, not to get too nitpicky, but we've been on the Sulan Star for a solid 2 hours at this point, at least. The time spent boarding the ship, killing the 2 Dark Jedi, and now escaping to this point, that's been like 2 hours. Now, I happen to know that the Sulan Star is heading straight for the location of the valley, which is on another planet. So why are we still in atmosphere? Why have we been in atmosphere until what looks like nightfall has arrived? Did we never leave the atmosphere? Have we just been flying through the skies of Sulan for the last 2 hours? If so, why? Shouldn't we be in space by now? Or better yet, right after departing like 2 hours ago? Well, maybe we're already on the planet of the valley. No, because the first thing we see after exiting this mission is Jan fixing Ouija, no, not that one, the robot, so that we can read 88's data and see the location of the valley. Why didn't we just follow the Sulan Star? Or better yet, why didn't Jan just board the Sulan Star? We'd already killed the 2 Dark Jedi and just about everyone else. If it was too risky for Jan to board, why didn't Kyle just get the Navicharts for this ship and send them to Jan? We've literally done that before in Dark Forces 1. I'm not done with this point, but let me just show you what happens next.
I think that should do it, Ouija.
The valley is being prepared for you, my lord.
Very good, Saris.
I can see Jarek's men. They've already gotten their hooks into this place. I've got to get to the top of that tower.
You're just gonna get into more trouble.
That's when you bail me out.
Okay, so we are literally shown footage of the Sulon Star docking on this planet and Jarek arriving shortly after by shuttle. So let me tell you what happened. We chased 88 to the Sulon Star to get the coordinates to the Valley of the Jedi. He was already destroyed, so we kill the Dark Jedi there, take his head, and leave the Sulon Star to go decode the coordinates we need, as the Sulon Star is literally en route to that exact destination. Upon decoding these coordinates, we follow them to the exact landing spot of the Sulon Star. There are only two explanations I can fathom as to why this was handled in such a convoluted fashion. Number one, Kyle had literally no idea that the ship he was on was headed straight towards the exact destination he wanted to go and didn't think to stow away, which means Kyle is an idiot because he just watched 88 board this ship along with half the remnant on Sulon to go somewhere. It's pretty obvious where they're going. You could suggest that maybe Kyle thought it was too dangerous to stay on the Sulon Star for that long, but by the time he got picked up by Jan, he'd already killed half the ship. I mean, reasonably, he would have been safer just stowing away. Or number two, Kyle did know, but figured he needed to rendezvous with Jan so they could get some distance and come in after the fact for a safer entrance, which meant decoding 88's head and following behind, which means Kyle is literally allowing Jarek to reach the valley before him. I don't even want to think about it anymore, let's just move on. By the way, the footage you're seeing on screen is depicting the lost planet of the Jedi, Ruusan. We're arriving long after the Imperials have, which has allowed them to fortify the entrance to the valley and set up shop. You know, defenses, scouts, snipers, trip mines, things Kyle could have potentially snuck past if he just stayed on the damn ship, which they seem to have set up a lot of things in a very short amount of time. I'll come back to that in a minute. This mission is pretty fun though. They really went all out on the verticality for this one too, as you'll be running along these cliff sides for the first half of the mission. This is where you can really have fun with the Force Pull ability, yanking Imperial's weapons right out of their hands while running towards them. The second half of the mission really ups the ante. I mean, look at the scale on display here.
There's always a bigger fish.
At this point in the game, I accidentally soft-locked myself from progressing. I was running all over, going back, looking for a way to get past these ray shields. I could see the little tube I was supposed to cross, but couldn't figure out how to access it. Turns out, there's a ventilation access underneath an elevator I'd activated, left down, stupidly jumped off the bridge into the water, and because my health was too low to survive the fall back down, meant I couldn't access the grate. Eventually, I managed to get across into their main base and really give them hell. Man, I love the concussion rifle. And just beyond this door is Kyle's destiny. Literally.
Finally, I get to wipe your putrid taste from the Force.
This is actually one of the coolest fights in the game. This is the Dark Jedi named Maw, M-A-W, and he levitates around on a robotic repulsor lift because he was cut in half during his encounter with a Jedi. Not unlike Maul, M-A-U-L, who crawled around on robotic spider legs because he was cut in half during his encounter with a Jedi.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Out of all the battles, this one actually had my favorite set piece. We fight Maw atop this long scaffolding bridge attached to the Sulan Star. We chase him across this bridge throughout our duel, and I have to say, it felt epic to play. Maw has actually had quite a difficult life and has been around since the Clone Wars. During the Clone Wars, Maw served the Jedi as what's called a Jedi Shadow, a group of specialized Jedi meant solely for seeking out dark side subjects or objects and destroying them. After the Jedi Purge, Maw fled and went into hiding until Jarek eventually found him and turned him to the dark side. Now here we are, but due to his age and the fact that he's missing half his body, Kyle actually still stands a chance. It's during this battle that your alignment matters. Once you defeat Maw, the game will check your force leaning to determine if you've chosen the path of the Jedi or been seduced by the dark side. The final missions will then play out according to that decision to determine the ending, but it's mostly the same no matter what, though there are some notable changes which we'll go over later. For now, let's finish this.
Weaponless. Kill me! You can't, can you? You're weak like your father. I remember it. Jarek. He gave him a sweet, slow death. A death worthy of a coward! I had the honor of taking his head and thrusting it on a spike for all to see.
Excellent, Katan. You've started your journey to the dark side. But that is not enough!
Looks like I can't bail you out of trouble this time.
Strike her down and realize your true destiny as a dark Jedi, your true power! No. A pity. Then you will die.
Well, the ship's anti-gravity engines are offline and the whole ship is falling slowly towards an explosive demise. This mission is short, but your ability to navigate your way through this rotating disaster about to explode is crucial, as you literally only have 5 minutes to do so. If you fail, you will die. Because this mission is less than 5 minutes long by design, there isn't much to say beyond that it's just so cool that it's included. Things like this really seem to escalate the story for me. I really love that the game lets us play our way through this descending death trap and make our way back to the Moldy Crow ourselves. It's just such a cool addition.
Such a bad fall. But you'll be glad to know I found your lightsaber. Want it? Oh, very distinctive. Oh.
Not so distinctive now, is it?
Enough of this. Tell Jarek that this Jedi will soon join the dead.
Oops.
is a Jedi. He deserves a battle.
As you can see, we're progressing with the light side path, but I'll talk about the alternative later. Kyle has to face down Saris, one of Jarek's most loyal followers. Interestingly, the lore surrounding her is pretty deep, going so far as to attribute her to a character seen in episode 4. Here. Her story is honestly the saddest of them all. Saris was born on the ancient Sith homeworld of Dromund Kaas, believe it or not, where she was raised as a prophetess of the dark side. She was born into a cult of people calling themselves the prophets of the dark side, who themselves believed their powers were derived from extensive suffering. This caused them to develop a twisted sense of sadism. Her father, Lord Kronal, who we have talked about before, was a head prophet of the Order, and gave her away freely to the other prophets to have their way with her. According to the lore, he himself did this to her as well. They also tortured her often, as they did each other and themselves. She apparently never knew which of the prophets was her father. This awful childhood caused her to become cruel and sadistic herself, although her true power was not realized until Jarek found her and completed her training into a Dark Jedi. It was from Saris's father Kronal that Jarek even learned of the Valley of the Jedi. He isn't spoken of at all in the game, but most of these characters and the events of this game can be traced back directly to Lord Kronal and his prophets of the dark side. As for Saris, she's facing off against Kyle Katarn. Struck by the grief of having just lost Yun, whom she did have some feelings for, and the anger towards Kyle, her concentration is off and her mind shrouded. This is Kyle's chance to take advantage and strike her down here and now, which he does, to her mercy, honestly. Her life was one of constant pain, misery, and hatred. This was the only way. Saris may be dead, but our time is running out. Jarek has entered into the valley's core now, and we still have to climb this whole tower before we can even enter the valley at all. We may have lost our lightsaber, but because Yun gave his life for ours, we've got his lightsaber to finish this. I actually kind of like the orange lightsaber. I know it looks yellow here, but that's because of the mod. In the original game, it's definitely more of an orange color. As for our ascent of the Imperial Tower, I guess my big question is, how the hell did they construct this whole thing so fast? Like, this cannot be from Jarek's men. There's just no way they constructed all of this so fast. They've only been here for a handful of hours, a day at most, so all of this must have already been here? That begs the question then, had the Empire already found the valley? Did Palpatine know about the valley and have people here looking for it? Was this leftover from the High Republic? Well, no, actually. Turns out it's none of that. I went and looked it up, and apparently, we're supposed to believe that this entire Imperial Tower was built in between Jarek's fleet of ships arriving and Kyle arriving. I know it's just a video game, and I shouldn't be questioning it this much, but come on. How long did it take Kyle to decode that map and get here? A week? If that's the case, why has it taken Jarek this long to access the valley's core? I guess we're supposed to assume that they've been spending days searching for the entrance and drilling for it? Which, okay, fine, I'll buy it. Let's just say it's been like 2 weeks, and they set all of this up and have been drilling and digging to find the entrance this whole time. That could have been avoided if Kyle had just followed the damn Sulon star. Anyway, back to the game. You can see the environment design here is actually spectacular. The giant mountains in the distance, the rocky cliffside terrain.
I hate them!
Overall, this mission is actually pretty fun, although it's much shorter than the following mission. It's still pretty memorable. I feel like some of this game's best gameplay comes from when the environments are big and open with a lot of sights to see. It really helps us drink in the Star Wars atmosphere. I do feel like they went a little overboard with this puzzle that's based around the airflow from inside of the facility. There's a lot of waiting and trying to time your movements around these bursts of air to get through the level. It's not the first time we've seen them in the game, but it is definitely the most we see them used in a single mission. Eventually, we're able to find the entrance to the tower and finally get inside. After climbing all that way to gain access to the tower, we will now spend the rest of the level trying to go back down again in order to find the valley's entrance. This mission is sort of like a last-minute trial by fire. It's filled with confusing layouts, claustrophobic corridors, difficult to navigate platforming bits, and an environmental puzzle that's based entirely on finding a series of very easy-to-miss switches. I don't hate it, but I could definitely feel it testing my patience. Well, actually, I guess I do both like and hate this level. What I like about it is that it feels like a test, a final push before reaching the valley. The last effort of Kyle Katarn to reach his goal before it's too late. It's pretty heavily laden with stormtroopers, and this does essentially act as the penultimate level of the game. What I don't like is that it's long, tedious, frustrating, and worst of all, kind of boring. That said, we do ride the cargo container down the tower and eventually find a tunnel that takes us further down into the dig site. We're not far now, just one more mission before our final confrontation. They've been doing some work down here. We can see a giant Imperial drill that they have used to essentially punch a hole straight into the Valley of the Jedi. This is the final mission of the game, and man, does it deliver. It really does offer that aura of unearthing something ancient and hidden. Wandering through these dark chambers with very little to light our way except the orange glow of our lightsaber. It feels as though there could be danger lurking around any corner. Yeah, like that. Wait, is that a Kell Dragon? Is that another Kell Dragon? How? How did these even get down here? There's just no way that they were brought down by the Empire. Even if they could bring them all that way, which they could not, they wouldn't fit, but why would they even bother? Were they already down here? Have they been down here for centuries, breeding and reproducing, surviving off of small vermin and rodents as they find them? Also, don't be that guy. I am more than aware that these were placed here because they are an enemy NPC and this was a good place to have the player confront them. I am here to overanalyze for plot and lore's sake. It's kind of my thing. I'm going to headcanon this as creatures that are just being similar looking to Kell Dragons, but actually they're a different type of alien. Look, I'm trying here, okay? I already overlooked the fact that the Mylox just happen to be on both planets so far. Past that, we find what is essentially our last puzzle of the game, and I actually really like it. It took me some work to figure it out, but it's a really clever way to incorporate a kind of Indiana Jones-like puzzle that meshes with the aesthetic and setting of this kind of tomb-like level. I actually found it to be fun and memorable. After solving this, the final gateway to the valley's core lay just ahead, and with it, Kyle's final trials.
This is gonna cost you a great lot of money you don't have.
As long as I'm around to pay you, I don't care.
My sentiments exactly.
Mine too!
Bach. The final of Jarek's 7 Dark Jedi disciples, and the maddest of them all at that. Born to the Twi'lek homeworld of Ryloth, Bach became obsessed with the Jedi Order at a very young age. It was his dream to follow in the footsteps of the great Twi'lek Jedi that had come before him, and this desire was only made stronger when he realized in himself that he had the strong proclivity towards Force sensitivity. In an unfortunate twist of destiny, the very year Bach was born was the year that the system's Jedi Watchman named Anun Bondara died, which meant that Bach's Force sensitivity went unchecked and unnoticed. By the time his sensitivity was discovered, he was deemed too old to be trained by the Jedi Council. Bach felt overwrought with dismay at this decision and felt denied his destiny. To make matters worse, it was only a few years later that the Republic fell and the Galactic Empire solidified. With that came the rise of the Twi'lek slave trade, which saw Bach sold to the Imperial Vice Admiral Screed. Screed abused and mistreated Bach for years, only further breeding the hatred inside of him. Eventually, Jarek found and felt the Force sensitivity within Bach and ordered Screed to hand over the Twi'lek for execution. Screed reluctantly agreed. Rather than executing Bach, however, Jarek assumed ownership of him as his new master. He did not free the Twi'lek and continued to treat him as a personal slave, which cemented Bach's hatred of humans, and continued to reinforce his cruel and sadistic ways. Jarek did grant Bach's single wish to learn the ways of the Force, but in a cruel last crushing blow to Bach's dreams of being a Jedi, he ended up simply becoming a Dark Jedi instead. As for the battle itself, I think you can see on screen how frustrating this battle is. I mean, he just hops around the room endlessly. It's actually a pretty difficult fight to win. Also, Bach is the earliest depiction I can think of to show the use of dual-wielding lightsabers on screen, even if it is a video game. After a long and intense battle, we do eventually overcome Bach and strike him down. Swallowed up into the valley's core, Kyle becomes trapped inside with Jarek and no way out. This is the final duel. It's up to Kyle to defeat Jarek here and now and fulfill an ancient prophecy foretold to his father decades ago. Oh yeah, we should talk about that. Years ago when Morgan Katarn, Kyle's father, first stumbled upon the Valley of the Jedi, he was told of a prophecy that a Jedi Knight would find the valley and free the spirits trapped inside. Morgan later went on to suspect that his own son might fulfill this prophecy, which is why he had the map all of these years. Well, now Jarek is here to take the power of the lost Jedi spirits for himself. So who is Jarek anyway? Before I go into this, I want to clarify that an immense amount of the lore I've been talking about was established retroactively after the game released, but it was established through canon means and was accepted as canonical until the Disney buyout of 2012. Jarek was a Mira Luca Jedi Master who specialized in archaeology. His race has always been exceedingly rare due to an incident thousands of years ago that wiped out the Mira Luca homeworld. We'll get to that in a later video, I'm sure. And since then, they have essentially been a nomadic race, struggling to stay in existence. Although they are born physically blind, they are extremely Force sensitive and can even see through the Force itself. Jarek was raised and trained by the Jedi Jocasta Nu, who found him and encouraged his strong thirst for knowledge. Jocasta, being an archaeologist for the Order in her knighthood days before becoming the chief librarian, related heavily to Jarek's love of learning, which is why she passed on her job to him when she became a Jedi Master and accepted the position of overseeing the Jedi archives. Although Jarek did take on an apprentice himself named Amisa Daris, he would end up abandoning her as soon as she passed the Jedi trials and became a knight. Jarek's obsession with the location of the Valley of the Jedi was growing. What had started as a quest to locate and retrieve the information for the Jedi Council had become a self-motivated need to acquire the knowledge hidden there. Jarek's search for the valley led him into the unknown regions for several years. Normally, something like this would have been noticed by the Jedi Order pretty quickly, but shortly after Jarek disappeared into the unknown regions, a little thing called the Clone Wars broke out. With all of their attention now on the war, pretty much everyone forgot Jarek even existed. Many probably assumed he was killed by the Separatists. Some Jedi did mention him in the EU during the Clone Wars, including Obi-Wan, but most assumed he must just be dead. When the Great Jedi Purge occurred, Jarek was nowhere to be found. Yet Jarek literally sat out the entirety of the Clone Wars, lost in the unknown regions looking for the Valley of the Jedi. When he eventually returned, not long after the rise of the Galactic Empire, Jarek made it all the way to Coruscant before realizing that the Jedi had been totally wiped out. Still being a Jedi himself, he quickly deduced what his fate would be if he remained, and he immediately turned around and fled back towards the unknown regions. It was too late, however, as the Imperial Inquisitorius had already figured out exactly who he was. In fact, they were under strict orders to find him since his fate had never been formally declared. It didn't take long before the Empire cornered Jarek, and the Inquisitors offered him an ultimatum: turn to the dark side and serve the Emperor, or die. Not only did Jarek happily accept their offer, he had already been strongly considering the dark side as a means to increase his knowledge for years. This was the excuse he had been waiting for. From there, Jarek spent his time as an Inquisitor, expanding his knowledge of the dark side, finding ancient Sith and Jedi relics to deliver to the Emperor, and of course, hunting Jedi. Although many of the Jedi Jarek found were the very ones he turned to serve him instead of killing them, an idea he got from reading the Emperor's own writings, albeit one he executed against the Emperor's wishes and without his knowledge. Jarek had been formulating a way to dispose of both Palpatine and Vader throughout the entirety of his service as an Inquisitor, but of course the need for this dissolved following the Battle of Endor. And so with no one to look over his shoulder and a power vacuum left to be filled, Jarek immediately sought out a portion of the Imperial Remnant and took control to formulate his own personal army under his will. Though due to the scattered nature of the Empire, this was only a fraction of the available forces at the time, as different sectors were claimed by different leaders, essentially turning the Empire into a series of quasi-military forces ruled by different warlords. And with his newly established dark forces, Jarek resumed in full his quest to discover the location of the lost Valley of the Jedi. Okay, so I know that's a lot, but believe it or not, that's just the short version. I left out tons of details about not only his character, but all of them. It's just too much for the video, but I had to give you at least the rundown on who it is we're facing right now. So after all of that, all those years, his life's work spent seeking the Valley of the Jedi, he did finally find it after all. And just as he lived his life in obsession with it, he will die here, buried inside of the very thing he'd spent his life searching for. After a very long, and I mean I spent just under an hour fighting him, drawn-out battle, Kyle finally gets the better of his opponent.
I am defenseless. Strike me down, and the power of the dark side will be yours.
I'm sure you haven't forgotten. I was the one who murdered your father.
No, I haven't.
Thank you, Father.
And that's it. Star Wars Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2. The prophecy was fulfilled, the spirits of the valley freed. Jarek finally put to rest, and Kyle Katarn's Jedi trial overcome. Even so, there are still a lot of dark forces left in the galaxy, waiting for someone to stop them. A lot of innocent people waiting for someone to save them. Someone like Kyle, someone who walks the path of the light. A Jedi Knight. So, Kyle saved Jan, defeated Jarek, and preserved the secrets within the Valley of the Jedi. But what if he didn't? It wouldn't be a proper game about embodying the path of the Jedi Knight without including the slow seduction of the dark side. Dark Forces 2 actually features an alternate ending dependent on how you played through the game up until now. The game shows you a meter at the bottom of your screen at the end of every level, depicting how close you are to becoming a Jedi of the Light or falling into the dark side. This meter is determined by a number of variables like your success in defending the civilian NPCs across the game's levels, whether or not you intentionally hurt civilians or droids like gonk droids or protocol droids, and lastly, if you attain or use dark side or light side powers and how much you use them. You can't really cheese it either. I was reading a bunch of people's different experiences and saw they only unlocked and used light side powers, but still got the dark ending because they hurt civvies and droids, and then you can use a dark side power here and there if you are really attentive to civvies and droids. So the game is really taking all of your actions into account. So what changes if you choose the path of the dark side?
Why do I need you, Jarek, when I can take all the power of the Valley myself?
A pity. Then you will die.
85% of the game's narrative is the same no matter what, but after you defeat Maw is when all of the changes happen. Instead of trying to save Jan, Kyle simply strikes her down and tells Jarek he'll be taking the power of the Valley for himself. Then the scene plays out pretty much the same from there. After escaping the falling ship in the light ending, we saw Kyle damage the Moldy Crow and ended up being taken captive by Saris and Yun. And Yun sacrificed himself to give Kyle a fighting chance, as we saw, because Yun was spared by Kyle earlier in the game. In the dark ending, however, Saris is nowhere to be seen, and instead, Yun confronts Kyle as we have our rematch, killing the young Dark Jedi for good this time. After this, the last 5 levels play out pretty much identically to the light side ending, except Jan is notably absent from the cutscene where Kyle finds Jarek in the Valley's core. Although as expected, the dark side powers are a little bit more fun to play through these levels with. Force choke, lightning, destruction, I mean come on. These are the fun Force powers, so it's pretty cool to walk through this small sect of the Empire like a monster. Then of course we get a different ending entirely after defeating Jarek that I'm just gonna play now.
Our spies bring word of a small rebel uprising on Danuta.
I have no time for petty uprisings. Extinguish them painfully.
Yes, Emperor.
to remember, son, when you're at the Academy, how very proud I am of you.
Yeah, a pretty grim ending, especially if you got this one first back in the day. I imagine the player would be restarting the game right away. So Kyle takes Saris to his side and essentially utilizes the power of the Valley to establish himself as the new Emperor. Bro, imagine a what-if novel follow-up to this ending where Luke has to take out Kyle Katarn. I would be buying that book on day one. Because, you know, there's a few other Jedi out there at this point Kyle would have to contend with if he really went this route. And we even get a small mention of a resistance on Danuta, which is a great callback to Dark Forces 1, being the planet where Kyle stole the original Death Star plan, starting him on this journey. Back in the late 90s, multiple endings like this weren't exactly common, and this one is implemented so well that it makes the game even more an awesome experience than it already was. I will say though that from a narrative standpoint, this turn comes out of absolutely nowhere. I love the inclusion mechanically, but Kyle literally becomes a different person within like 3 seconds. It doesn't really feel natural, but I mean it's just a novelty to be honest, so I like it. Let's talk about the other game mode in Dark Forces 2, the multiplayer. Yeah, this game actually has a multiplayer. I can't say very much on it though, since it would obviously be a very complicated process to set up and make playing it with people a very feasible idea. I did hop into a few of the maps myself just to check it out and see what it all looks like. It's probably exactly what you're expecting. It's an arena-style, objective-based multiplayer that looks like it would play very similar to Quake or Unreal's multiplayer modes at the time. Your game types are pretty standard fare as well. You've got Deathmatch, CTF, you get the idea. Exception being the mode where everyone can have a lightsaber and force powers, making it a battle of dark and light Jedi instead of your conventional arena shooter. I mean, it's a cool inclusion, and since this game was exclusive only to the PC, I'm sure there was a small multiplayer community going on back then for it too. Obviously, if you're looking at the game now from a modern view to gauge if it's worth your time to play, this multiplayer is in no way a selling point. There's a 99% chance you'll be skipping over this entirely, as it's not at all a reason to install and boot up this game. But I feel like it's still cool that it exists. All that said, if you really are interested in playing this multiplayer, then I have to tell you that there are a handful of very passionate and dedicated fan bases keeping this game alive. You'll have to do a little digging, but there are some channels posting their clips of playing Dark Forces 2, and some Discord servers out there who love this game and strive to keep it alive. So it is still being played by some people out there. As for the music, there is next to nothing I can say about it since none of it is actually for or from Dark Forces 2. Most of, if not all of the music you'll hear in the game is quite literally the exact same music from the movies, which my opinion is pretty split on. The positive is that it really does help the game to feel like a legitimate Star Wars game. The saturation of John Williams music across the game's levels and cutscenes does so much to make the player feel like they're really playing a true Star Wars movie. Like they're really participating in Kyle's journey to become a Jedi. The negative is that it robs the game of its own identity. You, the viewer, have not heard any of the Williams music in here because I've gone to great lengths to cut it all out to avoid being assaulted by copyright claims. One of the things I did while essentially rescoring all of the cutscenes is utilize several remade orchestral renditions of the original Dark Forces music. I found a full remaster of the Dark Forces 1 OST to use here, put together by this channel I found called Richard Barret Jr., so shout out to him for doing this. I did this to try to add some original identity back into the experience because without its own music, while it does feel just like a real Star Wars movie, the lack of original music and melodies makes it feel like it's lacking its own identity. Lots of, if not most, Star Wars games lean heavy on the iconic motifs from the movie scores, but they often integrate a lot of original melodies in there with it. This game, however, just literally uses the exact music from the movies every step of the way. So as brilliant as this game is, this is one of the biggest missteps in my opinion. Let's wrap this up with my final thoughts on the game. Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2 is not only one of the greatest Star Wars games ever made, it's legit one of the best video games in general. I've been playing a lot of Star Wars games lately for this channel, and I'll tell you straight up, this is better than most of them. Not only did it beat several of the most important trendsetters in FPS games to market, like Half-Life and Halo, it attempted voluminous amounts of ambitious new things that a lot of the other games from that time weren't even considering yet. Things like live-action cutscenes, morality systems, multiple endings affected by your gameplay and not just your binary choices in certain areas, massive levels, tight and responsive platforming. I mean, the game lets you have an entire arsenal of weapons, multiple force powers, and a lightsaber to take on the Imperial Remnant with. It pits you against multiple Dark Jedi, lets you fight on these fantastic set-piece levels like on top of moving ships, giant balconies, and inside of ancient underground tombs. Even with this video being the length it is, there's still so much lore I couldn't cover, and there's so many things I didn't get to touch on. Like Ron's character, who talks and teaches Kyle the ways of the Jedi throughout the story, or the extensive history of Ruusan in the Valley of the Jedi. I just couldn't cover every little detail, but honestly, I think you should go play it and see it all for yourself anyway. It's just a straight up brilliant game that any Star Wars fan should have played before. Although I'm sure that there's plenty of very valid criticisms one could make about the game, I only have one that bothered me personally. In Dark Forces 1, we visited over a dozen unique locations. I'm talking multiple planets, moons, space stations, and starships. The first game had us everywhere from Vader's capital ship to Jabba's capital ship, blood moons and ice planets. Sure, they were all just the same flat maps with slightly different designs, but the narrative context made it all feel so exciting. Dark Forces 2 falls incredibly flat in that regard. Despite being a longer game with several more missions, you will only ever see 3 planets across its 21 levels. The first 2 levels take place on Nar Shaddaa, the next 10 all take place on the moon Sulan, with the final 9 missions being on the planet Ruusan. I mean, all 3 of these locations are really cool, and each one features a variety of interesting and exciting locations to see, so I can barely even call it a criticism since it's a quality over quantity situation. Really, it's just kind of a shame that this is probably the least played game in the Jedi Knight series. I mean, the fact that it only ever released for Windows PC, and in a time when having a PC that could run games like this was a lot more rare, the barrier to entry was admittedly high. But this is the definitive Kyle Katarn story. This is the most important tale of the character's life, in my opinion. This is his moment, when he reconnected with his father's legacy, when he accepted the Force, when he finally avenged the death of his father by killing the man who murdered him. His first use of a lightsaber and his first battles with Dark Jedi. The following 2 games would become far more popular and widely played due to their being ported to consoles and the industry as a whole just being larger at the time, but this one is quite possibly the most important entry of the series, narratively speaking. I was the inverse of that scenario, however, as this was the only one I played for many years of my life. I did get to play the first 3 levels of Mysteries of the Sith on a demo disc I got later on, and eventually I did manage to get my hands on a copy of Jedi Academy. To this day, I still have never really played Jedi Outcast, so for the longest time, this was my only entry into the world of Jedi Knight, and so I guess I just go way back with it. Nostalgia or not, this is genuinely one of the most fun Star Wars games I have ever played. Speaking of Mysteries of the Sith, I never did see what was past those first 3 levels. Only 4 months after the release of the groundbreaking Jedi Knight Dark Forces 2, LucasArts released a massive standalone expansion pack for it called Star Wars Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith. You may be asking yourself, why would I bother covering an expansion pack in its own video? And I'll tell you why. Because Mysteries of the Sith is an expansion pack in name only. In execution, it is very much its own game. Mechanically, this new entry is nearly identical to its predecessor in Dark Forces 2, but what it lacks in innovation, it more than makes up for in execution and content. Lengthwise, it is shorter than Dark Forces 2, but it's actually longer than the original Dark Forces, and has more of a story too, which leads me to consider this the true third entry of the Jedi Knight series. Unlike Dark Forces 2, however, Mysteries of the Sith doesn't have any kind of morality system, so it's more like the original Dark Forces, where you'll simply be playing through a series of levels towards one predetermined conclusion, so no need to worry about multiple endings or anything. Now going into this one, I actually had some prior experience from back when I was a kid, but not much. Like I mentioned in my coverage of Dark Forces 2, I owned a demo disc of Mysteries which contained only the first 3 levels. Now I played those first 3 levels multiple times but had no idea what was past them beyond a vague synopsis I heard in a video once. Which meant this game has always had this air of mystery to it for me, no pun intended. So I was genuinely pretty excited to fire it up and find out what I'd missed out on before. Let's talk about how I'll be playing it for this video and what you'll be seeing footage of. The Dark Forces 2 Remaster fan mod I used last time actually does have some application for Mysteries of the Sith as well, but it doesn't offer it the full makeover treatment. Well, actually it does, but as it turns out, getting everything installed and running to make it look the same as the Dark Forces 2 Remaster is a massive pain. And since I do these videos to encourage people to play them, the fact that making everything run on Mysteries of the Sith with the updated texture replacement was so annoying means I'm not recommending pursuing that as of now. No worries though, because the DF2 mod actually has built-in compatibility with Mysteries of the Sith, enough to make some serious quality of life improvements. After applying the mod, we can enjoy the game in crisp HD widescreen graphics with a nice, smooth, unlocked frame rate and some great lighting adjustments. It's not quite the total overhaul the DF2 mod was, but it still looks awesome in my opinion. Overall, this is far closer to the look of the original game, but with a deep, clean, and fresh layer of polish. There is a way to install the updated models and textures to make the game look a little more modern, but after looking at footage of what it looked like online, I determined it wasn't nearly enough of an improvement to make it worth the trouble it would take to get it to work. The guy is still working on it all though last I saw, and he's even trying to apply updated models to the cutscenes, which is awesome, so I'll keep my eye on the project and maybe do an update video on that down the line. If you do really want that full-on Mysteries of the Sith remaster treatment right now, then you can just mess with it for the hour or two that it'll take to get it all running right, but if you're cool with the graphics as they are, then I'd recommend just playing through it all as is while using the same DF2 remastered mod that applies to this game too. It's super easy to get running, and it's totally worth it. If you installed the DF2 mod to play through that one already, you can literally just launch Mysteries of the Sith from that menu in the Expansions and Mods tab, and then run a quick install and you're done. Simple as. Since this game only ever released on PC, there's really no reason not to run it with the mod for that HD widescreen support. Yeah, this is yet another Star Wars game that never saw a console release, but I guess it's fine because I'd rather have it be a PC exclusive than the alternative. Plus, its Steam availability means it's going on sale constantly. I promise if you wishlist it, then you'll end up seeing it on sale for like $2 or $3 at some point shortly thereafter. Being marketed as just an expansion pack meant that Mysteries of the Sith wasn't trying to make some great strides or improvements over the game it was attached to, and as such, it plays pretty much the same in every way. When the box art calls this a set of companion missions, it means it. Mysteries of the Sith runs on the Sith engine, same as Dark Forces 2, and that means they both play relatively the same. So much to the point that all of the weapons and handling are still identical to what we've seen before. Even so, Mysteries of the Sith does seek to make some genuine improvements where it can. Included now is full colored lighting rendered through the Sith engine, which made everything look far better at the time. And in place of the live-action cutscenes we got previously, the team included 3D rendered cutscenes using in-game models via the engine itself. Additionally, some pretty big improvements were given to the game's AI, making enemies more formidable and aggressive. The biggest example of this is that in Dark Forces 2, when Kyle would force pull the weapons from an enemy's hand, they would simply run around aimlessly. This time around, they'll sprint towards the player and begin punching us. Arguably the biggest improvement is to the Force itself. Mysteries of the Sith has far more Force powers to play with than DF2, and the ones returning feel way more powerful. Even better, we can use whichever powers we like without concern of it pulling us towards a bad ending, since there's only one, which means we can fire lightning and force choke people without fear of consequences. Then of course you've got the story, which is this game's biggest justifier of me calling it a standalone title. Let's lead into the plot here. See, unlike Dark Forces 2, which sought to make its own mark on the Star Wars EU, Mysteries of the Sith happily dives headfirst into that massive universe and marries itself to Timothy Zahn's iconic Thrawn trilogy by bringing in one of the biggest fan-favorite EU characters of all time, Mara Jade. Really, it's kind of shocking this game isn't talked about much more, because between Kyle and Mara, it's got two of the biggest EU darlings as primary characters. So why is Mara in this game? Well, it takes place 5 years after Dark Forces 2, and Kyle Katarn has agreed to train Mara what he knows and has learned about being a Jedi Knight, which means that it takes place after the Thrawn trilogy too, but before the Vong arrival. I really wish I could say more about any of that, but there is no more information I could find. At some point, Kyle agreed to train Mara in everything he knew as she pursued the path of the Jedi. And then they meet up to do so, and that's where the game starts. So, Kyle and Mara have met up to train together at a New Republic outpost on the planet of Altair 5, when the Imperial Remnant shows up out of nowhere and begins sieging the base for some reason. This is where the player takes control of Kyle, and we do what Kyle does.
Excellent, Mara. You're becoming very adept at using the Force to anticipate my actions. Someday that insight may save your life.
What's going on?
Captain Katarn, report to Ops immediately! Captain Katarn, report to Ops immediately!
Commander, what's the situation?
We detected 2 asteroids approaching our atmosphere and thought they'd break up on contact. We became alarmed when they took up a geosynchronous orbit and began bombarding our shields. They appear to be some sort of new Imperial weapons, disguised as asteroids to take us by surprise.
Looks like they were successful.
It's not something you typically see in an asteroid.
Sir, our long-range outpost on Delta 3 has picked up an Imperial strike force entering hyperspace. Using their last known course and speed, we estimate they will arrive within 3 hours.
We can't get our evacuation shuttles off the ground with those asteroids pinning us down. And once the primary force arrives, we're done for.
Sensors detect Imperial ground troops landing just outside our shields.
Send squads 2 and 5 to Blue Sector. Tell all troops to prepare for ground assault.
We still have a chance. I'm gonna see if I can borrow a shuttle from our visitors, then I'll see what I can do about those asteroids.
I'm going with you. You're gonna...
No, Mara, I need you to stay here to coordinate the base defenses. I'll signal you when it's clear to begin the evacuation.
Better make it fast. We have less than 3 hours. And Katarn.
Yes?
Good luck.
Thanks. I have a feeling I'm gonna need it.
A sect of the Imperial Remnant has begun storming the New Republic outposts on Altair 5 for... reasons? It's not really explained why they attacked this exact location. Maybe because someone tipped them off to the fact that both Kyle and Mara were here. And maybe they thought they could deal a pretty huge blow to the New Republic if they could blow a hole into this base. Maybe they'll explain it later, but right now we've got some work to do. This game feels a lot more connected to the universe than DF2 did already, because we've already gotten to see all of these New Republic soldiers and characters in this base, and it just feels way more immersed into the Star Wars universe. DF2 had this really nomadic feeling to it, but that does not carry over to this game. Just look at this opening. We're fighting stormtroopers while we have the New Republic soldiers fighting right alongside us, and the scale of Mysteries of the Sith tries to be so much bigger. I mean, just watch this A-Wing explode. The level design in this game gets way more complicated though, like each level is way more unusual to navigate, and I tended to get lost way more in this game than I ever did in the other two. I remember a lot of this from when I was a kid, surprisingly, but even with that, I was still getting lost. Like, I was getting lost a lot. Kyle eventually links up with a New Republic commander who tells him that power is down and it's making evacuation hard, so Kyle rushes through the hallways towards the backup generator to reroute the auxiliary power. With that done, Kyle figures out that this attack is coming from these two artificial asteroids that recently entered orbit. Those asteroids not only contain a whole host of Imperial Remnant forces, but also a massive laser cannon they're prepping to point right at this base so they can commence an orbital bombardment. So I just need to commandeer an Imperial shuttle and fly up to meet the asteroids. The only problem is, navigating this level is a nightmare. It's so hard to figure out where the hell to go most of the time. And this is actually a reoccurring problem in this game. Like, this happened once or twice in DF2, but it happens in nearly every level this time. I don't know if they did it intentionally to extend the game's runtime, or if they just didn't really know how to make their levels flow as well. I lean towards the former because half the time I would find the way forward being straight up hidden and out of sight. Maybe it was to sell more strategy guides or something, I don't know. But eventually I find my way to this AT-ST literally still in the first level, and so I gotta Kyle Katarn the thing. Shortly after that, we're able to find our way to the shuttle, kill everyone around it, steal it, and fly to the asteroid bases headed our way.
This is Kyle. I've captured the Imperial shuttle. I'm preparing to lift off for the asteroids. I'll contact you when I have them neutralized.
Understood. Better make it fast. Their primary force will be here in no time.
Mission 2 starts with our landing on the asteroid crust of one of the two artificial rocks currently flying towards the base with the massive laser built into it. Our job is to infiltrate the Imperial base, find the weapon, redirect the laser to target the other artificial asteroid, blow that one up, set the core of this asteroid to overload, then bail out of here before it explodes. Or as Kyle Katarn calls it, Tuesday. I actually really like the look of this mission. This expansion pack somehow feels so much more like something from the expanded universe than the other two games did. It's hard to explain, but like building a super laser into the core of two different asteroids, then expanding an entire Imperial base throughout those asteroids only to equip them with engines so they can fly from planet to planet is the exact kind of ridiculous thing the Imperial Remnant was always getting up to in the EU books. Presumably, the fact that this is an artificial asteroid is why we have oxygen and normal gravity, which makes getting up to our old ways of infiltration and espionage all the more easy. The first thing we need to do, though, is take out an entire legion of Imperial stormtroopers and the base defenses in what is probably the closest to the original Doom any of these games have felt so far. Circle strafing to fire off rockets at dozens of enemies, it's really going to push Kyle to his limits this time around. I actually ended up getting stuck at this part, because you're supposed to find a sniper rifle and then shoot out the control panel of this door that unlocks from a distance. But I didn't find said sniper rifle, so I just had to start blasting at the door's general direction until it worked. This game is filled with these quirky little things that you have to do to beat the level, and I'm starting to really think this was just to sell strategy guides, because DF2 was not nearly as convoluted in its missions as Mysteries of the Sith is. Once I do get into the tower, finally, it's back to cutting up the ops. This is where the game takes us into the guts of the asteroid and its base. We'll spend pretty much the next 2.5 missions rummaging through this rock trying to find the laser controls so we can blow these things up. We do get some platforming more akin to what we were seeing in the last game, having to utilize our force jump to get across these deep caverns. I love this part though. We see this TIE interceptor and a TIE fighter landed here, and we can cut through their pilots pretty quickly. And look at this docking area where we can see how Imperials board an AT-AT, which I'm not sure if I've ever seen anything like this in the lore. It's pretty cool to see this. Leaving this area, we have to cut through a few more troopers, and then we grab this conveniently placed ground turret. And, well, I mean... This whole expansion stays consistently more high energy and explosive than DF2. It's actually kind of incredible. I'm a little distraught at how overlooked this expansion has been because, and I'll be saying this more throughout the video, this whole expansion is pretty awesome. After luring this turret to blow itself up, we flip a switch, commandeer a speeder, and ride it straight down into the asteroid core.
survived that fall. Base, this is TK-8252. We have eliminated the intruder. Repeat, we have eliminated the intruder.
Gravity is a harsh mistress.
Now, Mission 3 should conceivably be pretty short since the level design itself is pretty small. Honestly, this is one of the smallest physical levels across both games, but it ended up taking me just as long, if not more time to beat than the previous two levels. This was strictly because, as I mentioned before, the environmental puzzles across this game are way more weird and hidden than the last two games. It does have a lot of verticality, which is cool, and there are some very unique layouts across the level, but the thing that'll keep you stuck on this mission for a while is just trying to figure out what the hell to do. Realistically, you could beat this mission in under 10 minutes, but trying to figure out what to do is insane. You've essentially got to ride this elevator down, cut the cable to the power of this small outpost, redirect the targeting system from the base to the other artificial asteroid, and then fire. Problem is, power has been turned down from the cannon. So we then have to make our way to a different outpost, turn the cannon up to full power, trek back to the weapons control panel, and fire. I both really like and really don't like this. It's pretty pervasive across every level. I like that the game doesn't hold your hand or give you ugly objective trackers, but I really don't like how it totally destroys the flow of each level and ends up being boring. This kind of level design is really difficult for developers to strike a balance of giving the player enough level context to figure out what to do without straight up telling them. Mysteries of the Sith kind of falls flat in its attempt, unfortunately.
That takes care of one of them. Now to set the self-destruct and get out of here.
With the other asteroid destroyed, now we just need to do something about the one we're currently on. So, Kyle has the bright idea to travel deeper into the core, find the reactor cooling system, shut it down to make the reactor overload and blow itself up. Easier said than done, but infiltrating Imperial installations, setting them to explode and then escaping is Kyle's speciality. We didn't pack any sequencer charges this go around, so we'll have to slice the cooling system's auxiliary battery, drop down this tunnel, and open this hatch to flood access to the actual cooling system's main generator, slice the main power circuits, and then go power the whole system down at the source. From there, the reactor immediately begins overheating, sending it into overload, so we need to sprint towards our shuttle. No, really, the game gives you roughly 30 seconds to run through what is essentially a miniature obstacle course. If you don't make it, the explosion will swallow Kyle into oblivion along with it. But this isn't how Kyle's story ends, not by a long shot. Calling our speeder down, we board it so we can get the hell out of the core, find our shuttle, and leave yet another exploding Imperial installation in our rear view window port.
Mara, this is Kyle. Mission accomplished. It's clear to give the evacuation codes.
Way to go, Kyle. I'll meet you at the hangar. But why take separate ships?
Because I've discovered some references to a hidden temple on the remote planet of Droman Kaz. Something I don't think the Empire wanted anyone to see.
Are you gonna investigate?
I feel as if I have to.
And I suppose you have to do it alone.
Mara, I need you to stay here. The New Republic needs you to—
But my training! Yeah, I understand. Look, you know where to find me.
You've learned all you can from me. May the Force be with you, Mara.
Try to stay out of trouble, Kyle.
Mara, the New Republic is still in desperate need of supplies, and we aren't always able to locate them through honest channels. Kappa the Hutt has agreed to sell us these items in exchange for a certain degree of, how shall I say, amnesty?
Hey, if you want to do business with the slug, it's none of my concern. But why me?
Mon Mothma asked for you personally. She felt that because of your prior smuggling affiliations that he might trust you more than any of our other envoys. Also, with Kyle gone, we need your help more than ever.
All right, I'll do it. Tell your master that Mara Jade wishes to discuss a deal on behalf of the New Republic, one which could be very lucrative for him.
Mara Jade, Oya King Sonyat Bangla, Mena Kon Jedi Soba, Itka Skywalker Tonkuta, Brinka Jabba, Nekapa no Bata.
That was different. I'm not.
Me Jusku, Mara Jade.
I guess I'm gonna have to find a way to let myself in.
So with Kyle gone to investigate this mysterious world, the player's perspective is moved to take control of Mara Jade for the remainder of the game. Now there's a bit of an elephant in the room I'm going to have to address. In the form of this character we are now playing as. Mara Jade was a fan-favorite Star Wars character for years, damn near 2 decades even. Following her introduction as a smuggler who had previously been a specialized Imperial agent called the Emperor's Hand before the Empire's fateful defeat at the Battle of Endor. She would go on to become a Jedi Knight and become a crucial pillar of the expanded universe's continuity. While I'm sure there were some people who didn't like her, from what I can remember, the community pretty much loved her character. Timothy Zahn claimed he set out to introduce her as a complex and interesting female protagonist, further saying he felt the Star Wars universe was lacking in more complex female heroes. So in his fantastic book, Star Wars: Heir to the Empire, Mara Jade's character was introduced into the Star Wars expanded universe. Mara was a passionate but flawed character with sensitivity to the Force but lacking training in its usage. Her motivations were complicated and her plights were often sympathetic even though her actions were often questionable. This made her relatable. Here's where things get sadistically ironic. The fan base took to her immediately and loved the way her character overcame struggles, went through trials, and eventually ended up marrying Luke Skywalker. They were endeared to her tumultuous journey to become a Jedi, and this made the fan base, myself included, want to see way more of her throughout the other media releases. There were 2 major problems with this, however. Issue number 1 was that Timothy Zahn was given final approval of any cameo regarding Mara's character, and he made it a point to only sign off in instances wherein she was some kind of leading role, with a few exceptions. Issue number 2 was that George Lucas really didn't like Mara Jade, and in 2007 he openly contradicted the expanded universe by stating he did not believe Luke Skywalker was married in his own canon. This wasn't new. Lucas has said before that he always kind of saw the EU as its own sort of world. A quick note is that many people use this example to suggest that Lucas didn't like the EU in general, but that's just not true. He pulled lots of things from the EU for the prequels. George didn't come up with the planet of Coruscant, Timothy Zahn did, but George still happily included it to maintain consistency with the canon as much as he could. He even said when writing he would browse the wiki to see different ideas of what had been done and try to consider them. George didn't like some of the EU, but he did like a lot of it as far as I've been able to tell, but his dislike for Mara Jade's character was pretty known, so much that it became a joke which he himself participated in a Robot Chicken sketch about the character.
I am not the creator of Mara Jade, and I want you to get out of this office right now.
So we had this strong, complicated, well-written female protagonist Jedi Knight whom was beloved and accepted by the fanbase right away. A character that made fans constantly talk about wanting to see her in more things, but that got routinely passed over for more roles due to production just not liking using her. Which is weird, because I was led to believe that before Disney, all EU Star Wars fans hated strong and capable female protagonists. Food for thought. I do feel that it's important to point all of that out so I can emphasize just how special it is that we're playing as Mara Jade right now. This isn't just some cool expansion pack. This is a work of pure passion from the creators who had to get approval from her character's creator to include her and make the only video game wherein we get to play directly as Mara Jade through a series of her own story-based missions. Regardless of other aspects and mysteries of the Sith, the chance to see, hear, and play as such an important character It's such a treat. So all of that being said, what is Mara Jade getting up to right now? Well, we've come to pay a visit to Kappa the Hutt, who may have information regarding a large content of New Republic supplies. Supplies that the New Republic needs, but must convince Kappa to offer up. Mon Mothma suggested Mara for the task due to her brief stint as a smuggler following the Empire's collapse, believing Mara may be able to convince Kappa to play ball. Well, Kappa has been pretty resistant so far, associating Luke's involvement as a Jedi with Jabba the Hutt's demise. This causes Mara to have to fight her way through Kappa's place by force, killing a whole host of his mercenaries. I mean, he didn't leave us much of a choice. There is a part where we have to fool one of his TT-8L gatekeeper droids to let us in by disguising ourselves as a Grave Tusken, which is a mechanic I did not expect to see in this game, honestly. While I was playing through this mission, I thought we were back on Tatooine. I was ready to update the counter, but I can't tell. I looked everywhere to try and see where Kappa is located online or where this palace even is, but I couldn't find anything. The game never actually clarifies where we are in this mission. So in light of that, gauging by the large presence of Tuskens and the overall aesthetic of the desert landscape, I'm just assuming we're on Tatooine. Eventually though, we find some charges and plant them over Kappa's throne room to let ourselves in.
Tell your men to back off. Back off! Look, I came here to make a simple deal, but no, you wanted to do things the hard way. I'm not here to work for you. You're in no position to negotiate. Very well. What do you propose? Fine, where is it? Oh, why do I feel like I'm gonna regret this? Kappa's agent said Takar's Lieutenant Abram Mar hangs out at the spaceport cantina. But when I find him, I can convince him to be cooperative. Now, if I could just find the cantina and avoid all the unsavory characters along the way.
In an attempt to aggressively negotiate her deal with Kappa, she unintentionally walks herself into a situation where she must accept something of a counteroffer. It seems amnesty isn't quite enough for Kappa to accept a deal with the New Republic, and he informs her that he'll consider the offer if she will hunt down Abron Mar and extract from him the location of a global communications transponder owned by his rival, Takara the Hutt. Abron Mar is a lieutenant for Takara, and Kappa suspects he would know the location of the GCT. So we're given a tip to his location, and it leads us straight to a spaceport on the planet Katrasi. This is one of the most unique missions in the Jedi Knight series so far, because this level is loaded with innocent NPCs and hostiles of both a mercenary faction and the Imperial Remnant, none of which are inherently hostile towards you at first, until you wander where you're not supposed to be. It's super cool how the game is attempting to immerse you into this setting, despite being a game that is very clearly not designed for that, but is meant to give you a bunch of things to kill all of the time. All we have to do is find the cantina he's hiding in and interrogate him. But first, let's find his ship and sabotage it so he can't leave. Of course, I end up making everyone mad and having to kill half of the people on this spaceport, but at least it's a great backdrop to the violence. When we finally confront Abron Mar, it goes about how you'd expect. He sees Mara and immediately runs, forcing us to chase him down, because of course he did. Alright, fine, we'll just have to chase him down then.
love this job.
This guy is going to run us all over this spaceport looking for him. And I mean that. This entire mission is just chasing him across this spaceport. I don't know how or why, but Aberon Marr has managed to convince every merc within a 5-mile radius to die for him. Why would they run straight into Mara's purple-bladed laser sword for this guy? I don't get it. Doesn't matter though, because we do end up cornering the thug.
So, it seems the rat has run out of places to hide.
Who's the rat now? You walked right into my trap. Is this the best that Kappa has to offer? Let's find our rat some suitable accommodations. I'm sure Takara will have some questions he'll want to ask her.
Well, that's unfortunate. Mara walked straight into a trap, and now she's waking up in a prison cell underneath a Hutt's palace, waiting to probably be ransomed out to the New Republic. Well, as it turns out, Mara happens to be very good at turning unfortunate circumstances into opportunities. First things first, we're going to need that cell key to get out of here, and it's currently hanging on a Gamorrean's belt. These Hutts just never learn about Jedi, do they? Grabbing the key, we free ourselves and square off against the Gamorrean with just our fists. Strong and capable as Mara is, she's not the physical force Kyle is, and her punches don't take these Gamorreans down nearly as fast as Kyle did back on Jabba's ship. We have to do a little problem solving to get ourselves out of this one, but after finding the tool we need, we're able to climb into some of the piping systems under Takara's palace, which ends up dropping us into the water system. It's all well and good until it spits us out into the cave where Takara keeps his pet Rancor. This is where the cover art of the game comes from, depicting Mara fighting a Rancor. Only there, Mara's got her lightsaber, and right now, she doesn't. Trying to avoid the beast, we make our way against the wall where it can't reach us, and would you look at that? Takara's guards thought it'd be smart to put her lightsaber right here where she can force pull it through the bars. Well, with that in hand, this thing is nothing now, and Mara slays the beast with some ease. It's a really cool part, and I love its inclusion. Getting to fight a Rancor as Mara Jade with her iconic purple lightsaber is just a highlight of this game series. From here, now that we've got our lightsaber, we're pretty much unstoppable. And while we're here, we may as well find that global communications transponder Kappa wanted us to find. I know it's in here, it's just a matter of finding it. Once I find the GCT, I'm able to find a radio and contact the New Republic for evac. Then it's just a matter of getting through the palace and meeting our ship to get the hell out of here.
Kappa, how nice of your men to recover my ship and load all the supplies for me. You keep this up and you might give yourself a good name. As soon as I get the supplies back, you'll get your payment. Of course, first I'll have to tell Mon Mothma about your illegal surveillance equipment. Being an honest Jedi and all. A pleasure doing business with you. This is Mara. I finished my patrol, nothing to report. As usual.
Thanks, Mara. I know this feels like routine guard duty to you, but Mon Mothma wouldn't have asked if it weren't important. The Jedi Holocron is an important artifact, and it must not fall into the wrong hands.
We've got a full squadron for an escort. No one would be stupid enough.
What the? We're dropping out of hyperspace!
New Republic transport, prepare to be boarded. Your hyperdrive will not operate while under the influence of our gravity well projectors. If you cooperate, this will be over quickly and painlessly.
Pirates. I wonder if it's anyone I know.
While transporting a Jedi holocron on a New Republic Corvette, a group of Lumini pirates comes out of nowhere and attacks them. Boarding parties assault the ship, and it's up to Mara to fend them off and defend the holocron. If you're feeling some whiplash like this is coming out of nowhere, let me tell you, that's understandable. I have so much positive to say about this game, but the structure and flow of the story is just awful. I mean, this pacing is insane. There is a thin idea of an overall plot, 98% of which takes place exclusively in the last 3 missions of the game, with 11 other totally unrelated levels to that plot that happened before it. I'll get way more into this idea later, but let's just get back to the mission at hand. This level actually embodies all of the best and the worst qualities of this game across its runtime. Let me explain. This level opens with Mara Jade on the bridge of a New Republic Corvette, which we can see outside of the window, and it's awesome. And it gets better. When we go down to the hangar to get that hangar door open, we use the Force to pull the switch and watch as 3 different X-Wings ready themselves for launch and then take off into space. This is actually, potentially, one of the coolest moments that could have even been seen by a Star Wars fan at that time. I know I'm repeating myself, but playing as Mara Jade as a Jedi on an iconic Star Wars ship watching X-Wings fly off into space was not something you could really experience in an immersive way back then. We also get a carbonite gun, which I'll give props to it for the idea itself being cool, but it kinda sucks in execution. That's the good, and we get those really exciting and immersive elements across the entire game, but this is such a good example of it. The bad parts we see in this level are the uninspired and frankly boring enemy designs, which are pretty constant across the game as well. But the worst part of this level, and the one that exemplifies the worst parts across every mission available, is the aggressively convoluted level design. I say aggressively because it so often feels intentional. There were multiple times when I finally found the way to progress and it was literally like hidden. I mean, as if it was on purpose placed in the most out-of-the-way location just to make it hard for the player to find it. Like this. This red engine room is super cool, and it's all in zero gravity, which is a really cool idea that we haven't seen in a Jedi Knight game before, and it feels really fun to play. This is some real sci-fi, and I'm loving it. That is, until I clean the room out and wander around for 10 minutes scouring the place to figure out how to progress. Well, here it is. In the dark. Seemingly hidden. It's not just this level either, it's the whole game. I will say there's 1 or 2 levels that don't suffer from this problem, but there's no way it wasn't on purpose. I mean, DF2 only had this issue like 1 time. Anyway, we make it to where they're loading up the crates, and Mara decided we're gonna have to stow away on one of them to board their ship and find out what they did with our holocron. We can't just let them take it, and so we're gonna go and we're gonna get it back.
I'm not sure this is a good idea, but it's the only way.
Get this time?
Usual stuff.
What about that mag-sealed crate?
Someone said it was some kind of Jedi artifact. Karabani's having it transferred to his private collection on the planet.
I gotta follow that crate.
We aren't out of this yet. These pirates still have that holocron, and I've got a mind to get it back. After stowing away on a cargo crate and boarding one of the pirate ships, we end up getting dropped off at a shipyard in orbit of the pirate's base down below. Our job right now is to get to that base before we can do anything, which means finding somewhere we can hitch a ride. This mission is probably the weakest out of the bunch because it's kind of a less visually interesting version of the previous mission, but it does offer some pretty cool sequences, like this part where we have to race against this moving fan blade. They really did some interesting things with the zero gravity mechanic on this game. I cannot praise that innovation enough. The lighting is another thing that's handled really well in this game and gives you good reason to utilize the Force sight power a good number of times throughout the game, including on this mission. Anyway, eventually we fight our way to the shuttle the holocron is loaded onto and end up having to stow away again to ride it down to the planet below called Rathalay.
I doubt these guys would notice an extra passenger. Good thing for me these guys are sloppy. Card would have had him shot. Now, to find Karabani's collection.
The holocron was stolen by a faction called the Lumini Pirates, led by a notorious collector of rare artifacts named Karabani. This Karabani got word of the ever-rare Jedi holocron aboard the cruiser Mara was accompanying, and that's when he decided to stage the assault on the New Republic corvette. Mara got distracted helping the troops across the ship, and the pirates snuck in and stole it, and here it is now, hidden in his private gallery. And this place is a straight-up palace. We're not too far away from the nearby city, and this place feels like a whole factory in itself. Actually, I think it's better described as a castle. This mission reuses a lot of textures and assets from Kappa's palace too. In fact, this feels sort of like a much larger part 2 of that level than it does its own individual thing, and not in a good way. Which I hate to say because I want to praise this game more, but rather than keeping a pretty level consistency of quality, it seems to go up and down constantly. This level does introduce us to what I think is the first actual attempt at depicting the Noghri alien race up to that point, another element they lifted straight from the Thrawn trilogy. The Noghri were a species of gray or blue-skinned alien creatures renowned for their hyper-lethality and efficiency as commandos or assassins. In Timothy Zahn's book, Heir to the Empire, Grand Admiral Thrawn's personal bodyguard was a Noghri. Zahn custom-made the race originally in hopes to make them the followers of Darth Vader, and in fact, he had at one point wanted to call them the Sith race, an idea that would be rejected by LucasArts and require him to rethink their inclusion. It's still really cool to see them added in this level, and it makes sense that they would be here too, hired by Karabani to safeguard his possessions. Unlike many of the other levels so far, this mission's puzzles actually feel fair and deducible from the environment and by paying a little bit of attention to your surroundings.
There's always a bigger fish.
Finally, we make our way through this really trippy inverted water hallway and into the palace treasure room. There's actually some pretty cool little Easter eggs here, like 8T88's head. Is that actually the same head Kyle and Jan took back to Kyle's house to decode the map to the valley? I wonder. If so, how did it end up here? Why would Karabani even want it? Was 8T88 one of a kind? So many questions. Across from that is what I think is a Dark Trooper helmet, which is a really cool tie to the Dark Forces origins this game originates from, but also confuses me because Mara says that it looks familiar. Did she encounter Dark Troopers at some point, or is this just a little Easter egg for the player's sake? I'm not really sure. There's our holocron, and we'll be taking that. Now to make our daring escape.
It's always nice to meet new people and make new enemies.
Mara, this is Mon Mothma. Go ahead.
I'm concerned about Kyle. Have you heard from him? He's been out of contact for quite some time now.
I understood he was on some sort of personal mission.
He was investigating a lead he had regarding the ruins of a Sith temple on Dromund Kaas. But I'm afraid something may have happened to him. I think I should check it out.
I can't afford to lose either of you. Do what you must, but keep in touch.
I'll contact you as soon as I know anything. Jade out. That looks like a good place to land. Now to see if I can find Kyle's shuttle. Although I'm not sure I like the look of that swamp.
I was so excited about these last 3 missions. A final act centered entirely on the lost planet of the Sith called Dromund Kaas. Dark storms and torrential downpour, a world brimming with dark side energy, and just Mara Jade alone to carve her way through it all. This was where the game's namesake came from, Mysteries of the Sith. That's a pretty awesome title, but we've been through 11 missions so far of the 14 available here, and we've seen precisely 0 Sith, 0 Dark Jedi, and the closest we've had to mysteries came in the form of convoluted environmental puzzles. So this game now has 3 final missions to earn its name, and Dromund Kaas is a hell of a good place to try to do so. Now, can you imagine my disappointment to discover that these 3 missions I was so excited for to the point I felt like I was using them to justify all the prior filler are pretty much the worst missions of the game. I hate to say it, but all of the problems this game has are amplified on these next missions. I'd even go as far as to say they're doubled. The first thing this game does is put a giant invisible barrier to keep you from progressing into the level. I spent so long trying to figure out what to do and eventually just looked it up, only to find that the answer was a solution I'd already tried and it didn't work the first time. I tried using Force Persuasion to get past this barrier and it didn't seem to work, so I kept wasting time trying to figure out the solution. When I tried it the second time, it worked. And that's the kind of utter waste of 20 minutes frustration that makes this game so hard to praise sometimes. Finally past the barrier, I was determined not to have a bad taste in my mouth and progress, but it doesn't get much better. The game swarms you with Mylox, big beast monsters, swamp wampas I think, and Nogri? Why are there dozens of Nogri running around in a swamp on Dromund Kaas? Well, there's actually a really good reason, believe it or not, but we'll get to that. Throughout this level, we'll be fighting Swamp Wampas, Nogri, and Mylox, with the newly introduced sentient flower that fire off projectiles at you. There's also some Dianogas here, only this time they don't look at all like Dianogas, and they're ridiculously overpowered. There are some positive things I can say. The environmental design is stunning. The swamp is dripping with atmosphere and generates an intense feeling of foreboding and dread. All 3 of these levels are powerhouses in atmosphere and ambience, actually. The last level especially. And we can actually find a few Salmiri around in the environment, which being able to see one of those up close and put an image to the name is so cool to me as a fan. You're probably wondering why there would be any Salamiri on Dromund Kaas, but again, I'm getting there. Eventually, Mari uses the Force to enter into a Sith chamber and face someone she may not have been ready for. Herself. And this battle is hard. At least, it was really hard for me. A lot harder than any of the battles in DF2, that's for sure. Dark Mara puts up a serious fight, but with some finesse, we can overcome the apparition. After that, we make our way through a tunnel and follow Kyle's energy into the remains of an old Sith temple. This mission actually does start off pretty strong. As we're wandering through the halls of this ancient Sith building, these Sith statues come to life, forcing us to face them down. It feels very climactic, very dark side and cool. Plus, we're getting lightsaber fights now, which of course I love. Following that, we exit into the courtyard and get mauled by a Vornskir. Okay, if you know your EU, you're probably wondering what the hell is going on now. Salamiri and Vornskirs are not native to Dromund Kaas. They're native to the planet Mykir, and Vornskir are the Salamiri's natural predator. On top of that, why are there Nogri here too? What is up? Well, it's all connected. This isn't any ordinary Sith temple. This is the Dark Force Temple. This is the very temple where Lord Kronel and his prophets of the dark side once resided. This is the temple that Jarek visited when he first learned of the Valley of the Jedi. This is the temple where the Sith spawn Gork and Pick were created, where Saris was raised and abused. All of the events in Dark Forces 2 were set in motion here on Dromund Kaas in this Dark Force temple. This is where it all started. Kyle has traced the events of his past back to this location, and he's come for answers. Only, he got more than he bargained for. The Nogri you've seen are mutated Sith spawn from Lord Kronel's dark side alchemy. The Salamiri were brought in from Mykir to feed the Vornskirs, and the Vornskirs were brought in to guard the Dark Force Temple from intruders after Kronel and his prophets of the dark side abandoned the palace and fled following Palpatine's fall. The dark side energy here is so potent that it's self-circulated to form a nexus so powerful that it interferes with all weapons and technology except for a lightsaber. And that's canon in the game too. You can't use any weapons in these last 3 levels. They don't work. Which all makes it that much more devastating that the level really sucks. I hate to be a downer about it, but these last 3 levels were just miserable for me. The difficulty spike from the 11th mission to the final 3 is insane. These last 3 levels are brutally hard, and the weird, mazy level design manages to suck whatever fun I was having right out of it. I like a good challenge, but this is just too far for my taste. I mean, these last 3 levels are harder than anything we've seen in the past 2 games so far. I saw a walkthrough for this game describe these last 2 levels as, quote, probably the best designed levels in all of gaming history, end quote. That walkthrough was written by one Michael Mekzinski, and Mike, if you're watching this, I have to ask, were you being sarcastic? This temple level becomes an absolute slog. The mystery element is so far gone by the end of it, all I could think was just thoughts of pleading for it to be over so I didn't have to sprint past multiple Vornskirs to stay alive. It's just not fun to me at all. But maybe that's the point? All that dark side energy or something is to make you suffer so it's easier to fall? Well, eventually we do make it to the end of this temple and finally find Kyle.
Mara, you should not have come.
What's going on, Kyle? When you located the temple, why didn't you report in?
Because when I found the temple, I found a part of me which I couldn't deny. I found a greater source of power than I had ever known.
Here in these ruins?
Don't judge with your eyes, Mara. Reach out with the Force. Sense the power of the Sith around you. Accept it.
No! I sense only evil and death. Kyle, we have to get you away from here.
I have chosen my destiny, and it lies here. Because of our friendship, I offer you the chance to leave, but do not persist in pursuing me. If you do, I will not be responsible for the consequences.
Kyle, wait! I don't like the look of this, but there's no other way.
Okay, Kyle has straight up lost it. The answers Kyle came here to find must have been too much for him to handle, and the temptation of the dark side power left over from the prophets was too much for him to resist. Okay, first off, credit where it's due. This level, the Sith Temple Catacombs, is the single coolest looking mission I've seen in any of the Star Wars games I've covered on this channel so far. I'm fairly confident that the only reason the devs worked so hard to incorporate all of the lighting improvements into the Sith engine is for this level. I mean, look at this chamber. Unfortunately, this is also the most maze-like, hard-to-navigate mission so far. The level design takes us up and down through tunnels, crypts, and caves, all to press a series of buttons required to activate each of these massive stone tablets. Once aligned, they each create an image. Upon completing that, we can summon the lift that takes us into the depths of the chamber where the dark side power is centered. Surprisingly, this level isn't quite as hard as the one before it, but it is still really difficult because of how much damage these statues and the Vornskirs deal out. The situation gets really tense when Kyle jumps out and tries to kill us himself, which means Mara has to overcome him in saber combat. Although, when things heat up, Kyle pulls back to let Mara keep pressing through the catacombs in hopes to make her fall to the dark side with him. This level introduces us to one final new enemy type too, the Sith zombies. Given this was once the hub for dark side alchemy, I'd bet these things are the result of some kind of dark side necromancy. Not too deadly or dangerous, but their lightning can shred through your health if you're not careful. Once we are able to align the stones, we have to match these tablets to each of the 3 engravings across the chamber in order to summon the lift. With this complete, we wait as Mara rides the lift down into the depths of the chamber where Kyle is and where the energy is at its strongest.
I should congratulate you. Reaching the heart of the temple is not an easy journey. By finding me, you have chosen your destiny. You have traveled far. Now, take the final step on the path that lies before you. Join me, and together we will restore the Sith to its former glory.
No, that will never happen. I will kill you if I must, but I sense that you will not make that necessary.
There is no conflict, only resolve. The path of your destiny is now set, and you have but 2 choices. Cross the bridge before you and join me, or maintain your pitiful fate in the Force by stepping off into oblivion and death. I know your intentions are to save me, Mara, but it's far too late now.
Mara makes her choice, and we have to face off against the strongest opponent of the game, Kyle Katarn. When I say he's the hardest enemy, I mean he's unbeatable. Like, you really cannot win this battle. He just wears you down until you die. I spent close to 10 minutes in this fight trying to wear him down and win, wondering if there was some kind of trick or thing I had to do to win like in Dark Forces 2. Well, there is, and the answer is right there in front of you, kind of. The portrait on the wall of a meditating Sith in front of a disengaged lightsaber is your only clue. You can't beat Kyle in combat. There's only one way to win this fight.
You are foolish, and for that you will die! I can't! No! I won't do this! This is not the way. It asks too much of me. I can't kill my friends and allies.
No, you can't. Trust in your feelings.
I was deluded too easily. I thought I could control the power. Instead, I lost myself to it. I have failed.
You haven't failed, Kyle.
So now I suppose you're the teacher and I'm the student.
You should be so lucky. Come on, let's go home.
And that's it. Star Wars Mysteries of the Sith. A well-intentioned, disjointed, lovable mess. Although it feels more like a side story to the central plotline of the Jedi Knight games, these last 3 levels are crucial to Kyle's journey throughout the series. Although I haven't played the game that comes next before as of writing this, I am vaguely aware of what happens and know it's the direct result of Kyle's fall to the temptation of the dark side here on Dromund Kaas. That's really all I know about it, but it does mean Mysteries of the Sith is an integral part of the overall story of Star Wars Jedi Knight. My time with this game has showed me that it's a very complicated experience. If I had to describe the game in a single sentence, I'd say it was a deeply flawed love letter to fans of the expanded universe. And really, that's the sentence I think sums up just about everything you can expect from this game. In some ways, it's a lot better and more ambitious than its predecessor. In other ways, it feels like so much a slog that I wouldn't even hold it up beside Dark Forces 2 in terms of quality. It goes back and forth between those extremes pretty much the whole time. It's got so much fanfare, and the fact that it was so clearly developed by genuine fans of the universe makes it feel so sincere and beautiful. But the uninspired enemies, disjointed, bordering irrelevant narrative, and offensively obtuse level design just makes the whole thing feel like a gigantic waste of Mara Jade's potential as a protagonist. In the game, her character is salty about being relegated to side quests and filler missions, expressing that her time would be better spent somewhere else. And I think her frustration is an unintentional mirror of the fans' thoughts after completing the game. Depending on your thoughts after hearing what I've said about the game, you already know whether or not this is worth playing for you. If you're inclined, then yeah, I'd say spin it up and play away. If you feel a little dissuaded, then yeah, I'd probably steer clear. There is one more level we need to talk about though, and you might have a pretty good idea of what that is from the chapter screen. After Mysteries of the Sith released, there was a rumor going around that a hidden page on LucasArts.com existed where you could download a file and follow a set of listed instructions that would allow Mysteries of the Sith to launch a hidden level where you could play as Luke Skywalker in Empire Strikes Back on Bespin's Cloud City.
It's all true.
Look, sometimes sequel memes have their place, alright? Yeah, if you Google search, you can find threads offering up the needed file for this level along with the installation instructions that allow you to go through and play it. However, this comes at a cost, as you can see on screen. I couldn't find a way to make this hidden level compatible with the mod I was using to play the base game, and so the graphics and resolution are complete trash. Not to mention that some areas of the level just seemed a little unfinished. There are some cool little Easter eggs, like being able to see the Millennium Falcon up close and even fighting Boba Fett. I didn't know really what I was in for, but I had high hopes of a showdown with Darth Vader at the end, but it never comes. Instead, we fight a dark side version of Mara in the Carbonite Chamber, but we do hear her say Vader's line. Once we defeat her, we get the chance to explore the scene where Luke loses his hand, and out comes Darkside Kyle to try and game end us. The coolest part of this whole level is that we can fall from this and reenact Luke's fall from the movie, and it's pretty cool to land on the Falcon after. All of this isn't to say that the level cannot be remastered, by the way. If you want to go through all of the trouble to fully install the mod correctly, then you'll be able to play through this level with the revitalized graphics and modernized models as seen here. Shout out to the YouTuber Fizzy for his coverage of this mod. All that said, I wouldn't recommend going through all of that trouble to play this unless you're just craving a 10-minute excursion through a 1998 tiny version of Bespin. Feels more like a Luke fever dream than anything, and it's way too short for the trouble it's worth, I think. But I had to cover it because it's a pretty legendary part of this game's history. Mysteries of the Sith was reviewed favorably enough upon its release, receiving a good amount of praise from several reviewers who were impressed by the game's improvements and offerings, some of which I'm not so sure were even deserved. But even still, it's nice to see people were really loving their time with the game. One point of high praise from most reviewers was the choice of Heidi Shannon as the voice of Mara Jade, which I agree with. She killed it and made a great Mara for this title. Overall, its reviews were a little mixed, but I'd say it evened out to about a 7 out of 10, which is honestly fair if you ask me. That said, most who played it did seem to really find something to love about it. Notably, Emil Paglarulo of all people even praised the game, but did criticize the lack of innovation in the game's multiplayer. Speaking of, Mysteries of the Sith brought with it 15 more multiplayer maps to play on to the already hugely popular Dark Forces 2 multiplayer format. The multiplayer for this game was really popular at the time too, and had a pretty strong fan base even years after its release. What I think is the most important addition though is the brand new game mode called Kill the Fool with the Salamiri. That sentence just separated classic EU fans from non-EU fans. If you don't understand what that phrase means, or know what a Salamiri is, then you probably weren't one of the passionate fans who lived for the series pre-Disney. But it does just reinforce the point I've been making this whole video, which is that the developers of the game loved the EU, loved the fan base, and wanted to give us something really special that contributed to the Star Wars mythos in a meaningful way. And that about wraps up this retrospective of Star Wars Jedi Knight Mysteries of the Sith. An ambitious attempt to contribute to the larger universe while utilizing pre-existing technology and pushing it to its limits in some cases, but falling flat on a number of critical elements, leaving the experience a bittersweet treat for old school fans of the expanded universe. In the early 2000s, the console market was exploding into one of the biggest media industries in the world, and the Star Wars prequel movies were simultaneously causing the brand to soar towards heights other brands could only look on in envy of. Which meant, of course, that we needed a heavy-hitting Star Wars video game to release on those consoles, and where better to look than the series that was long overdue for more console representation, the Jedi Knight games. And so work was started on the next entry of the Jedi Knight video game series, Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast. Jedi Outcast is quite possibly the most popular and well-known entry from the iconic series due to a multitude of factors ranging from the time it released to the number of platforms it released on. Although the previous 3 entries of the series feel like 3 chapters in the same book, Jedi Outcast feels like the next book in that series. While reminiscent of ideas and mechanics in the previous games, and featuring a lot of the same characters, Jedi Outcast takes things very much in a brand new direction. The biggest reason for this is because it's the first Jedi Knight game so far that wasn't developed by LucasArts, but rather video game industry sweethearts Raven Software. I call them that because it's pretty well known that Raven knows how to make a damn good game. It's also the first Jedi Knight game to be developed on a non-proprietary engine. Although the previous 3 games were developed on the Jedi and Sith engines respectively, Jedi Outcast was developed on the powerhouse id Tech 3 engine, an engine used for some of the most prominent games from that time like Quake 3, Return to Castle Wolfenstein, multiple 007 games, and even the original Call of Duty. Jedi Outcast is also the first Jedi Knight game to launch on multiple platforms, unless you count the original Dark Forces, which released on the Sony PlayStation. It is definitely the first Jedi Knight game to release on the Microsoft Xbox though, and in addition to that, it saw release on the Macintosh and even the Nintendo GameCube. Of course, it received a PC release as well, just like the other entries so far, but this huge expansion of the potential audiences who could actually play the game meant that it was the first game in the series that a lot of people ever got to experience, which did make it a little strange that this was the only game I had next to no experience with. So yeah, I was pretty excited to undergo this new adventure for the first time, and fill in the missing gap I've had in my mind of this tapestry called the Jedi Knight series. Now, what you're seeing on the screen is obviously first-person footage, and although the previous 2 Jedi Knight titles featured a third-person camera capability, this one is designed with a third-person camera in mind. That being said, I actually tended to prefer how it felt to play in first-person. There's so few Star Wars games that let me inhabit the first-person perspective of a Jedi and hold a lightsaber that way. The immersion is so much easier this way, and I can really appreciate the level design from this angle. However, there's some super cool animations that we only get to see in third person, so I found the compromise of handling all lightsaber battles in third person and playing the rest in first person. My choice for how to play and record footage of this one was, of course, the PC version. But you know I had to make some adjustments. Jedi Outcast was not designed to run in widescreen. In fact, it was unfortunately designed with standard definition resolutions in mind, so adjusting it for widescreen came with some strange side effects. The first thing I did was install the JK2FX mod version 3.0, which adds new shader effects for every level and fixes some incorrect surfaces and shader issues. Although there were still some issues during my playthrough even after that. I did still want to make a few adjustments though, as I wasn't quite satisfied with the look after the mod, so I applied ReShade to the game and spent about an hour tweaking it to give it an HDR cinematic look. I know some people hate these kinds of adjustments, and some people really enjoy them. If you're one of the people who does like the footage following my ReShade adjustments, then you can find my ReShade preset available for download in the description. Just open ReShade and apply my preset, and it'll give you the look you're seeing on screen right now. The base game looks great as is though in my opinion, so there's really no need to drench your screen in post-processing effects unless you're just trying to have some fun. So let's lead into the game's story. We're in the year 12 ABY, 2 years after the events of Mysteries of the Sith. After Kyle fell to the dark side while exploring the Temple of the Dark Side on Dromund Kaas, he nearly killed Mara Jade when she attempted to stop him. He only just barely stopped himself from striking her down, but after he realized how far he had fallen, Kyle felt weak and unworthy of ever being called a Jedi, so he threw his lightsaber away. Honestly, he probably left it at the bottom of that temple on Dromund Kaas. This is not when Kyle cut himself off from the Force, as many believe, however. Kyle would go on to try and tame his inclinations towards the dark side for a brief time after this, and end up severing his connection a year or so after Mysteries of the Sith and before the events of this game. Since then, Kyle has spent the past few months working as a mercenary for the New Republic, trying to emulate the life he had before finding that lightsaber hidden in his father's old home, chasing the sense of normalcy and cutting himself off from the Force completely. He and Jan have gotten their hands on a brand new ship called the Raven's Claw since the Moldy Crow got wrecked on Ruusan outside the Valley of the Jedi 7 years ago. Together, they've been living their life as agents for hire, running missions for Mon Mothma directly since they'd developed a solid repertoire with her. We pick up during that time, just as Kyle and Jan are investigating an Imperial Remnant outpost on the planet Kejum.
for final approach. Whatever's causing those transmissions, it's not showing up on any of the sensors. This Imperial outpost looks as abandoned as reported.
It's as dead as the rest of Kedjum. Mon Mothma must be getting paranoid. She never used to send pros like us out on blue milk runs like this.
Kyle, Jan, greetings.
Mon Mothma, Kyle was just talking about you.
No doubt. I bring troubling information about your mission on Kedjum.
I hate it when you say troubling.
We've managed to decode a small fraction of the transmission we intercepted earlier, and, well, listen for yourselves.
I will fire into shadow. First full system. We may have to use the Valley of the Jedi. Reborn warrior.
The Valley of the Jedi?
Reborn?
We believe this transmission was intended for Galak Fayar, the suspected leader of the remnant forces in that sector. It's probably nothing more than a couple of soldiers telling tales around the glow lamp. But as you are the only survivors of the Valley of the Jedi incident, I thought it only fair to warn you that this mission may be more dangerous than we originally anticipated. Your objectives, however, remain the same. Find out what you can, clear out any remnant forces you encounter, and may the Force be with you.
So much for the blue milk run.
Well, we're certainly hitting the ground running. First level, and we're already taking on the Imperial Remnant in a hidden base. And Kedjum is a great choice for a hidden base too, given the fact that there's nothing on it. Despite being a habitable planet, there's nearly nothing of note to be found here on Kedjum, just a seemingly irrelevant planet resting with the many others of the Outer Rim. Well, we get here, and of course there's Imperials here with their sleek gray Imperial base design, which is so much fun to play. I love this aesthetic in Star Wars so much. Now, I was bracing myself going into these missions because what I had heard from the people who played it was that the first handful of missions sucked, and the game didn't really get good until you became a Jedi. Well, I won't deny that the game gets way better when you get your powers and blade back, but I won't lie and say I didn't like any of these early missions either. I think they're super fun. The gameplay is smooth, the weapons are tight and responsive, the levels make sense and play well. Hell, even the puzzles are a great blend of thought-provoking but solvable. I can tell you right now that the obtuse design and puzzle issues of the previous entry did not carry over. Our objective right now is to locate the main array, and to do that we'll need to retrieve 3 codes from the base and input them into these colored consoles. While pursuing these codes, we also might accidentally blow up part of the base.
What was that?
Just another day at work, Jan.
Whoops. I don't know what people were talking about. I'm loving this. Sure, we don't have our lightsaber, but this is some classic Dark Forces action going on right now. Kyle took some time to get back to his roots, and with it, we almost get a kind of multi-level callback to what it felt like to play the first game, but now with new levels on new hardware. Moving deeper into the base, we encounter pretty heavy resistance, and I mean, can we just look at how gorgeous this all looks? The model and textures in this game are beautiful, and it's a beloved game for a reason, I'll say that much. What we find deeper inside the base is a whole host of very strange equipment. Something tells me we're not just in some random Imperial base right now. This is all serving a purpose. They're experimenting with something down here. We've got quite a series of environmental puzzles to navigate here too, but thankfully, as I said before, the developers have done a great job of making them all feel fair and fun to solve. Although I have to admit, this one had me stumped for a while. Eventually I realized that the terrain itself had to be edited again in order to come back here and get the other items, but it's a pretty cool puzzle. Speaking of, now is a great time to address how this game plays differently to its predecessors, starting with the jumping. From the get-go, Dark Forces 2 felt great to play. It was smooth and rewarding, and everything felt great. A very responsive video game all the way through. Of course, that one was made on the Sith engine for exactly that purpose. Jedi Outcast, of course, is made on the id Tech 3 engine, which the devs over at Raven seemed to prefer to other competitors at the time. That means that although the game plays similarly to the others, it is very much its own very new and individual entry of the series from the foundation up. It certainly looks like a modern version of the first Jedi Knight game, but it does not feel like it, at least not in these earlier missions. You really can feel the lack of the Force during these first missions because the jump, it's so insanely bad. The idea was to nerf the natural jump mechanic so it would feel better every new mission you play, but instead it just feels unrealistically bad, like it's inhuman. An average able-bodied man could jump twice this height, and yet Kyle cannot because he cut himself off from the Force? Okay, whatever. It's not a problem after the first few levels. Anyway, look at all these lasers. Id Tech, everyone. We do get introduced to a brand new and very interesting, albeit underutilized mechanic here though. Logging into this screen, we're able to take control of a mouse droid to bypass an area we can't access on our own, which is actually a really neat little addition. I kinda wish we'd gotten more instances like this, but we really only see it across 3 or 4 levels. Past this, Kyle finds what we've been looking for. Kind of. These crystals they've been experimenting on here, that's what this facility is for. Well, we know what's going on at least. Let's grab our sample and get the hell out of here.
I'm afraid we haven't been able to decode any more of that transmission.
Good. If I put the Valley of the Jedi behind me, so can the rest of the galaxy.
So what were the Remnant doing in that lab?
Our scientists believe that they were trying to artificially infuse the powers of the Force into living subjects. Those crystals you're holding are very much like those found in a Jedi's lightsaber.
Spast!
But that's impossible, isn't it? You can't just give people the Force with a machine, right?
Everything we know about the Force tells us that such devices are nothing but the fevered dreams of fools and madmen, Jan. But try telling that to those poor beings you found in that laboratory.
Who were they?
Colonists from Artus Prime, a remote mining world in the far reaches of the New Republic's influence.
Let me guess. Crystal mining.
Yes, we lost contact with them shortly before receiving the transmission from Kejim. Now we fear that the colony has been captured by the Remnant.
Or worse.
Indeed. Without knowing the full extent of the Remnant's plans, or the colonists' plight, the New Republic is uneasy about sending in a full liberation force,
So you'd like us to sneak in, assess the situation, and call in the fleet if necessary?
Yes.
You know I don't like messing with this Force business anymore.
We'll double your usual fee.
We'll take it.
All right, I'm clear. This meteor storm gives us great cover. Everything's closed up. They'll never see us coming.
Good. The colony should be a few clicks out. I'll scout things out from the air while you head into the mine. Give me a shout when you find out what's going on.
Will do.
Well, that's actually the first time we've seen Coruscant in this series since Kyle was storming the Imperial City all the way back in Dark Forces, but we really don't get any levels on it or anything, it's just a cutscene background. No, instead, we're here on the planet Artus Prime, another low-population world in the Outer Rim. This time, from the Quimar sector. We're here chasing down the lead on these Artusian crystals we found back on Kejim, which we now know were intended for mass-producing lightsabers. Let's take a little break to briefly talk about lightsaber crystals. Traditionally in the Old Republic, the Jedi would create their individual lightsabers using the rare kyber crystals found on the planet Ilum. There were a few reasons for this, but the two biggest ones were, number 1, the harsh environmental hazards made it a perfect way to continue a Jedi's training and trust in the Force by turning one's retrieval of their crystal into a trial. And number 2, the kyber crystals of Ilum focused into the most powerful and stable of the potential lightsaber blades. That being said, you don't technically need it to be specifically a kyber crystal. Thanks to the design of the lightsaber, any focus crystal would work so long as it could be focused into the energy blade design we see. So although in the days of the Jedi Order, the kyber crystals of Ilum, Dantooine, or the Agda system were synonymous with the Jedi's lightsaber, any crystal can technically be used. Fans of the Young Jedi Knight novel series may have even seen how Luke allows his students to call out to the Force to find all kinds of different crystals from different places to use in their blades, thus making it a more personal and significant item to them. So, what we're seeing here in this mine, the collection of these Artusian crystals for the purpose of mass lightsaber distribution, actually lines up just fine. Only question is, who exactly are they going to? Force sensitives are few and far between, and remember, this is Legends. Not everyone can decide they want to be a Jedi just because they believe real hard. Force sensitivity matters to one's proclivity towards being able to call upon it as a Force user. Well, as we can clearly see, the Imperial Remnant have completely taken over this mine and are using it to harvest these crystals, which means they've got something planned that involves a lot of lightsabers. So even though Mon Mothma sent us here on recon strictly to determine if New Republic forces are required to intervene, I mean, we're already here. May as well just...
Mon Mothma was right, Jan. Remnant troops are crawling all over this place and they've taken prisoners.
Well, that should bring the Republic running. I'll alert the fleet and pick you up.
Go ahead and call in the reinforcements, but I've got a mine to blow up and prisoners to rescue.
Are you trying to justify your fee?
Be ready for a quick pickup. I've got a feeling that things are about to get pretty nasty around here.
Who needs the Valley of the Jedi when you're already gifted with such amazing intuitive powers?
Just be ready to pick me up.
As you wish, O Jedi Master.
Well, that's that. I really love this little back and forth Jan and Kyle have throughout these early missions. It's clear that Jan can tell how much potential Kyle has to be a powerful Jedi and is mildly annoyed with his persistent refusal to pursue it, but is trying to give him space to figure it out on his own. After what happened on Dromund Kaas, I guess it's hard to blame him, but in her eyes, she's probably just trying to support him while waiting for him to get over it. After Kyle Katarning the mining part of the station, we make our way deeper into the facility, into the detention block. There's a host of both civilians and New Republic soldiers being held hostage here, so we're gonna have to save them. The set piece for the detention block itself is just spectacular. This massive spiraling tower of prison cells is just so cool to me, outlined in red and flooded with the shining white armor of the classic Imperial stormtroopers. The multiple ITO interrogator droids pouring out from around the corners is so cool too. This feels like one of the most Star Wars moments across the whole Jedi Knight series to me, probably because of how aesthetically accurate everything seems to that iconic detention block moment from A New Hope. This is how you call back to source material in a subtle and unique way while still feeling original and true to your own story. We do finally free one of the minor captains, along with a host of other prisoners, but of course, there's still a problem. We've got access to weapons and even a few ships, but the docking bay doors are locked down, so there's no way for us to get out or let New Republic assistance in. We'll need to find an Imperial base commander with the clearance to open the doors and, persuade him to open them up for us. In order to get there, we end up making our way through these deep mining tunnels where our way is lit up by these Artusian crystals growing from the rock. I love how this looks and feels to play through, but of course, we're not alone down here. A whole host of the planet's local fauna running rampant down here, and they're not very happy to see us. Mine crabs, they're called. Due to the planet's low population, I guess there was no one around to give them a more proper name, so the facility's inhabitants just call them mine crabs. As you'd expect, they're not overly dangerous on their own, but when they start pairing up is when you start to have problems. Luckily for us, they're not biased in their aggression and are giving the Imperials some problems too. Ah, and there's the base commander. We have to slowly, and I do mean very slowly, walk this officer across half the detention block into the docking bay control room and wait for him to open the doors, which turns out to be a trap to no one's surprise, least of all my own. With the docking bay doors open, we're able to head back out to the planet's surface and prep the situation for evac.
Run!
Kyle, the evac ships are standing by. Just keep those prisoners alive.
I'm on it.
And they've got an ATST. Of course they've got an ATST. Oh, well, would you look at this conveniently placed anti-air turbo laser. I know you're going to say this is too small to be a turbo laser, but you're wrong, and you'll see why in a later video. This is indeed a turbo laser. We can use this to do some damage and help out those New Republic soldiers. Oh, and take out that other ATST. As for those ion cannons, this laser isn't doing any damage at all thanks to those deflector shields. We'll have to take the shields down before we can do anything. Guess we're back to doing things the old-fashioned way. It's easier than ever to run out of ammo in this game, but this sequence of running into the fire of Imperial forces does feel really cool to play. Finally, we managed to get into this small Imperial outpost where they're keeping their extra ATSTs and hiding the shield generator for those ion cannons. Taking those shields offline is the first part, now we just have to destroy the cannons themselves. Easy enough, thanks to the anti-air turbo lasers they've got scattered all over the base's exterior. With that, it's easy enough to make short work of those ion cannons and clear the way for the New Republic shuttles to land and for us to go rendezvous with Jan at the Raven's Claw.
A prisoner for you, Master Dasan.
Well done, Tavion. Secure her in the cargo hold and prepare her for processing.
At once, Master.
Blast them, Kyle!
Kyle? Kyle Katarn? You're the legendary hero who destroyed Jarek at the Valley of the Jedi? You look like nothing more than a bantha herder.
Well, you look like an overgrown Kowakian monkey lizard, so I guess looks don't count for much. Hand her over.
You desire this woman? Come, take her.
Ah, Sith spit.
Oh, so that's how that feels. This is clearly not going our way, and Dasan basically toys with us for a few minutes before...
Enough of this charade. You're pathetic, Katarn. As a Jedi, you might have proven a worthy adversary. Without the power of the Force, you're not worth the effort it would take to strike you down. Perhaps your woman will prove to be of heartier stock. She certainly couldn't be any weaker than these colonists.
Don't you touch her.
On second thought, Tavion, kill her.
Jan!
That big lizard just beat the hell out of us, made fun of us, and is flying off with our woman, which means it's time to make a rash decision to put the fate of the galaxy in danger.
You want a worthy adversary? I'll give you a worthy adversary.
Well, this looks familiar. I wonder if Jarek's skeleton is still down there. Oh, hey, it's Morgan Katarn.
Morgan Katarn! What are you doing, Kyle?
Don't try to talk me out of this, Father. I need the power of the Valley of the Jedi, and I need it now.
Do you believe that this stream of power will ease your pain? Or that you can safely wield the Force with anger in your heart?
Jan is dead. My anger is all I have left. Anger and revenge.
Is that how she would want to be remembered? With acts of anger and revenge?
No.
Then remember her as she was, and may the Force be with you.
It hasn't been so far.
Well, there's no going back now. Kyle is full on utilizing the power of the Valley to return the Force into his body again after cutting himself off, which is sure to have no imaginable repercussions, right? Let's just hope Kyle earns this, because he chose to cut himself off from the Force, and this is not an honorable way to undo that decision.
Are you all right?
I'd forgotten what it was like.
It will become familiar to you again in time. What will you do now?
Find the sun, but first I need to get something I left behind.
I will say, these pre-rendered cutscenes of the Raven's Claw and other ships flying are beautifully rendered. I'm not showing most of them in this video, but every time we see ships in these cutscenes, they are just gorgeous. Unfortunately, it gives us major whiplash when it goes back to in-engine cutscenes.
Your plan worked, Master Dasan.
Yes, Tavion. The death of Katarn's woman has driven him mad and delivered the Valley of the Jedi into our hands. Contact Admiral Fayar and prepare the troops.
In his anger and from his feeling of powerlessness, Kyle returns to the Valley of the Jedi to embrace its power and restore the Force into his body once again. In his foolish and hypocritical lust for revenge, he ends up leading Dasan straight to the Valley. That being said, with the Force now back within him, there's one more thing Kyle is going to need before he can go after Dasan, and it's currently in the possession of a certain Jedi Master.
Thanks, I think I can find the way.
The Jedi Temple of Yavin 4, also called the Jedi Praxium. Here we can watch and see the duels of the Jedi in training and witness the slow restoration of the order once lost to the galaxy. I love this so much. Getting to walk around here and feel this connection to the payoff of the original trilogy of films. This is where it was meant to go. This is the culmination of the prophecy, the after effect of the Force being brought once again into balance. It's only for a glimpse here, but it feels so rewarding seeing the fulfillment of an arc here, something even bigger than anything we faced in this series. And, of course, the finality of our meeting with the Jedi who had toppled the Empire and begun restoring the Jedi Order again. Jedi Master Luke Skywalker.
Kyle, I've been expecting you.
Skywalker?
You've come for your lightsaber.
Yeah.
After all these years?
Jan's been killed by a Jedi. Goes by the name of
Desan.
You know?
I sensed a disturbance in the Force. I'll tell you about Desan while your trial is being prepared.
Trial?
A minor test to determine your fitness to wield a lightsaber again. Even in your relatively unpracticed state, you shouldn't find it too difficult.
Why can't you Jedi ever do things the simple way?
If the ways of the Jedi were easy, there'd be millions of us instead of dozens. Take Desan, for example. He was born on a planet unused to the wonders of the Force, where his seemingly magical abilities caused him to be feared and shunned by those around him. His childhood was one of loneliness and despair, until a visiting trader discovered him, recognized the Force within him, and brought him to the Jedi Academy.
So he was a student?
Yes. For the first time in his life, Desan was at peace. He'd found beings who liked him for who he was, beings who encouraged him to develop his talents. Over time, however, things changed.
How?
He became cold, severe. He belittled his fellow students for what he perceived to be their weaknesses, and argued, sometimes violently, with his teachers. During a training session, he struck down and killed a fellow student in cold blood. Desan said he was too weak to be a Jedi. He fled before we could counsel him, and he has not been heard from since.
Until now?
Yes. Kyle, I'm sorry about Jan.
Yeah. Well, just give me my lightsaber and I'll be out of your way.
As you wish. Your lightsaber is somewhere in the ruined temple to the south. To find it, you'll need to utilize your primary Force skills. During your test, I'll see if I can find some information on Desan's whereabouts. Good luck.
Well, here we are. This ancient Jedi temple exists both as a tutorial for the player and a trial for Kyle himself, taking us through a number of different challenges that force Kyle to utilize his Jedi abilities in order to overcome them, and also force the player to pay attention to their environment. Force push, force pull, force speed, and of course, force jump. I actually genuinely applaud the developers over at Raven because the different puzzles are all brilliantly designed. They're not so easy they're pointless, nor are they so hard you resent them. It's a great balance of challenging and fun for each puzzle. And finally, there it is, our lightsaber. Let's get it back. It's good to have our old blue blade back again. Wait, why is it blue? Wasn't Kyle's lightsaber orange after he got it from Yun back on Rusan? Well, like I said earlier, Kyle abandoned his lightsaber after what he almost did to Mara Jade due to his falling to the dark side. That wasn't when he called it quits on the Force, however. After learning about what happened on Dromund Kaas, Luke himself met with Kyle and offered to train him in the ways of the Force in a place where Kyle could learn to hone his abilities in a more controlled and peaceful environment. Kyle accepted the offer and joined Luke in his academy on Yavin 4. Kyle was actually one of Luke's earlier students, as this was in the earlier days of the Praxium, but after a few months of being there, Kyle's fear of falling to the dark side grew as his power did, and when he watched one of Luke's other students fall to the dark side, Kyle made the decision to sever his connection to the Force and abandon the Academy. We aren't told which student Kyle saw fall that convinced him to leave, but it's suggested in the lore that he actually saw 2 fall. After doing what research I could, I've concluded the 2 students Kyle watched fall that scared him away from the Academy were Kip Duron and Brachus, both of whom have plenty of their own lore if you want to go read about them. All of that is to say, this is the lightsaber Kyle built here on Yavin under Luke's tutelage, and now Kyle is back and seemingly unafraid of the prospect of his potential fall to the dark side, probably too bent on revenge to care. So, what's next? Where do we go from here?
You've retrieved your lightsaber. Very good.
I'm ready. What did you find out about the sun?
Not much. With the help of your ship's logs and the Republic's databases, we've tracked down the registry of Dassan's ship to a Rhodian named Relo Baruch.
Relo Baruch?
You know him?
Not personally. He claims to be an honest garbage hauler, but he's really one of the most powerful criminal kingpins in all of Nar Shaddaa. Even the Hutts won't touch him.
Sounds like a solid lead.
It'll do.
Kyle.
Yeah?
I just wanted to say how impressed I was with your performance in the trial. Considering how long it's been since you used the Force, I almost expected you to fail outright. You've been to the Valley of the Jedi.
Yes.
Kyle?
I know what I'm doing, Skywalker. If I'm going to defeat the Sun, I'll need the full power of the Force, and I can't afford to spend years of my life retraining myself here.
Kyle, I realize you're in pain, but you must learn to anticipate the consequences of your actions. You and Jan swore an oath to protect the Valley of the Jedi, and now that Jan's dead, you're the only person who knows where it is. If you should fall to the dark side, you could use the Valley's power for unspeakably evil purposes.
Are you saying I can't be trusted?
I'm saying that I want you to let go of your anger before it destroys you.
I don't know if I can do that, but I will give you the coordinates to the Valley of the Jedi, just to be safe.
Well, that's a start, I suppose. Take one of the Academy's vessels to Nar Shaddaa. It'll be less conspicuous. Don't worry. I'll take care of the Raven's Claw until you return.
You're not coming along?
I'm afraid not. I have pressing business of my own to attend to. Good luck, Kyle. I hope you find what you're looking for. May the Force be with you.
Right.
Isn't there just something about Nar Shaddaa that just feels like home? As far as the vertical city goes in this series, it's never looked this good. We're here hunting down a junk dealer by the name of Relo Baruch, and we know his establishment isn't far from here, although he's apparently not a fan of visitors, much less ones running around with a lightsaber. This particular mission is actually notorious for its ridiculous difficulty. So much, in fact, that despite being less than halfway through the game, this is the hardest the game ever gets. Let me just get this box out of my way. Anyway, you can clearly see the cause of the difficulty is these snipers being posted up all over the place, around nearly every corner, and just making it impossible to walk around outside without being tagged from across the map and not even knowing where it came from. The biggest cause of difficulty, I think, is actually psychological, because this being not only our first mission with our lightsaber, but also one of the coolest looking levels and platforming in the whole game, just feels like we're being handicapped. The player naturally wants to run around and use our new weapon and have fun jumping across balconies and fighting thugs. Yet the level forces us into a playstyle of ignoring our lightsaber, peeking corners, and fearfully progressing across each new area. I am confident in calling this the game's single greatest misstep, because it takes what should be one of the most fun levels of the game, where we can jump across platforms and have fun feeling like a Jedi with our blade, and turns it into a boring, slow-paced slog. Which I hate so much because I love how everything looks and plays. If they would have just deleted the damn Rhodian snipers, then the problem would have basically been solved. Eventually, we do end up on a garbage barge heading into Relo's hideout, where we can finally get some close quarters action. Let's not let ourselves be crunched up into bits here.
Phew, what is that smell?
That, Kyle, is Relo's garbage crusher room. This level isn't all that long or large, but it is quite complicated and took me a ton of backtracking to figure out the puzzles and how to progress. In fact, I'd say this was probably the level that took me the longest in terms of puzzle solving, but it didn't feel unfair, rather just challenging. There's a lot of maze-like qualities to this level, where you're unlocking new paths that tie back to the previous room but from a new entrance, and that allow you to alter one thing or another to gain more ground. Which we are able to do, but there's still no getting through this locked door without the passcode, which we don't know.
Reload.
Which means we're going to have to find someone who knows what the password is. But I mean, who would that even be? We can't just torture it out of someone, and it's not like we're gonna just run into someone that'll tell us what it is.
Al-Katan?
Lando, what are you doing here?
What does it look like I'm doing? I'm sitting in a cell. What about you?
I'm looking for Relo Baruch.
You too? What's the Republic want with him?
A ship of his was involved in an incident on Artus Prime. Remnant stuff.
The Remnant? Blast. Now it's starting to make sense.
What?
Over the past few weeks, a mineral smuggling ring has infiltrated the Cloud City on Besman. Real slick group, too. They commandeered half of our loading platforms and carbonite chambers before we knew what hit us. No one knows who's behind it, but it's become obvious that Relo's garbage haulers are handling the transports. I came down here to find Relo and persuade him to hand over the names of his employer.
Persuade?
Hey, I can be a charming guy when I want to. After a few bar fights and card games, I hadn't gotten any closer to Relo, but I had begun to hear about a remnant bigwig named Desan. Then I was captured.
Desan?
You know him?
He's a dark Jedi. He and the Remnant have been performing sick experiments on New Republic citizens, among other things.
Like I said, the Remnant connection makes sense. These smugglers are much more organized than the kind of scum we usually get on Bespin. They've got to be Imperials.
Want me to get you out of here?
If it's not too much trouble, you'll need the password to get into Relo's command center and open the cells.
Any idea what that might be?
Yeah, it's Ruby Bleals.
I could go for one of those.
Yeah, me too.
I'll be right back.
I'm not going anywhere.
Looks like Lando's gotten mixed up in all this Desan business after they got a little too comfortable taking over parts of Bespin. Now he's gone and gotten himself captured trying to get to the bottom of it all. And that's actually really Lando too. Like, Billy D. Williams came back to reprise his role and voice Lando for the game. He's the real deal, which is awesome. Makes us EU fans feel right at home. Well, we can't just leave our boy locked up in a cell, so using the password he gave us, we're able to gain access to the deeper levels of the building. And what do you know? There's the old corrupted garbage dealer himself.
Looking for something?
Not anymore. You're Relo Baruch?
In the flesh, but who are you?
Does it matter?
Not really. Any last words?
What's a respectable gangster like you doing mixed up with a remnant slime like Desan?
Making money, of course.
Leave it to a fat Rhodian to have an audience room rigged with blaster turrets all over the ceiling. If I wasn't a Jedi, this would have shredded me to bits. But luckily, I am a Jedi. Relo's gone by the time I get up into the office, but we do have a few smaller Rhodians to take our aggression out on. Even if he got away, we can still free Lando from his captivity from here and regroup to plan our next move.
What went on up there?
I ran into Relo.
Did he tell you anything about the smuggling ring?
We didn't talk much.
I see. Listen, we'd better get out of here. My ship's hidden nearby. What about yours?
Relo's thugs have probably already stripped it for parts by now.
What about Jan?
Jan's not with me on this one.
You two have had another one of your fights, haven't you? Well, come on, let's go. You can buy some flowers on Besman.
Alright, well, Relo's in the wind, and every merc in the area is surely rushing to collect a bounty on both Kyle and Lando given the events that just transpired. This is one of the simplest levels of the game, actually. The whole thing is just a series of errands to get Lando's ship, the Lady Luck, ready for departure. Opening the doors, refueling the ship, and killing everyone who gets in our way. This level is pretty much exactly what I was talking about wanting earlier, as we're given a much better environment to just butcher through this mercenary trash. With that done, we can get back to the ship and get out of here.
Going somewhere, gentlemen?
Oh, well, there's Relo.
You'd better get on the gun and hold him off. I'll have this fixed in a jiffy.
That's fine. I wanted to settle things with him before I left anyway. See you in hell, Trash Rodian.
Kyle, wake up.
No, Chad.
Kyle, are you okay?
Yeah, I'll be fine.
Good. While you were sleeping, I hailed a new Republic base on Sullust. They haven't shown much interest in our little smuggling problem in the past, but now that they know remnant forces are behind it, they're eager to pitch in. A strike team should be arriving on Besman within a few hours.
No!
I thought you'd be happy to.
They'll tip off Dasan.
Then we'll catch them later. Getting Dasan isn't as important as clearing the city.
Jan's dead, Lando. Dasan and his minion killed her.
Greif, I'm sorry, Kyle. Okay. Here's what we'll do. I'll drop you off on the lower levels. They've probably been overrun by remnant troops, so watch out. Chances are that Dasan's operating from one of the loading bays above level 10, but you'll never get in without the proper access codes. Try to find Carbonite Chamber 17. I've hidden an old R5 unit there with codes to every loading bay in the city.
You always did plan for the worst.
Ever since that run-in with Vader. Anyway, I'll head up top and gather some old friends from the security force. We'll work our way down towards your position. If we're lucky, we can trap Dasan before the New Republic arrives.
Well, welcome to Cloud City. Lando has dropped us off on the underside of the giant metropolis. I see. Anyway, in order to avoid detection from Remnant or Reborn forces, we're going to have to play this one safe. Getting into this elevator, we make it into the guts of Cloud City's tail, and I know what you're thinking, there's just no way this is the accurate scale. Well, I'd say you're right, and I have precisely zero explanation, so we're just going to chalk this up to technological limitations and move on. While scaling up the maintenance tunnels of Cloud City, we take out more than our share of a welcoming committee, but the real main event is waiting for us just below the entrance into the main city.
I sense a disturbance in the Force, but there's something strange about it.
You will die!
That is a Dark Jedi. At this point, we don't even know where he came from or what he's doing here, but he's not giving us time for questions. It's been 2 years since Kyle's duel with Mara, and 7 years since his fateful battle with Jarek and his minions at the Valley. So he might be rusty, but he's not weak.
Strange. He looked like a Jedi and fought like a Jedi, but his power felt so warped.
Things are heating up, and fast. As if Dasan's deal with the Remnant and various crime lords wasn't bad enough, now we've got a flurry of Dark Jedi running around. And there's another one of them now. Although they have been given the power to use the Force, they're clearly not trained in how to wield it and are struggling to hold their own against Kyle. This little astromech droid is going to be crucial in our ability to progress, which means escorting him to the door we need unlocked, and that means crossing this balcony littered with trip mines, snipers, and assorted mercenaries and a sequence that nearly broke me. I'm not sure if I'd have been able to do it without Force speed to help me out. Oh great, TIE fighters in the hangar can only mean one thing: the Remnant are here, because the dozens of mercenary thugs weren't already enough of a problem. Still, it's so cool for me to see these Storm 4 twin-pod cloud cars. They're so uniquely Star Wars and are basically synonymous with the idea of Cloud City, so I just love seeing them here in high fidelity like this. Really just helps solidify that feeling that we're battling our way through the streets of Cloud City itself. Oh great, it's an ambush. The saber combat in this game is great, by the way. This was the level I sort of realized that I wanted to have my cake and eat it too, and although I personally felt more immersed overall while playing in first person, like in this saber clash for instance, I eventually realized that I wouldn't be able to perform any of the cool acrobatic moves from this perspective, and so I decided to start playing my saber duels in third person going forward. We're not out of this yet though, we still have to see the best set piece of the game so far. This little arena has Kyle being ambushed by 2 reborn Dark Jedi and just feels so epic to play. I'm obviously able to take one of them out pretty quick, but the other one gives me quite a bit more trouble. It's very clear that some of these reborn are taking to the process giving them the Force far better than others. My theory is that their inherent midichlorian count is determining just how well they're able to control force powers given to them from the power of the Valley of the Jedi. I'm not really sure what it all looks like, but we do know that in the Legends continuity, someone's midichlorian count determines their force sensitivity, meaning the higher your midichlorian count is, the greater your potential in wielding the force. So that leads me to believe that the power of the Valley somehow manipulates your midichlorian count, possibly by imbuing more? Which isn't all that unfathomable given that midichlorians are actually just microscopic life forms called the Wills. But I'm not trying to get into all of that right now. What I'm saying is, if all the Valley does is expose you to some kind of energy that imbues you with more of the microscopic life forms called midichlorians, then that would lead me to believe that the higher your midichlorian count going in, the easier it will be for you to take to the process overall, leading to varied results from the process, and meaning that it's not a static power-up for everyone who does it, which is why all of these Dark Jedi, despite receiving the process at roughly the same time, all seem to vary in skill. And it's also worth mentioning that none of them are all that challenging, as Kyle is able to take on multiple at once, and they aren't really threatening. The midichlorian count isn't an excuse for instant skills as a warrior without training, because when we face a real Dark Jedi who's been trained in how to properly wield the Force and use her lightsaber here shortly, it's significantly more challenging. So no, just stuffing a bunch of midichlorians into someone isn't an excuse to suddenly make a character a powerful Jedi. They still need a lot of time and training to make them genuinely formidable. These reborn Dark Jedi may be able to tap into the Force and use a lightsaber, but they can't hold a candle to someone who's been trained in the Force. Okay, with that ran out of the way, we've managed to help the Cloud City security fight back the occupying forces, so now we just need to find out who's in charge of the occupation and take them out. Hopefully we can get some answers as to the whereabouts of Dasan while we're at it. We've pushed the occupying remnant forces back into this building, which is a good and a bad thing. Good because it means we've cleared out the majority of the occupation, bad because it means this building is densely packed out with Imperials holing up in here. And when I say densely, I mean possibly more than 100. There's a lot. A good half dozen of them are these reborn Dark Jedi. That said, with some work in the Force and a well-placed trip mine or two, we are able to clear out the majority of the building, leading us to the person who's been leading this little occupation. Dasan's second in command, a real Dark Jedi named Tavion.
Ah, the prodigal Jedi. Have you come seeking vengeance? Oh, that's not very Jedi-like.
Where's your master, apprentice?
Dasan sends his regards, but is far too busy in the Valley of the Jedi to personally dispose of his pawns.
What?
You still don't know, do you? Dasan followed you to the Valley of the Jedi. Even now, hundreds of Dasan's loyal followers are drinking deeply from the Valley's power, becoming reborn in the glory of the Force. And we owe it all to you.
Then you killed Jan?
That's right. We killed your woman to make you angry. Angry enough to cast aside your promises and rashly seek out the power of the Valley. Just think of it. Her death and your failure will be celebrated for eons to come as the events that brought about the era of Dasan. Congratulations.
Stop talking!
This is what I was talking about before. This battle took me nearly 10 minutes. And this isn't even a full Dark Jedi, she's just an apprentice. So you see how much training matters. Dozens of so-called reborn Dark Jedi cut through effortlessly only for a real Dark Jedi apprentice with real Jedi training to give Kyle some actual trouble. No amount of midichlorians can make up for a genuine lack of practice. That's my point. So let's talk about Tavion. Tavion Axmis is something of a mystery as she was found by Dasan, who took her as his apprentice while she was in service to Lord Hethreer, one of the leaders of the Empire Reborn insurgency, one part of what we call the Imperial Remnant. Dasan obviously took her under his tutelage due to her Force sensitivity, but before her service under Hethreer, her past is practically unknown. Judging by her attire and face paint, there is speculation that she's descended from either the Witches or Night Sisters of Dathomir. that may have escaped before the Imperial blockade following the Great Jedi Purge. There is no confirmation on this, so while it is ultimately left up to speculation, I would say her strong Force proclivity matched with her attire and tattoos are pretty strong visual indicators of just where she probably comes from. And that's Dathomir. After a long battle on this Bespin platform, Kyle finally gets the better of her.
Don't! Mercy!
The kind of mercy you showed Jan?
She lives! I can tell you where she is!
Liar! I saw her die!
Think. What did you really see? What did you really hear? Do you believe we'd risk killing one of the only two people who knew the location of the Valley of the Jedi?
Where is she?
That... Hauler will take you to our base in the Lenico Belt. That's where Gallic's ship, the Doomgiver, is docked. It's also where he's keeping your woman for further interrogations.
Why should I believe you?
Because I'm not brave enough to die!
Get out of my sight.
What?
You heard me. Go and pray that I find your master before he finds you.
Using a stolen freighter to infiltrate an Imperial base, just like that time back on Fuel Station Ergo, some things never change. According to Tavion, Jan is being held captive on an Imperial Star Destroyer called the Doomgiver, commanded by Admiral Gallic Fyar. Not exactly the most inspired name for a ship, but it does have an air of originality to it, I have to admit. As for the situation we're in, outnumbered, outgunned, alone in an Imperial fortress base with no backup or backup plan. But at least it's not the first time Kyle's been in this situation, and last time he wasn't a Jedi, so technically, this is an improvement. At this point, what could possibly surprise us?
Kyle.
Skywalker, what are you doing here?
Lando told me where you were going.
Then why aren't you at the Valley of the Jedi?
I went to the valley right after you left Yavin 4, Kyle. Dasan.
Followed me, I know. Does this mean we have a new Emperor on our hands?
It may be worse than that. Remember those experiments on Kedjim with the Artusian crystals? With the Valley of the Jedi's power coursing through those crystals, Dasan has succeeded in infusing his troops with the power of the Force.
Sith spit. I think I ran into one of them on Bespin. Are they still in the valley?
Not anymore. I managed to scatter Dasan and his reborn troops, and Rogue Squadron chased away their ships. For now, the valley's effectively sealed off, but we have no idea how many troops Dasan managed to empower before we got there. It could be dozens, but it could be thousands.
And all of them will have Force powers?
Yes, but we've got an advantage due to our training and discipline. Look out!
What could I even say about this sequence that a genuine fan wouldn't feel just from seeing it? We're ambushed by a horde of Imperial stormtroopers and get to fight back to back with Luke Skywalker in his prime. It's so cool, and even better, we get to watch and fight alongside him against a group of reborn acolytes too. This is but a brief little scene, but it's honestly one of the coolest ones from the whole game. After beating it, this was the moment I kept remembering even days later. A genuine gift to fans of the EU.
Something's changed in you. You seem less angry.
Maybe. There's a chance Jan may still be alive on the Doomgiver.
Sometimes even a small hope is enough to defeat the dark side, Kyle.
Listen, Skywalker, there's even more to this than you think. Dasan's working with a remnant scientist named Gallic Fyar. They're smuggling something called cortosis here from Bespin.
Damn, that's not good.
Why?
Well, cortosis is a rare mineral that resists lightsabers.
Great.
I'll try and find out what they're doing with the cortosis. You find the Doomgiver. If you run into Dasan, don't try to take him on alone. Now that he's been through the Valley of the Jedi, he'll be more powerful than ever.
Don't worry, I'm not totally crazy.
May the Force be with you, Kyle.
Yeah, you too, Luke.
Damn, seems like things might be worse than we thought, but at least it's all coming together now. These Artusian crystals the remnants were mining on Artus Prime were for mass manufacturing these lightsabers for the reborn acolytes, which means that Dasan has been planning on creating a Dark Jedi army for far longer than we might have initially assumed. Presumably, he pitched the idea to one of the higher authority figures in one of the remnant factions, in this case, Lord Hethrier, and rallied enough support not only to lay the groundwork for a Dark Jedi military, but he got an Admiral and a Star Destroyer too. Question is, how did Dasan plan to actually manifest the acolytes? They've all got matching uniforms and sabers ready for them, and it's only been a few days since Dasan found the valley, meaning all of this has been pre-planned for a while now. Dasan must have known about the valley somehow and has just been waiting for a chance to strike to either goad Kyle into going back to the valley or torturing it out of Jan. Back to this station situation though, there are a lot of reborn acolytes hanging around. I mean, you'd expect to see a solid share of Imperials obviously, but Force users just running all over the place rampantly like this is sort of a first for the galaxy in a very long time. I mean, it's possibly been thousands of years since there were this many red lightsabers all under one roof together like this. Even after considering the Inquisition, this new reborn movement has already shown well over 2 or more dozen just that we've killed. Who knows how many more there are? I'd guess hundreds by now. It doesn't help things that Jarek already set up an entire Imperial outpost around the valley. Hell, all Dasan had to do was show up and start feeding in prime candidates like a Dark Jedi printing press. I'm talking barracks, generators, munitions. They even had a damned AT-AT ready to go. Hell, Jarek's men basically built a small fortress on Rusan at the valley by the time Kyle got there last time. Now, granted, that was 7 years ago at this point, but still, it's not like Dasan had to do anything when he found the valley. And although some of that stuff may have withered or decayed in the last 7 years, we know it's probably all still there. We know for a fact that Kyle and Jan were the only people who knew the location to the valley before he told Luke, so that means no one else has gone and secured any of that equipment. So where does that leave us exactly? Did Dasan share the location with anyone? I mean, the Doomgiver is here in the Leniko belt system on this base with us right now, which means it's not at Rusan. I'm guessing, and this is just my speculation, that Dasan opted to handle the conversion process personally and ferried out a few dozen prime candidates for the conversion, making multiple trips but never sharing where they were going. I assume he did this because this means that he wouldn't have to give the location of the valley to anyone else, since, after all, if the Remnant could just access the valley themselves, then they could print their own Jedi at will and might decide they don't want to risk a potential threat to their power from him. I've gotten off topic. Are you seeing how utterly devastating this lightsaber is? I actually couldn't believe how brutal this game is sometimes, but it does add a lot of weight to just what you're doing here. This isn't an adventure, this is practically a war zone. The dismemberment on display here rivals even the Dead Space games sometimes. I mean, we can remove hands, arms, legs, heads, or even just horizontally disassociate a torso from its lower half. This game has totally upped the ante in pretty much every way in terms of gameplay, and of course, at this point in the game, the awful jump distance situation has pretty much resolved itself as we can force jump several feet into the air. Speaking of force jumping, I've talked about platforming in every one of these games so far, and Outcast is no exception. So here the platforming feels okay, for the most part. It never feels outright bad or broken or anything, but it definitely never feels buttery smooth like the previous titles either. I think the clunky realism of the id Tech 3 engine's physics is the cause for this, and I don't think it's bad either, just different from the other games. Also, are you seeing where we are? I love the set piece for this level. We're literally fighting through the reactor of this massive Imperial base, and the enormous scale of the environment offers up such a larger-than-life sci-fi feeling while playing through it. This, for sure, feels like the opening of the third act for this story in the best of ways, and although the majority of our opponents are Imperial troopers, we get more than our share of reborn acolytes to carve through. This level also introduces us to a newer, even deadlier enemy type, the Shadow Troopers. Not only are these foes reborn through the power of the Valley of the Jedi, but they went into it already being highly trained stealth soldiers who specialize in acrobatics and assassination missions, making them far deadlier than your average acolyte, not to mention their utilization of cloaking technology. This little arena acts as a boss fight against these two Shadow Troopers, and it's by no means an easy fight. It shows the power they've reached in an incredibly short amount of time, however, and this whole operation has to be shut down before it gets any worse. With the Shadow Troopers out of our way, the developers pull a major fast one on us by temporarily turning Jedi Outcast into a stealth game. While this is something I did not see coming, it kind of makes sense. Adding in little half-baked stealth mechanics was kind of a trend for a few years back when this game came out. And it's really not all that badly implemented. We have to avoid detection through the Karn Station's docking area, or else the alarms will go off and result in an immediate mission failed screen. Look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend this was the best idea in the world, but I don't think it's all that bad. And it doesn't only offer a little extra variety to the game, but also gives us an excuse to play with the Force mind trick ability a lot more. And it does kind of give off more A New Hope vibes, like when Obi-Wan was sneaking through the Death Star. And overall, both the stealth section and just the mission in general are pretty short, so it's just a painless little experimental addition to the game's flow. Looking at the game's files reveals that there were 2 more levels planned for the Karn installation, those being called Docks 2 and Stockpile. However, we don't know much about what was intended for these levels beyond just their names. Cutting our way through a few more reborn acolytes, we see a couple of familiar faces, and they're both locked in a very intense duel.
That's Luke and Hassan.
Save your strength, fool. Save your strength, fool.
Spast. What the? We're moving.
Kyle, are you there?
Yeah, I thought you said not to fight Dasan alone.
I didn't have a choice. I never even felt him coming. He's escaped onto a ship.
I know. I'm on it.
We need to destroy the ship before Dasan and his army reaches its target, whatever it is. Try to find the ship's communication center and use its sensor array to contact Rogue Squadron. I'll keep trying.
Luke!
Force with you.
Can someone with Source Filmmaker or Blender talents please go animate a version of this little duel between Luke and Dasan to look cooler than that? Because while that was awesome in concept, its execution was just a pinch over lackluster. One of the reasons for this is because it's actually being played out in real time. That duel isn't pre-rendered or scripted. They just let the two AI fight each other in front of the camera there. This can actually result in one of them dying on camera during the duel if a particular move connects. They really should have just scripted and animated a duel there. Anyway, we're stranded on the Imperial Remnant Star Destroyer called the Doomgiver and tasked with destroying the thing before it reaches wherever it's going. And although that is Kyle's speciality, this time we're calling for backup in the form of Rogue Squadron. That's right, another little treat for fans of the expanded universe. Only problem is, we've got to figure out a way to contact them. But Evan, I hear you say, why doesn't Kyle just use his personal communicator that he just talked to Luke on to call Wedge? Or why doesn't Luke call them for Kyle? Yeah, and tell them what? Hey, I'm on a Star Destroyer in hyperspace, come help please? We don't even know where this thing is going right now. So that means our job is to fight our way through the ship, find the comm array, and use it to send our location to Rogue Squadron so they know where to meet us when this thing comes out of hyperspace. And hopefully stay alive while we're at it. This mission also sees the return of the series staple, puzzle solving. This is another one of those missions that's actually not very long once you know where to go and what to do, but where the act of figuring those things out is the time-consuming part. That does mean, however, they're bringing back a neat little mechanic from earlier in the game, the ability to control a droid remotely. Although this time we're not taking over a mouse droid, but rather an astromech. It's a fun little mechanic, and this is the only game in the series that ever lets us do this, so I enjoyed the little element of uniqueness this brings to the title. Never mind all that though, we've got a tram to catch, and it's taking us straight to the communications array, which unfortunately is powered down right now. For some reason, the Imperials thought it'd be fun to make the generators operate on a very weird system of symbol-based power selection. Essentially, the power generators below the comm array determine where they send the voltage to based on a series of which symbol-coded panels are active. Getting all of that squared away, we're finally able to send power back to the comm array, call our boys in Rogue Squadron, and let them lock onto our signal to find out where the hell the ship is headed.
Rogue Leader to Kyle Katarn.
Rogue Leader, this is Kyle Katarn.
Katarn, good to hear your voice. We've locked onto your signal and are in pursuit. That is one whaladon of a ship you hooked, Kyle.
Can you bring her down?
Maybe, but I feel a lot better about our chances if somebody on the inside were working to disable the ship's shield array.
I'll see what I can do about those shields, but I've got some unfinished business here.
Understood. Once you get the shields down, make sure you get out of there in a hurry, because there's not going to be much left of this ship once we're done with her.
Don't waste any time on my account.
Good luck, Kyle. Rogue Leader out.
Got it. And on the way to the shields, too.
All crew members prepare to drop out of hyperspace.
Great.
Rogue Squadron is on their way, and this whole ship is going down whether we're on it or not, but that's only going to happen if we can get those shields down and open this thing up. Normally this might be an easier matter of setting it to self-destruct and escaping like last time, but in this case, not only is this ship quite a bit bigger than Kyle is used to, it looks like Jan is alive after all, and getting her to a ship has got to be the top priority right now. First things first, get to the detention block and find Jan, and then hopefully get to the shields before Rogue Squadron gets... Well, they're already here. Damn, that was fast. Alright, well we can just... And that's a Shadow Trooper. They're not playing around this time. If even a small handful of these Shadow Troopers makes it off this ship, they could wreak unimaginable chaos across the New Republic. Hold up. Are those turbo laser controls I see? Well, we might as well try to make Rogue Squadron's life a little easier down there while we're here. These last few missions are where the gloves are pretty much off. You're expected to have mastered your abilities and skills, and now it's time to use them to take down this little sect of the Remnant. And although we're all by ourselves on this ship right now, it doesn't mean we can't do a few things to even the odds a little bit. Now, where are those detention blocks? Oh, great, more walker droids. These are a sort of technological follow-up to the AT-PTs used by the Galactic Empire during the Galactic Civil War, but are a bit smaller and faster in design. Not to mention, these are totally automated, as opposed to the AT-PT, which required manual input from a pilot to operate. They're also unique to the Doomgiver's garrison, so if we can blow this ship up, we'll wipe this design off of the face of the galactic map right along with it, save a few potential ones remaining on the Karn station. Finally, we're able to get to the detention block, and of course, there's a couple of reborn acolytes standing between us and Jan. Alright, fine, let's put an end to this. Now we just ask this officer very nicely to open the door to the cells and see if Jan's still alive with our own eyes.
Jan.
Well, you certainly took your sweet time. Hey, it's okay. I'm happy to see you too.
I thought you were dead.
Dead? No. In pain? Yes. Dasan and his thugs must have burned out half a dozen interrogation droids trying to get me to crack.
They wanted to know about the Valley of the Jedi, right?
For the first course, then they dropped the subject and started asking me about the layout of the Jedi Academy.
The Jedi Academy?
Yeah, Dasan seemed obsessed with it.
Oh no.
What?
I think Dasan's invading the Jedi Academy. We've got to destroy the Doomgiver's shields before he can deploy his troops.
I think I know where it is. Let's go! I'm pretty sure the shield generators are through there.
I know. You get an escape pod ready and wait for me. This shouldn't take long.
Don't do something stupid like die on me.
And put you through the same misery I've been through? Not on your life.
Splitting up with Jan, we're in the Doomgiver's shield generator, and that is a lot of stormtroopers. It's pretty easy to see how this would have been an impossible task for a non-Jedi, right? They're not giving up without a serious fight, though. My guess is that between a Jedi running around and Rogue Squadron beating the hell out of the ship's hull, the whole ship is scrambling to keep the shields up and running right now. And I can't say I blame them. And man, this game's saber combat is just brutal. This is on an entirely different level than any other Star Wars game I've seen before. I hope I'm allowed to show this. And there's the shield generator. We're in business. As soon as I get this thing shut down, the rogues can start tearing this ship apart. Now it's just a matter of cutting the power lines and...
Ah, Captain Katan. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you face to face.
The pleasure's all yours, I'm sure.
The Oz woman thinks quite highly of you. Did you know that? She must have whimpered your name on at least 17 different occasions over the last few days.
Is that supposed to make me angry? I'm past that, Gallic.
Then what if I tell you that even as we speak, Dasan is descending on the Jedi Academy with thousands of his Force-enhanced, lightsaber-resistant warriors, eliminating the scourge of the Jedi for all time?
I'd say you're insane.
Insane? Then what about this?
Strike Force 1 to Doomgiver. Eastward assault on Academy grounds proceeding as planned.
Strike Force 2 to Doomgiver. Establishing beachhead outside main entrance.
Strike Force 3 to Doomgiver. Reborn troops advancing on northern perimeter.
Within hours, Dasan will have eradicated those annoying Jedi, clearing the way for my ascent as the leader of the new Empire. I, Galak Fayar the First, the genius who conceived of the Shadow Armor, will rule the galaxy with a Cortosis fist. Worlds will tremble, stars will shudder.
Your shields will fall.
Awkward cutscene aside, this battle is actually really hard. It took me several tries to actually beat Galak and his Golden Dark Trooper ripoff armor. But that being said, this once again does ring pretty familiar to our time in Dark Forces, fighting General Mach on the Arc Hammer all those years ago.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
But despite his shiny new armor and his incredibly resilient shields, there's only so much one can do to withstand a lightsaber carving away at you in a speedy flurry. With him dead, the game brings back an old mechanic from Mysteries of the Sith, zero gravity. As the ship's hull gets bombarded by the X-Wings outside, the artificial gravity gets knocked offline, and we're left to try and float our way out of here, which puts us at a slight disadvantage to the multitudes of interrogation droids trying to kill us. I say slight because, look. This scene is super cool in concept, and it's not even bad in execution, but it does feel pretty janky to try and play. I'm still glad it's here though, because it feels sort of like it parallels the falling ship sequence from Dark Forces 2. There's Jan, let's bail before the rogues turn this whole place into a debris field.
If we get out of this alive, remind me never to do that again.
I'm going after Dasan. He's probably heading for the heart of the Academy. You coming?
I think I'd be more useful in the air. I'll go to the hangar and join the New Republic troops.
Okay. Try to avoid anyone with a lightsaber.
Good advice, Jedi.
And that, kids, is called a character arc. They used to be common in Star Wars. Touching down on the surface of Yavin, Kyle has accepted his destiny as a Jedi Knight, and is now on his way to try and rescue who he can from the Remnant siege on the Jedi Academy. This arc will come to a more complete resolution later, but we just pretty much saw it happen. By this point, Kyle is pretty overpowered, and as you see on the screen, we can pretty much terrorize the local Remnant presence without much struggle. The landscape is pretty cool though.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
I really like the swampy aesthetic and how the pouring rain occasionally hits our blade, causing it to evaporate against the blade. And don't give me any of that lightsaber blades aren't hot stuff. They so very clearly are. The popularly accepted theory is that the heat is kept within a containment field, and until the field is breached via direct contact, no heat is felt. So these drops evaporating on the blade makes perfect sense to me. Back to the game though, we get introduced to the Swamp Troopers, which are pretty cool, but honestly, just a reskin. These Shadow Troopers, on the other hand, are a constant challenge. Nothing we can't handle though, obviously. After a few respawns, anyway. The level feels kind of short, but like I said earlier, that's kind of just because your character is too overpowered to be worried about regular Imperial soldiers at this point. Playing on harder difficulties might offer a different experience, but I'm running it on normal, which is the default experience, and overall, it feels good to get to enjoy your power-up in this final act. Once we make it into the canyon, we've still got a little ways to travel before we reach the Academy. Fortunately for us, the Remnant left this ATST just sitting out here. And I feel it would be such a shame to just leave it here like this. Now this mission is pretty short, because most of it is just slaughtering whatever Remnant troops you can find in this canyon on the way to the Academy, while inside of this ATST. I do have a few things to say about this sequence though. This is the only real vehicle section in the game, which is a first for the series actually. The ATST controls about how you'd expect. I mean, it's a slow bipedal Imperial Walker. It's got two firing modes, a primary laser and a secondary missile launcher, both of which are surprisingly ineffective if I'm being honest. But we can step on people, which is cool. We come across various opportunities to ditch the walker and explore around a bit, which is nice and adds a degree of fluidity to one's available options. Some games from this time period might have locked the player to the vehicle, but we actually get to get in and out at will. Once we cut our way through to the far end of this canyon, we're able to enter the tunnels that connect around into Luke's Academy building. This really is it. We're make or break here. We've got a small number of New Republic soldiers holding off the Remnant forces, but this ambush didn't give any time for preparations or backup, so they're pretty outnumbered by the Remnant troopers deployed from the late Doomgiver. It's not the Remnant to be worried about right now though. Running into one of the Jedi training rooms we saw earlier, we find a couple of reborn acolytes trying to kill a Jedi trainer and his apprentice. This is happening all over the Praxium, and it's going to be on us to put a stop to it. I was able to save several of the Jedi in this mission, but that said, a lot of them still did fall during the battle. Also, it's pretty awesome to be fighting alongside all of these other Jedi like this. It feels very epic in a way Star Wars rarely delivers on despite its own potential. I did end up realizing that Force Speed was one of the most valuable powers in defeating these acolytes, because they can counter so many of the directly offensive abilities. Finally, we reach the end of the Praxium and come upon a series of secret tunnels beneath the ancient Jedi Temple, now being guarded by two Shadow Troopers. We know Dasan is in there, but it's just a matter of getting through his guards and making it to him, which we finally do eventually, and then give chase into the tunnels. Well, here we go. Alright, Dasan has fled into these old temples for some reason, maybe to hide from us, but it didn't work because... Man, I'm sick of this big lizard. Well, I mean, technically he's a Chiss story, but those are literally just big talking lizards anyway. Finally, after several obtuse puzzles, we reach the end of the maze and confront Dasan for the final time.
Welcome, Kyle Katarn. Welcome to the future.
Your future's looking pretty grim, Dasan.
On the contrary, thanks to you, the weakling Jedi who scorned me will soon be erased from history, replaced by a new race of warriors. Strong warriors, warriors who know that the Force is not a shield to protect the useless, but is in reality a weapon to empower the worthy.
None of that's gonna happen, Dasan. Most of your shadow troopers are being mopped up by real Jedi. Ones who've been trained to use the Force. The rest blew up with your ship.
What a pathetic ruse. Dasan to Fayar. Admiral? Admiral! Admiral Fayar, I order you to come in at once. I was wrong about you, Katarn. Your failure as a Jedi hasn't weakened you. It's only made you stronger. Come, join me. You know in your heart that you'll never truly be one of them.
Maybe, maybe not, but I know I won't be alone. How about you, Dasan? Even now, after all this pain, it's not too late. Come, join us.
You sweet fool!
Well, that's that. Dasan has made his decision, and there's only one way left for this to end. Violently. Luke already told us pretty much everything there is to know about Dasan, so there isn't much lore for me to cover. He was shunned by his own people as a child and taken to Luke's academy to learn the ways of the Force. After some training, when he learned to control his abilities, he grew in both power and aggression steadily, leading him to strike down one of Luke's other students named Havet Storm. From there, he fled the Praxium and sought out the Imperial Remnant, where he would end up finding Hethrir, one of the many warlord-like leaders of the various Remnant factions. There's a number of different ways to beat him, but I decided to take advantage of this Force nexus beneath the Praxium, which gives Kyle temporary invulnerability. This is a risky move, however, as it offers the same benefits to Dasan if he beats you to it, which is why I had to push him out of the beam and take it for myself. After securing the power of the Temple's Force nexus, we're able to take him down in one final clash of blades, ending this conflict for good.
Kyle, Jan.
Someday you're gonna have to teach me how to do that.
Thanks for taking care of the Raven's Claw.
It was the least I could do for the pair of mercenaries who saved the Jedi Academy. I know you've probably heard this before, but the New Republic is forever in your debt.
You should have known it would take a failed Jedi to take out another failed Jedi.
Kyle, you were never a failure.
Luke,
I know. I'll be happy to hold your lightsaber for safekeeping.
No, I think I'll keep it.
Ha! I knew it! Lando owes me 5 credits.
Are you sure this is what you want, Kyle?
Look, I'm not saying I'm ready to join the Academy or anything like that. I mean, before I do anything, I figure that Jan and I have earned a long vacation on the beaches of Spyra. And after that, well...
After that, we'll see.
Yeah.
Take your time, Kyle. We'll still be here when you're ready.
Thanks, and may the Force be with you, Luke.
And thus ends the story of Kyle Katarn on his journey as a Jedi Knight. From lowly Imperial Academy dropout to rebel mercenary to Jedi Knight to Jedi Outcast, and now, the next time we see him, he will be a Jedi Master. It's been a serious journey getting to see this, what is essentially his final Jedi trial as a Knight, but It's been a blast all the same, and I'm so glad I finally got to sit down and play through this epic adventure after all these years. Desan is defeated, the Doomgiver is destroyed, and the Remnant are on the run. And the next time we see Kyle, Luke, and the Academy, it'll be from an entirely different perspective. Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast very much maintains the impressive trend set by its predecessors of being another one of the very best games Star Wars has to offer. The gameplay is tight-knit and feels great. The story is exciting and readily marries itself to the expanded universe in a way that makes fans of the books feel right at home during their playtime. I really cannot believe it's taken me so long to actually play this one, and I have to say, despite not really knowing what to expect from it, I wasn't disappointed in any way. There is technically one more mission left to talk about, but I won't give it very much time since it's not really canon. In order to promote the game, Raven Software developed a demo level that was fully fleshed out, complete with its own premise, objectives, and even unique voice lines from Kyle and Jan. Taking place on a Remnant outpost hidden on the remote planet of Aslok 3, the level really serves as more of a vertical slice to show off the different mechanics of the game. I say it's not canon because when you fight a couple of reborn acolytes at the end of the level, if they beat you, then they'll say Desan will be pleased, as if he's still alive, which would place this before the events on Yavin, and that's impossible because there's nowhere between Jan's kidnapping and the Battle of Yavin where this could take place. It is possible, I suppose, that these acolytes are simply not aware of Desan's defeat, but even then, Kyle's powers are noticeably weaker in this level too, suggesting he's not at full power here, meaning it wouldn't be after Desan's death anyway. On top of that, nothing notable really happens in this level, it's just a demo, so it wouldn't add anything to the canonicity anyway. As you've been hearing throughout this video, I've once again replaced the music from Jedi Outcast with music from various other Star Wars properties, due to Jedi Outcast once again relying heavily on the John Williams music ripped directly from the movies. Nothing more to say here, you know my thoughts on this by now. Jedi Outcast does feature a multiplayer mode just like the previous two games have before it, but unlike the previous games, this one offers AI bots to play with, so I can actually talk a little bit about the multiplayer. There's a pretty solid variety of well-made maps on offer, with all of the game modes we've come to expect from the series, including the return of Kill the Fool with the Salamiri mode from Mysteries of the Sith. While you can run the game like a standard arena shooter if you want, you'll probably have way more fun turning lightsabers only mode on and just enjoying the chaos that ensues. George really figured something out when he came up with the lightsaber. Seeing the various glowing blades of the various colors clashing all across the map just looks and feels fantastic. I ran several matches and had a blast, but I will say that it did get old pretty quick, and it could have used a bit more content. I'm sure it was incredible to play this back in the day though. When Jedi Outcast was released to consumers, it was overall accepted by the community pretty much right away. Fans were clamoring to get their hands on the brilliant new adventure set in the Star Wars galaxy, featuring the return of fan-favorite character, Kyle Katarn. The PC version currently shows an 89 on Metacritic, with IGN giving it a 9 out of 10 at the time, and most other major reviewers such as Game Informer and GameSpot following this trend. Not everyone was impressed by Jedi Outcast, however, with X-Play panning the game for its monotonous and bloated reliance on frivolous puzzle solving and going on to criticize the AI and even the level design. Sentiments like this were few and far between, however, with most players and reviewers alike falling in love with the game from start to finish. The console versions of the game received similar praise, but it was the multiplayer component and the controls drawing ire on those iterations, with complaints about the Xbox version lacking not only any kind of Xbox Live support, but also not even being LAN enabled, which prevented players from hooking up their consoles for bigger matches, and the GameCube version not supporting control mapping like the Xbox did, meaning you had no customization for how to enjoy the experience. Overall, the game would go on to secure the hearts of millions across the various consoles it released on, who were just happy to experience such a brilliantly fun adventure within the Star Wars universe. Following the success of Jedi Outcast, LucasArts obviously asked Raven Software to make a sequel, a proposition which Raven readily accepted. This time though, things were going to be a little different. They wanted to make a follow-up that was bigger with a more fleshed out combat system, more worlds to explore, and a final resolution on plot elements left untied from the previous game. That sequel would conclude the story and act as the final entry in the Jedi Knight series. It was called Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy. Jedi Academy was made with a 1-year development cycle and thus released on September 17, 2003. Much like its immediate predecessor, Jedi Academy also saw a vast multi-console release, finding its way onto the Mac and returning to the Microsoft Xbox and PC. Although Kyle Katarn is returning on this adventure, he is not the protagonist this time around. Instead, we'll be getting introduced to a brand new hero, one that we'll get to customize ourselves. Jaden Korr, a canonically human male with dark hair and gray eyes, but who can be portrayed in a number of different ways depending on how the player creates them. I'll talk more about that later. Unlike Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy did not see a GameCube port, meaning Nintendo players who enjoyed the previous title would have to try and requisition a PC, Mac, or Xbox to enjoy this last entry of the Jedi Knight saga. I decided to go with the PC version, as it's readily available on Steam, can be easily modified to run at 4K resolution on widescreen, and it's how I played it as a kid. I opted not to make any other adjustments this time around because honestly, the game looks great. It doesn't need a ReShade or a mod, although there are plenty of mods out there if you want to have some fun with it. I like the vanilla Jedi Academy experience, and so that's how I decided to play it. Of course, I did make a few adjustments to the configuration document to run at 4K widescreen, but that was just a matter of adding a few lines of text. Raven Software built the game upon the same technology from Jedi Outcast, meaning we're back on the id Tech 3 engine again, which is fine because they honestly made some incredible improvements to it in the year they had to make this one. The saber combat is much improved with a variety of new moves and possibilities. The force power system has been revamped to closer mirror the earlier entries in the franchise like Dark Forces 2 and Mysteries of the Sith, and we've even got a couple of minor vehicle sections now which bring about some much needed range to the gameplay offerings. What Raven was able to accomplish here in the 1 year they were given to develop the game is beyond incredible, and you can feel it really taking full advantage of the id Tech 3 engine. So, what's the story behind this exciting conclusion to the Jedi Knight series? Well, this was released just 1 year after Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones premiered in theaters, and you can sort of feel the impact of those prequel films meshing into the DNA of the pre-established expanded universe throughout this title. You'll see what I mean as we play. The first thing we have to do is create our new hero. We can't name him or give him a backstory or anything, but we can customize him or her and even create our own lightsaber. Kind of. For what it is, the customization isn't awful, but I'm personally not a huge fan of it. The whole thing feels kind of scattershot and inconsistent. Some of the species options have more clothing choices than others, and the gender options aren't very evened out. Our choices are a human male, a human female, a Keldor male, a Rodian male, a Twi'lek female, or a Zabrak female. Human for both sexes, and 2 different alien species for each sex. I guess the idea was to maximize potential choices this way, but I don't love it. For one, the character's voice only supports the human selection. If you pick a Rodian, then you're just going to sound like a human guy talking the whole game. The clothing options are super limited too, and a lot of them just downright don't look very good in my opinion. And if you pick male, you can choose to be black or white, but the human female only has light-skinned options, which feels a little unfair. I love the idea of customizing your own Jedi Padawan to embody, and I even like the idea of playing as aliens, but the team did not have enough time to execute this idea in a capacity that does it any justice. They would have been far better just keeping the available selection strictly human and offering more skin tone choices, hairstyles, and clothing options. Granted, this is just my opinion on the matter, but this feels half-baked to me personally. Not to mention that the lightsaber creation also feels half-baked. They should have given us more hilt choices here. There's only 9 hilts to pick from, and 5 of them don't look very good. I wish we'd had like 15 or even 20. This idea is so cool in concept, but I just feel like when I was looking at it, nothing really looked cool. If they were going to go for this create your own Jedi experience, then they needed to tighten it up a lot. Drop the alien choices and let us customize our humans with more options and give us more saber hilts. Again, I like the option to play as aliens, but it's not done well in story as it's clearly written with a human voice and a human character in mind, so just own that then. They only had a year to make the game, so just be honest with what you're able to offer. Anyway, for this playthrough, I'm running the default male Jaden, and I'll do a female Jaden for the non-canon Darkside run where I talk about it later. With our Jaden decided and our saber created, we begin our adventure towards Luke Skywalker's Jedi Academy to learn the ways of the Jedi Knight.
We'll be arriving at the Academy in just a few minutes.
That would be so great! Aren't you excited? We're going to be Jedi! Learning the ways of the Force, building a lightsaber. Ah, of course, you already have one. I'm gonna get one of those stupid training sabers and
I wouldn't worry about that.
I can't help it. I want to make a good impression.
You seem really nervous.
Aren't you? I mean, well, why would you be? You already have a lightsaber, so you're probably way ahead of me. I'm Rosh, by the way. What's your name?
Jaden.
So where'd you get that lightsaber?
Well, it's kind of a long story. I found myself on...
Hold on!
Ah!
Runner 2, do you copy?
Loud and clear. We made an emergency landing several clicks west of the Academy.
Is everyone all right?
I think so.
Good. We'll send a shuttle to pick you up. Can you lead the students to the nearby Masasi Temple?
Affirmative, Academy. We'll meet you there.
Jedi Academy does quite a few things differently with the way it opens its story. The game opens on Yavin 4, where our shuttle has been shot down. This is where we're tasked with escorting one of our fellow prospective students to the temple, as there's some aggressive wildlife between us and there. One of the biggest things Jedi Academy does is start the player with a lightsaber, which is really lucky because not only does Jaden use it to fight off the local fauna, he also ends up needing it to keep him alive here shortly. It's not explained why Jaden has a lightsaber before he's even arrived at the Academy, but he does. As our fellow student Rosh leans in to ask how Jaden got it, the ship is shot down and the game never gets around to explaining it after that. But you know me, and you know I'm going to fill in that lore detail right now. In one of the books starring Jaden, it's explained that just days before he wound up on that shuttle, he went into an intense, dreamlike state where he constructed the lightsaber while in his uncle's workshop. Jaden had been living with his uncle on Coruscant for some time, but after his uncle saw the weapon Jaden had created and realized that Jaden had no understanding of what just happened, his uncle made immediate arrangements to have Jaden sent to the Jedi Praxium on Yavin 4 to learn the ways of the Jedi. Now, since we know in our experience there's no such thing as luck, the explanation here is quite clearly the Force. That's why Jaden has a lightsaber and why he was on his way to the Academy when the game started. Good thing he had it too, so he could defend himself from this dark Jedi attack, someone who looks suspiciously like the Reborn from Kyle's run-in with Dasan's followers.
What?
Huh? What? Who are you?
Kyle Katarn, at your service. Welcome to a day in the life of a Jedi.
What happened?
We were kind of hoping you could tell us.
I saw a huge flash of light and ran over to find you, just lying unconscious.
Do you recall anything?
I saw 3 people. One was holding some sort of scepter and it was glowing. That's all I can remember.
A scepter? That sounds bad.
Are you able to stand?
Yeah, I'm okay.
I sense a disturbance in the Force.
You always sense a disturbance in the Force. But yeah, I sense it too. It could just be residual dark side aura from this temple.
Perhaps. Kyle, why don't you...
Stay here and investigate? I'd love to. Why don't you take the kids back home now?
Be careful, Kyle. Everyone, follow me to the shuttle.
I think that was Luke Skywalker. I can't believe it.
I'd like to welcome all our new students to the Jedi Academy. Here we will train you in the ways of the Force. You will learn to defend yourself with a lightsaber. You will also study diplomacy, history, and more. It has been the practice of the Jedi to assign each student to a master. However, since there are still so few of us, we will be assigning multiple students to one master. So, Routheron, you will be assigned to Master Horn.
I can't wait to begin my training.
Rosh Pennon, you will be assigned to Master Katarn. Jaden Kor, you'll also work with Master Katarn. Now, let's begin with your first lessons, and may the Force be with you.
And there was nothing. But the area around the temple felt strange, like its dark side aura was gone.
Troubling. But let's look into this later. Your students are ready to get started.
Master Katarn, it's an honor to be serving under you.
First off, just call me Kyle. Titles make my skin crawl. Secondly, you're not serving under me. I'm going to teach you, and you're going to learn. That's it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you.
Don't worry, Rosh. You didn't. I've been offended by professionals. Now, let's see what you 2 kids can do. Follow me to the training grounds.
Of course, Jedi Academy is going to take a little time to teach us how to play the game and interact with its various Force powers. I'll go ahead and say this now. This game is the first time the Force was really unleashed. I think I used the Force more times in this one game than I did in all of the other games in the series put together. Every ability is more powerful, and there are a lot more of them to play with. This little training session is well integrated and fun too, as Kyle leads us through a little temple run where we get to play with our powers. It's neat, and also lets us make use of our saber to fend off a handful of the local fauna. Everything is going smoothly.
Hey Jaden, this should keep you busy till I finish the course.
What the hell, Rosh? Man, what a dick. Hopefully that doesn't remain a consistent trait of his character.
What took you so long, Jaden?
Nothing.
You're sure?
It was nothing.
To get to the next area, you must pull a lever somewhere in the room. But you can't reach the lever with your hands. Remember to examine your environment carefully.
I love how they've given the Force Sense ability a role in the story mode this time around. It was featured in previous games, but only as a multiplayer ability. This time we can use it to help us solve puzzles across the game's various levels, which is a really cool idea and adds to that Jedi power fantasy. Finally, we get to the end of the training course and relink with Rosh and Kyle.
So, did I win?
It wasn't a competition.
I'm sorry,
I'm not the one you should be apologizing to.
It's no big deal. You said yourself this wasn't a competition.
Hey, it was just a joke. I didn't think it would...
If that droid was set to Luke's training regimen, it would have killed Jaden. What were you thinking?
Jaden, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I mean, I wasn't trying to...
Save it, Rosh.
Jaden, you have a right to be angry. But believe me when I say you don't want to feed that emotion.
I understand, Master Katarn. Apology accepted, Rosh.
Good, that's settled. And remember, it's Kyle?
Yes, Kyle.
Sure thing, Kyle.
Okay. You're both ready to start putting what you've learned to use. Let's see how you do in the real world.
Kyle, I did some research on that strange mark from the clothing we found at the temple. It is the symbol of Marka Ragnos, a Sith Lord that died almost 5,000 years ago.
5,000 years? Are you serious? Oh, wait. Of course you're serious.
While you're out training your students, be on the lookout for information regarding a group affiliated with Ragnos.
Sure thing, Luke.
Well, that's that then. Looks like there's a weird cult going around doing things in the name of a long-dead Sith named Marka Ragnos. Expanded Universe fans may have also caught that muffled mention of Corran Horn. That's good fan service, which is nice because we'll have some bad fan service here shortly. This is where the game opens up and gives the player some limited autonomy. This galactic map menu is where we will select which missions we want to do in whatever order we want to do them, and you only ever have to do 4 out of the 5 available to you. The game is split up into 3 acts, and each act features 5 selectable missions, one of which will always be optional. Whichever one is optional is up to the player, but you do have to complete at least 4 every act. I actually really love this system. It made me feel like a real Jedi back in the day, looking at my galaxy map and heading to the planet to accomplish my missions. They even bothered to show where the planets are relatively on the galactic map, and it's a really interesting idea for how to handle these missions. And we're starting off strong, of course. Alright, let's get this over with. Honestly, this is probably the worst mission in the game in my opinion, and I'll get to why in a second.
Anybody here? I guess they're out. Luke's info was good. These are definitely freelance cargo ships. I've got a bad feeling about this. Listen, stay here and guard the entrance to the docking bay. If anyone tries to enter or leave, detain them. I'll head over to the Crate Cantina and ask around. I know some people there.
I do really like this idea of mimicking the Master-Padawan dynamic we saw in The Phantom Menace by having Kyle be the Master and letting us play as the Padawan as we go on little missions. It's a really cool idea.
A Jedi? Me? No, not yet. I'm one of Kyle Katarn's students. He's talking to some locals. We're investigating a cult that's been cropping up everywhere. You must be Chewbacca. Why are you here? Leia Organa? Wow, must be important business.
Look, I love fan service. I think putting cool things into products to appeal to your demographic is not only fine, but it's good. There is a point, however, when it's so tasteless even I don't like it. Opening the game's first mission by letting us fight off a band of mercenaries alongside Chewbacca because Han just happens to be here at the exact same time we're here investigating is so stupid. Not to mention the level design of this mission is just horrendous. It's actually painful to play this mission. You've already seen the whole thing too. It's just the hangar bay with our ship in one port and the Falcon in the other. The mercs put a tractor beam on our ships and we have to go disengage it. That's it. Not to mention, it's set to the backdrop of Tatooine. It's just the worst level, I hate it. Guarding the tractor beam controls is a reborn acolyte. At least we're getting straight into the saber combat this time. No waiting around, but it looks like this fool can't even keep up with an untrained Jedi Padawan. No wonder Kyle is wiping these guys out by the dozen. I'm guessing these are leftover reborn from Dasan's trip to the valley? Or maybe not. Either way, we take him out and we finally get the tractor beams offline so we can meet back up with Kyle and get the hell off this rock. Well, actually, we're just moving to a different part of said rock, but still.
Oh, did I miss something? Good to see you too, Chewie. Guess these mercs didn't want us here. Oh, that's high praise coming from a Wookiee.
Thanks, I think.
These mercs aren't cheap. Someone in this cult must have a lot of credits. Or worse, it's backed by the Remnant. Listen, we gotta get back to Luke and tell him what's going on. Can you tell Leia about the cult?
If he hadn't shown up when he did, I'd have been in a whole lot of trouble.
Yeah, well, the way Chewie tells it, you held your own. Nice work. Jawas, never around when you need them. Tracks. Maybe they've already come and gone. Go see if you can find their sandcrawler. They might have stopped in that canyon. I'll talk to the moisture farmers, see if they know anything about this cult.
All right.
Don't worry. Jawas are pretty friendly.
Yeah, Jawas may be friendly, but Tusken Raiders are very much not. So a smuggler's R5 droid picked up some audio of some people talking about a Sith cult, but he got scared and sold the thing to a group of nearby Jawas. So naturally, we have to go find where that droid is now and hope they haven't totally scrapped it yet. This mission is overall actually pretty cut and dry. Most of them are actually, but this one in particular is just a matter of cutting our way through these Tuskens and finding the sandcrawler. And when we find said sandcrawler, we get one of the only puzzles in the entire game. No, really, Jedi Academy only has like 5 or 6 small puzzles across its entire runtime. And this one's not even really a puzzle, to be honest. It's more like reminding you that you have force powers. With that done, we can keep going. I think the team went out of their way to totally address the 2 biggest criticisms of Jedi Outcast with this game, and it shows. Those criticisms being 1, it took way too long to get to your lightsaber, and 2, the abundance of puzzle solving damaged the overall pacing and fun of the game. Well, this game answers both of the criticisms by starting you off with a lightsaber and pretty much removing any real puzzle solving. There's a small handful of little environmental puzzles like that throughout the game, but honestly, most of these missions are just fun levels meant to have fun with. There's the R5 droid. Let's get this thing out of here and get back to Kyle.
I was starting to get worried. Any problems?
Not unless you count the sand people I ran into.
Well, you're still in one piece, so you must have handled yourself all right. Let's get this droid back to the Academy.
So, how's your training going? I've been sent on a few errands, nothing exciting.
Same here. I guess that's just how the training works.
I thought it was just me. Ever wonder if your master is holding you back? You know, making sure you don't become too powerful?
Why would you say that?
Well, Kyle doesn't seem to really foster my talents. I've gone on a couple of missions with him, but doesn't let me do any of the really important stuff.
Maybe he's observing you. You know, seeing how you accomplish your missions. I wouldn't worry about it.
I'm not so sure. What do you think, Jaden?
Well,
Ready to get back out there? Did I interrupt something?
No, not at all. Well, I'm ready. Let's go.
Looks like Rosh isn't enjoying his training very much so far, but we've got our own training to get back to. And for our next mission, we're headed to the planet Bakura.
Where are you, Kyle? I've been waiting here forever. Well, I can't wait around. I've got to do something.
So why are we on Bakura? Well, it's important to remember that we are training as Jedi, so while a lot of the game's levels like the previous 2 will tie into the Sith cult plotline, some of them are just unrelated side quest adventures as part of our Jedi training. In this case, the Jedi Praxium has recently been asked by some officials on the planet Bakura if they could send a Jedi to investigate a power station they've lost contact with. According to the request, officials of the planet's governments have sent teams to investigate what's happened at the station, but lost contact with them as well shortly thereafter. Now, you might be wondering, why would a planet's government reach out to the Jedi of all people for assistance on an issue like this? Why not ask the New Republic, or send in their own military, or anything? Well, I actually have an answer to that question. It's not talked about in the game, but Luke happens to have a personal relationship with the Prime Minister of Bakura, a woman named Gariel Captason. Their relationship is detailed in the book The Truce at Bakura, and depicts that although Gariel isn't fond of Jedi at the time of their meeting, she and Luke eventually become close. In fact, that book makes it clear that they even had a thing for each other, but agreed that they could not pursue a relationship due to their separate responsibilities. She wasn't Prime Minister at that time, but she would go on to take that position by the time this game takes place. Which means it's all too believable that she would feel comfortable having her people reach out to Luke for help when she's worried the Empire might be involved. Because in the aforementioned book, she sees firsthand that Luke knows how to take on the Empire. So, when we have a situation like this one, where a group of Imperial Remnant soldiers are running around a power station trying to set bombs to blow things up, you can hardly blame her for reaching out to Luke for help. And I'm sure Luke was glad to help given it's such a good opportunity to put his Jedi Order in action. Remember, Kyle was supposed to be here with us right now, so it's not like he was trying to put a Padawan in danger or anything. Anyway, we eventually managed to shut down the bombs scattered around the base and clear out the remaining Imperial forces. It's not really a major mission and doesn't contribute to the main plot, but it's a really fun little side adventure that sparks the intrigue of lore guys like me. Not to mention that despite being mentioned in a ton of EU content, this game is one of the very few times we get to actually see Bakura, so that's cool. Also, this is the first mission we see Jaden's personal starfighter, a Z-95 headhunter. On to our next mission. Luke has told us there's a group of merchants stranded on a planet called Blingeal. They were shot down after a run-in with the Empire, apparently, so they sent out a distress signal and the Praxium picked it up. So Luke is giving Jaden a shuttle and sending him on a quick solo rescue mission. Should be easy enough, right?
Hello? Hello? Hey, you there!
Thank the Force you've come. This place is...
What was that?
In case you couldn't tell from that cutscene alone, this is one of the most unique missions of the game. Actually, I think this is one of the most unique missions of any Star Wars game. There's no one to shoot. No Imperials, no mercenaries, cultists, or Dark Jedi. Just you, a busted ship, some wreckage to scavenge from, and a horde of deadly sand burrower worms anxious to get their jaws on you. Overall, the mission is actually really easy. It's really just a soft platforming level where the consequence of touching the sand is attracting one of the many worms to your location. I don't know how they came up with this. I mean, yeah, it's very clearly inspired by Dune, but still, what did the conversation look like when they were discussing how this level would go? I can remember playing this level as a kid, actually. It was so crazy that this was in a Star Wars game. I loved playing this one and trying to outrun the worms. It was a level I'd look forward to playing because I replayed this game over and over as a kid, and this level was always one of my favorites. The parts we need for our ship are scattered across this area, so getting to them is where the challenge is. Like I said earlier, this entire level is just platforming, but it's fun, and you can even mess with the worms by luring them around the map by shooting the sand. I even used to make them eat thermal detonators as a kid to see if I could kill them. You can't, by the way. If you're hoping I've got some cool lore about Blingeal or these sand burrowers, then I hate to tell you that there isn't any. In-universe, the Blingeal system is actually far outside of every major hyperlane, and since there was seemingly nothing of value here, and the one habitable planet was just a big desert with no visible or apparent life forms, no one ever came here. The merchants who crashed here did so out of necessity after they got pulled out of hyperspace by crossing paths with an interdictor Imperial cruiser that didn't want its presence to be known. So there's nothing here, the whole system is barren. Of course, in a meta sense, the reason there's no lore is because this planet was created for this game and doesn't appear in any other media. Even still, I like to imagine to myself that there's some kind of side story of a character who's living somewhere on this planet. Like a Jedi who escaped Order 66 and fled to Blingeal to avoid the Purge, and has learned to tame and live among the worms in Dune-esque fashion. Kills them for food, rides them, you get the idea. That'd be sick. Anyway, we get the parts we need, put our ship together, and get the hell away from this system to never return. Kyle then tells us the New Republic will mark the planet as hazardous, so no one will have to see that terror of a world again.
Then Jan punches the weak way right in the...
Can anyone hear me? We're under attack. Somebody's trying to blow up the tram.
The message is coming from that cargo tram down below. You take the tram. I'll take care of these ships.
Welcome to Corellia, a planet that's surprisingly underutilized in Star Wars media, in my opinion. Kyle and Jaden were coming to Corellia to meet with a contact in the city of Coronet. The plan was to link with some of Kyle's contacts about the cult activity, but as you saw, we intercepted a distress signal from a nearby cargo tram under assault. So here we are, and again, I think this mission is awesome. The speeding feeling of the city flying past us, the intensity of the rain pelting our lightsaber blade evaporating on contact, even the fact that they bothered to animate Jaden covering his face from the onslaught of rain like this. It's vibrant and exciting. Of course, you've seen the whole level now though, because this is just about all it is the whole time. Well, actually there's one or two times it differs, like now as we confront a cultist warrior. As it turns out, most of these cultists are in fact leftovers from Dasan's Reborn movement. He really was cranking them out by the dozen, and the remaining members seem to have rallied together under this cult, dedicating themselves to the ancient Sith Lord, Marka Ragnos. Of course, some of them come from a different method, which I'll talk about later. Also, you might have noticed how often I'm using the Force Grip ability on this mission. Well, I maxed it out first because it's the single most useful / overpowered force power in the whole series. All of the other powers are pretty wild, but this one in particular is straight up broken. And you will see me abusing it to just throw so many people off of cliffs and other elevated locations throughout this video.
Kyle, there's a bomb on the tram.
Disarm it quickly. You're about to enter a heavily populated area.
Seems me worth.
Another bomb and another cultist. Well, we know we're in the right place.
Oh, that wasn't so bad. Okay, mission accomplished.
Bad news, Jaden. The tram is speeding up. I think they're going to ram it into the station. You have to get to the control room and stop that train.
These mercs are insane. They're all gonna just sit here and let this thing crash into a populated part of the city with them on it. Doesn't matter, I've got to stop this thing. Oh, and this dude thinks he's gonna stop me, but he's just going to prove how overpowered the grip ability is in this game.
Now that was too close.
Great work, Jaden. I took out those ships, so I think we're in the clear now.
I have called you all here to relay some disturbing news. Someone sliced into my personal records and accessed some highly sensitive data about places where I felt a strong connection to the Force. Places like Cloud City, Hoth, and Biss.
What could they get from that besides a tour?
Something nasty.
I believe that the scepter Jaden saw was somehow used to drain the residual Force power from the Masasi Temple.
Drain the Force? How can anyone do that?
I'm not sure. But I've learned from the Jedi Holocron that devices were created in the past that could absorb and store Force energy.
Those people Jaden saw may have discovered some way to harvest Force power with that scepter.
Which could be dangerous indeed.
So what are we gonna do?
We'll have to investigate any locations from my records. That includes all of you students. Corrin, you're going to Wayland. Kyle, I need you to look at the Valley of the Jedi.
Finally, some real action.
Why would they be stealing Force power?
I don't know. You worry too much, Jaden. I bet that these cult guys can't take on a Jedi.
Well, we're not Jedi yet. We're just students.
You may be just students, but you're both well on your way. So don't rush it.
Jaden, I'm sending you to Hoth, where I had a vision of Obi-Wan Kenobi. I imagine there is a pretty strong aura there. Rosh, I'm sending you to the remains of the planet Biss. It's very remote, so I doubt the cult has been there. Don't stay too long. The Imperial Remnant may still be operating in the area.
No problem.
That's everyone then. May the Force be with all of you.
Good luck. Call me if you need any help.
Man, Rosh is insufferable. Anyway, we're touching down on Hoth now, and on the outskirts of Old Echo Base, no less. A really cool location for us to get to visit, and our boy Jaden is even dripped out in appropriate attire.
Nothing. Is Master Skywalker wrong about this place? What's that? I guess I'd better check it out.
That's right, Jedi Academy is introducing a new mechanic to the Jedi Knight series, rideable mounts. Once again, I don't know what the meeting looked like where someone pitched the idea that we should be able to ride a Tauntaun, but man am I glad they did. It doesn't control very well, and it's incredibly short-lived, but I thought it was fun. Also, when I say incredibly short-lived, I mean we spend less than 5 minutes riding a Tauntaun across the entire game, and there's only one other mount, which I'll get to later. Well, would you look at that, a Wampa. He's about as sturdy as you'd imagine, too. Well, until he picks us up and we have to give him the old Empire Strikes Back treatment. Not sure if you've noticed yet, but Jedi Academy has an insanely eclectic offering of planets and biomes to visit. I complained about Dark Forces 2 only really showing us 3 planets, but Jedi Academy has already rectified that issue in full and will continue to do so throughout the rest of our playtime. Let's grab another Tauntaun and make our way through this blizzard, cutting down a few stormtroopers while we're at it. Okay, that's an ATST, and we're riding around on a very organic and killable ride, so let's let the poor thing go free before we get it killed and grab that turret to put that ATST down. And there's the entrance to Echo Base, and the Remnant has straight up occupied the whole establishment, because things can never be easy in the life of a Jedi. As a fun little Easter egg, we can actually fire the base's ion cannon, though it doesn't do anything. Neat. Alright, stay focused. We need to figure out what the Imperials are doing here, and if it's related to the cultists trying to drain Force energy. Well, this all looks familiar. Fans of Empire Strikes Back will love this mission for obvious reasons, and of course you, yes you, are a fan of Empire Strikes Back, because otherwise I can't fathom why you would be here. Although this is an admittedly short section, it's still fun, and whatever chances these troopers stood against an overpowered Jedi to start with basically evaporate the second combat becomes corridor-based. Just what are they guarding down here anyway?
Command Center to Alora.
Alora here.
We've just finished downloading the data. The rebels must have erased everything during the evacuation. Fortunately, the computer kept logging their flight information. And we found Rogue Leader's flight trajectory when he left Hoth. From it, we've been able to determine that Skywalker went to Dagobah.
Dagobah? That sneaky little Jedi.
This isn't good. I'd better find this Alora.
Alright, well they know Luke went to Dagobah after leaving Echo Base now, and there's some kind of cultist captain down here too. We better... no, not the Tauntaun!
Skywalker didn't mention it in his journals. He must have been trying to protect something.
Well done, my apprentice. Meet me there.
Ah, you must be the saber-wielding troublemaker who neutralized our perimeter guard. Are the Jedi stretched so thin that Skywalker sends children to battle the disciples of Ragnos?
I love how she says that like it's some kind of established or recognized group. You've been around for like a month. Relax. So now we have to face down this cultist in the hangar of Echo Base, and she puts up more of a fight than the other Reborn we faced. Something's different about her. The whole encounter doesn't last long, however, before she feels outmatched and bails out on us.
We'll meet again, whelp.
I can't wait.
So they know about Dagobah. Master Yoda hid there, knowing his presence would be masked by the planet's strong dark side aura. If they find it...
Did you find anything on Hoth?
Nothing. They must have already taken the Force energy from there.
Just as others have reported. Bespin, Endor, Coruscant, everywhere. Kyle, what about Biss?
Rosh hasn't returned. He's long overdue and we haven't heard from him.
I sense he's still alive.
I'm going to Biss to look for him. I know some people that can get me into some of the outlying Imperial outposts. I'll see what I can find out.
Very well.
What about me? I want to help. Rosh is my friend.
You can help by staying here and completing your training.
Kyle's right. There are still missions for you to undertake, and we can't neglect the training of one of our most promising students.
Promising?
Yes. Due to your heroics on Hoth, we are promoting you to apprentice.
Thank you, Master Skywalker. Master, Kyle.
We're a Padawan now, and although the situation on Hoth was pretty dangerous, there's still a lot of people who need help out there, and still so much left for us to learn. Which brings us to the planet of Nar Krita. The Praxium got word from a mining guild on that planet asking for help after a group of their elders disappeared. These elders went to the local Hutt's palace to negotiate a treaty between said Hutt and their guild, but never came back. The guild suspects the worst, but has asked the New Republic for help, which sent word straight to the Praxium. Which is why we're here now. It's not specified which Hutt we're dealing with here, just that he's a local crime lord. So I'm betting he's lower level among his species based on that fact. Unsurprisingly, the palace security is very unhappy to see us, and negotiation seems totally off the table. So I guess we're doing this the old-fashioned way. Ah, so he's holding the elders prisoner, but what would a crime lord want with a group of harmless miners?
Hurry, get us out of here before the Rancor comes.
Rancor?
The Rancor!
Oh, that is one big Rancor. It's gotta be at least twice the size of the one Mara faced back on Tatooine. What the hell is it with Hutts and big nasty alien beasts? Kell dragons, Rancors? Man, why can't they just have a normal pet for once? Either way, we escort the first batch of prisoners out of here, and one of them informs us that there's 3 more groups of them locked up around the arena, and then gives us a key to access the other areas, which leads us straight into a gambling bar. Ah, I see. So that's what's going on here. The Hutt is using them for bait in a betting game. Patrons can place bets to see who can escape and who can't. We're a Jedi. We can't let this continue. So after freeing the remaining groups of elders, we have to go face off against that Rancor and kill it to put an end to this whole operation. There's not much to say about the planet of Nar Krita regarding relevancy to the overall lore, but what I can tell you is this. The whole planet basically gets genocided a few years after this during the Yuuzhan Vong War. You can actually kill multiple Rancors in this level, because once you kill it, another one will spawn, as I learned, but I'm pretty sure canonically there's only one here, unless they literally do have multiple Rancors locked up here for the sake of the betting parlor, which, actually, maybe that is what's going on. Either way, with at least one Rancor dead and the prisoners freed, our work here is done. Let's get out of here and on to the next task. We're headed to Zanju 5 to meet up with a local spaceport worker who claims he's got info about this cult we're after, and he's asked us to meet him at an abandoned outpost a few kilos outside of the city of Zoranhead. But since the terrain is rocky and uneven, we'll set down in the city and rent a vehicle to help us get there. That's right, we've got a vehicle mission. Although it's not the first vehicle mission in the series, it's the first one to let us use a swoop bike, and it's actually really fun too. I know it looks stiff on the screen, but that's only because I'm bad at it. The swoop itself doesn't actually control bad. That's not to say it isn't hard though. In fact, getting used to using this thing was a challenge in itself, but it does make for a really climactic set piece unlike anything we've seen in this series so far. You can even use multiple swoop bikes across the level if yours takes too much damage, and you'll get plenty of opportunities to swap out as you play. Anyway, there's our contact.
Are you the Jedi?
Yes. Tell me everything you know about the Disciples of Ragnos. Please, make it quick, though. I ran into some trouble back there, and it might be following me.
We should go inside. It'll be safer. Cult must...
Sith spit. I have to get out of here.
For those who don't know, Sith spit is a swear word used by characters in the expanded universe. So we're back on a swoop bike now, and as you're seeing, there's a few different things you can do with it. Each swoop bike comes equipped with a small front-mounted turbo laser and a boost functionality. Of course, since we're a Jedi though, we can just wave our lightsaber around until we hit something. Feels way cooler to play it that way. They actually put a decent amount of work into this too. The swoop bike feels fast and responsive. The combat with other swoop bikes feels intense but fair. The learning curve is difficult but satisfying, and they even bothered to program it so the slow motion mechanic that normally only kicks in when you kill an enemy also hits sometimes when you ramp a hill and gain some air. There's a whole separate yet fleshed out mechanic here, which makes it really weird that this is the only time we ever see this in the whole game. We never get a sequence like this again. This is it. This is the climax of the Jedi Knight series vehicle sections. The only other thing even remotely like this are the rideable Tauntauns from Hoth. Zanju 5 is an interesting planet for this to be occurring on too, since it's a mostly barren planet located in the wild space region on the galactic map, further away even than the Outer Rim. Zoran Head is pretty much the only real settlement on the planet, and it's run mostly by swoop gangs, smugglers, and spice runners. Ramping over a cliff, we make it back to Zoran Head to grab our ship and get back to the Academy to report what happened and head out to our next mission. A mission that has us fighting alongside General Wedge Antilles of Rogue Squadron himself.
This facility is lightly defended. I don't think they expected us to find it. My targeting computer will lock onto your beacons. Place them on key structural points, then get out of there fast. I'll be flying in, lasers blazing. If everything goes as planned, we'll have the defenses down before they know what hit them.
We're currently landed on a mining station in atmosphere of a gas giant called Krildor, a known source for mining a valuable resource called Tibana. This is actually another unrelated mission having nothing to do with the main plot regarding the cult of Marka Ragnos. Instead, the New Republic has asked for a Jedi's assistance in taking down this Tibana gas mine being used by the Imperial Remnant to help deal a blow to their resources. Oh yeah, and this mission sucks. I don't really understand why either, because it has all the makings of a really cool level. We're fighting the Empire on a floating platform, placing beacons and watching Wedge blow up entire parts of the station. I mean, it should be cool.
But it isn't.
It just ends up feeling really dull and not fun at all. Also, there's several Ragnos cultists here on this station, which seems like an incredible coincidence, but whatever. I don't know. I sort of feel like this was rushed together given their 1-year development time. I just didn't like it very much personally, and it added very little to the overall experience beyond just being an extra mission to play with. After placing the last beacon and watching Wedge blow the command center to bits, we head back to our ship and move on to the next mission. One where we'll be heading back to my favorite planet in the galaxy.
Did you think you could just barge in here and take me into custody, Jedi?
Ah, Coruscant, galactic capital and Jaden's home planet. Yeah, this is where Jaden is from originally. A natural-born street rat from the metropolitan city planet itself. Anyway, let's talk about what just happened and why we're even here. Would you believe I did that multiple times while recording for this video? Yeah, anyway, this is Jaden's homeworld, and it's even where he built his lightsaber while living with his uncle Orm, a man who took him in following the death of Jaden's adoptive parents who died in a shuttle crash when he was only a boy. He never knew his real parents. Hey, look, it's a Koro 2 exodrive speeder, as seen being piloted by the assassin Zam Wazell in Attack of the Clones. It's actually really cool to see how the release of the prequel films affected the portrayal of certain things in Star Wars games. Like, this game was released about a year after Episode 2, and you can see little ways it was affected by that film if you're paying attention. I've gotten distracted. What the hell are we doing on Coruscant? Well, the Praxian was contacted by the New Republic about a mysterious influx of illegal combat droids flooding the black market recently, and they've asked if a Jedi could go and sit down with one of their suspects named Lanik Rakto to try and feel out if he's behind it or not. Well, as you saw for yourself, Lanik wasn't interested in having any conversations with us, and instead tried to kill Jaden by blowing up a bridge with us on it. Fortunately for us, that plan didn't work, and now we have plenty enough evidence to take him in for attempted murder. Honestly, my only problem with this mission is how short-lived it is. I have such a blast with this level, and you guys know how much I love running around doing Jedi things in these bustling metropolis cities, so I just thought it's such a shame that the whole level is honestly pretty short. But it is fun the whole way through, and one of my favorites from the game. And there's a pair of Ragnos cultists hiding out in his building guarding him. I guess he was doing business with them, or at the very least, attempting to negotiate a deal to sell them some of his assassin droids or something. Either way, we can make pretty short work of these cultists and go confront this 2-bit thug.
How did you get up here? No matter. If it's trouble you're looking for, you came to the right place, Jedi.
Damn it, more assassin droids. These things are no joke either. Those shields will cut through your health almost instantly if they touch you, so we can't get close enough to attack, and they'll bounce any blaster shots we fire right back at us. I've been using thermal detonators on them so far, but I'm all out, so we must rely on the power of the Force. Force speed, that is. The one flaw in these shields is that in order to compensate for their sheer strength, they can only stay active for a few seconds at a time before temporarily shutting down to prevent overheating, which wouldn't be enough for a normal person, but for a Jedi, that short gap is all we need.
That'll teach a Jedi to break into...
Now, let's talk about these assassin droids.
Okay.
Where is your factory?
Hidden on Nar Shaddaa. If you don't hurt me, I'll tell you where it is.
You're coming with me.
Well, with that out of the way, we head out to the planet Dosun to investigate a transmission picked up that mentioned the cult of Ragnos. Although we were given orders not to engage the cult if we found them here, it looks like we won't have much of a choice.
Drop your laser sword, Jedi, and maybe we'll spare your life. Or perhaps you'd like to take your chances. So, my Jedi friend, what do you think of our accommodations?
Well, why don't you come down here and find out?
Ah, feisty. Good. Good. I have a proposition for you. You see, it can get dreadfully dull around here, so I'm up for a bit of sport. I'm going to let you out. If you can make it back to your ship, you're free to leave. But if I catch you, I'll have to shoot you. After all, you are an escaped prisoner. Hopefully you'll prove more of a challenge than the bounty hunter I had to kill a few days ago. Of course, I've never hunted a Jedi before.
And if I refuse to play along?
Well, then you can rot in your cell. I'm sure someone might come looking for you, eventually. Let the games begin.
Great, now we're being hunted for sport by a fat Kowakian monkey lizard with way too much time on his hands. Must have been a trap from the start, a fake lead once this guy picked up on the feelers asking about the cult of Ragnos working with the Imperial Remnant meant to lure us here and kill us. Man, I gotta say, the Empire really fell apart after what went down at Endor. Split up into various factions under various warlord-like leaders and making a constant stream of awful leadership decisions. If they're putting a psychopath like this in charge of anything, then they were clearly better off under Palpatine. I can't imagine Thrawn ever suffering a psycho like this to be in charge of anything, even if they did just relegate him to running this prison. That lunatic is named Rax Joris, and he's the warden on this small prison hidden here on the planet Dosun. It's another planet out in wild space beyond New Republic influence, and as such, makes a perfect spot for an Imperial Remnant prison station like this, but there's no one else here. No, really, this place is barren beyond the Imperial presence, which suggests that either they're planning to use this prison for something down the line, or, far more likely, it's supposed to be holding prisoners of value, and Rax just keeps setting them free to kill them for sport. Which is exactly why you never let a greasy lunatic be in charge of anything. He said himself there was a bounty hunter being held here before Jack set him free to hunt him. If the Remnant bothered to ship you a bounty hunter here for imprisonment, then that clearly means they wanted him alive for something, you fool. Honestly, I'll be doing the Empire a favor by putting this guy down. He's more of a liability to them than he is a danger to us. As for the mission itself, it's really straightforward. You're stuck without your lightsaber for the whole level since Rax has it on him, which is honestly kind of an interesting idea since it forces the player to take advantage of the game's FPS combat, a feature that's almost never used throughout the rest of the game because, well, I mean, you pretty much never need to. The layout is just a series of corridors with one of the more interesting bits being this firing range we can play with, and it's also the way out of this building and into the courtyard, which is where we have to take on an ATST, but luckily, this thing fires grenades, so we're good. Of course, we still abuse the hell out of the Force while here, grabbing enemies by their throat and slamming them into the ground to break their neck. It's just too easy.
You're doing well, Jedi. Too well. It's time to end this game.
Well, now he's mad because he's losing. Well, sorry, Rax. That's not how it works. You made the rules, and today's going to be your final game. Chasing him through the building, we find the main hangar, where he's set up a dramatic stage for a big showdown.
Well played. Tragically, I can't allow you to tell anyone about my little operation. Farewell, Jedi.
Yeah, no worries about that. You won't be alive by the time anyone hears about what you were doing here.
It seems I underestimated you, Jedi.
Well, that was fun. Let's get back to the Academy and see what they have for us next.
The disciples of Ragnos are getting bold. They've managed to siphon Force energy from every site that was mentioned in my journal. We still don't know what it is they're planning to do with the energy, though. It's imperative that we track down the leader of this cult.
But how? If they've already hit every place in your journal.
There are several places I didn't mention by name that they've discovered, like Dagobah. My fear is that they may use clues in my journals to discover other places. We need to beat them to these locations. Considering how we lost a student last time, we must be very cautious. Everyone will travel in pairs. Kyle, Jaden, you'll be going to Vajun.
Vajun? Isn't that just a big dead rock?
It also happens to be the location of one of my father's strongholds.
Okay, so it's a big dead important rock.
Streen, you and Tio
This ought to be interesting. I'd heard rumors that Luke had been to Vajun, but he never really talked about it.
Vajun is dangerous. The dark side is strong there, oppressive. Be extremely careful.
Sure, Luke. Don't worry. Great. Looks like somebody's home. Luke sure knows how to pick 'em. We'll set down in that canyon and try to sneak into the castle.
Well, here we are, Vajun, an environmentally deadly planet and home to one of Vader's personal castles. First thing you may notice is the toxic green acid rain that kills you if you're in it for too long. And gameplay-wise, one of the biggest hassles yet. Our welcoming party is here right away, too. A new type of Imperial trooper. They may look like Phase 2 Dark Troopers, but they're not. These are called Hazard Troopers. They're massive, heavily armored, and only partly human. In order to reinforce the armor as much as possible, any trooper selected to become a Hazard Trooper must have their arms and legs removed and their torso surgically integrated into the Hazard armor, effectively making them cyborgs. That's real, that's literally what they are. Because of this, their armor is damn near impenetrable. They can survive being in highly toxic or radioactive environments and even be unaffected by the vacuum of space. The only real concern is that occasionally, the spots where flesh meets metal can become infected, but the suit is conditioned to flush the area and inject antibiotics. Their helmets are loaded with a 3-day supply of Bacta-infused air, and they carry around a concussion rifle, making them insanely dangerous. Which is why the best way around this is to mind trick them into killing each other instead of you. The level overall isn't bad, but a decent portion of it does end up being running from cover to cover so we can avoid the acid rain. The interior bits are pretty fun though, pitting us up against a strong multitude of remnant troops and cultists. Also, in case you didn't notice yet, this is the first time we actually get to fight alongside Kyle in a mission, and he is exactly as overpowered as you may have imagined. Sometimes I just stand back and let him take on an enemy just to see it happen. It's a really cool moment, and the only time something like this happens, so it's fitting that it all happens halfway through this game. After all this time, we get to fight side by side, back to back with Kyle Katarn. It's a great sequence. Pushing a little bit further, we encounter a couple of TIE bombers hovering in the air just waiting to ruin our day when Kyle points out something interesting.
Take cover. Guess they're expecting us now. Okay, we'll have to get to that turbo laser and take out the bomber first.
Oh, well, would you look at this conveniently placed anti-air turbo laser? I know you're gonna say this is too small to be a turbo laser, but you're wrong, and you'll see why in a later video. This is indeed a turbo laser.
We'll have to get to that turbo laser and take out the bomber first.
Told you. While we fight our way to that turbo laser, let's talk a little bit about Vijun. There's actually quite a bit of lore behind this world, but I'll just be covering the basics. It's drenched in darkside energy due to a planet-wide experiment with midichlorians that drove everyone insane and made them kill each other. Tying back to the same old attempts of madmen to infuse the Force with people that Mon Mothma talked about in Jedi Outcast. This happened over 30 years before the Empire fell. During that awful moment, one of the planet's residents recognized what was happening and fled, taking her young son off to Coruscant to learn the ways of the Jedi. That son was named Hui Malaru, and not only did he appear briefly in Revenge of the Sith, but also a few comics too, though he was, unfortunately, executed during Order 66. R.I.P. It's a pretty fascinating planet and even has some relevance during the Clone Wars, but back to our objective, we need to find and infiltrate the so-called Bast Castle and see what we find from there.
Okay, the turbo laser should be on the other side of this door. It's locked. There was a control room back there. Wait here and let me know if I get it open.
A Jedi. Ominous.
I wonder where this leads. Oh, of course it has to be a garbage pit, doesn't it? Well, let's go. No one ever said being a Jedi was glamorous.
Straight fall into the castle trash compactor, huh? Well, at least we should be able to make our way into the castle from here. This is a much more straightforward level, where we're just ascending up while cutting through everything that gets in our way. There are a few hiccups along the way, though.
This lift is locked down too. Maybe this switch. Oh, come on. Uh-oh. Jaden, watch out!
This is another environmental puzzle, and I'm a little embarrassed to admit that it took me longer than 15 seconds to figure it out. But you just force push the clearly different colored water pumps. Alright, cool, and we're on the move.
Kyle! Relax, kid. I've seen tubes like this before. We can ride them to the top. Good idea. We can feed the energy back into the machine and overload it.
Jaden, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Where are you?
I'm not really sure. I'll have to catch up with you. Go on ahead without me.
Well, we're separated from Kyle, but we're in the main castle now, so that's a plus. This is the mission that really tests your skills as a Jedi. You'll be facing more cultists than ever before, and more of them will be better trained than any you faced so far. So as I fight my way through this hellish darkside palace, I'll talk a little bit about the castle itself. The first thing I have to say is that the design for the castle's exterior was inspired by a sketch by Ralph McQuarrie depicting what would have been Darth Vader's castle in the Empire Strikes Back film. Obviously this never showed up, but the fact that the concept itself didn't go to waste and found new life roughly 20 years later is awesome. If you don't know who Ralph McQuarrie is, he was one of the lead architects behind the aesthetic vision of the original trilogy with his concept art illustrations. His work was also featured heavily in the Shadows of the Empire multimedia project. Although Bast Castle does apparently predate Vader and the Empire, as Count Dooku spent some time here studying the dark side energy here at one point. It's a leftover relic from the royalty of the planet from before the experiments that drove the population mad. Although it's all been occupied by the Remnant now, it was left abandoned for years following Vader's death. Oh look, this must have been used as a training room for Vader. Looks like the cultists have retrofitted it for a similar purpose using the assassin droids they bought from Lanik Rakto back on Coruscant.
Someone didn't like Vader much.
That statue being knocked over is a nod to the Dark Empire comic series. It's actually a whole subplot. The statue was put up by a man given the task of managing the castle named Cedrus QL, who had the statue put up out of his admiration for Vader. The clone of Palpatine at the time ordered the statue torn down, but Cedrus ignored it and was eventually killed by another human named Zeker Nist, who then assumed the responsibility of maintaining the castle. Palpatine then ordered him to tear down the statue after Cedrus refused to do so, and Zeker promised it would be done, but also ignored the order, although this was due to being busy, not out of love for Vader. Then, in a final showdown with Luke Skywalker in that very room, Luke uses the Force to knock the statue down and ends up crushing Zeker and killing him.
Ironic.
I sense your presence, Jaden. Rosh, what are you doing here?
The disciples of Ragnos brought me. At first I thought they were going to kill me, but I was wrong about them. Do you realize how much power there is in the dark side? Kyle was holding us back, Jaden. You should feel the power. It's beyond anything you've ever imagined.
Rosh, what are you saying? You're a Jedi.
No,
Enough talk! Rosh, destroy this puny Jedi so we can complete our task.
Yes. If you're too weak to join us, Jaden, then we can't let you stand in our way.
Only a Sith deals in absolutes.
Alright, here we go. A showdown against one of our fellow students from the Academy who seems to have been corrupted by the dark side and is now working alongside the cult of Mark Aragnos. And it's a pretty competent boss battle too, although the real trick is ignoring Rosh and taking on these big cultists who keep using the scepter to heal him repeatedly. They're pretty beefy too, like they can take some serious damage. The fact that this whole scene takes place in one of Vader's personal meditation chambers is actually a fantastic set piece. I'm loving the whole thing. Eventually we're able to kill his bodyguards, and without their help, Rosh doesn't really stand a chance against us, and we make short work of him. Although we don't quite get the chance to put him down permanently.
Kyle,
Oh. Did you really think I would give up my new apprentice so easily?
Tavion.
You should have killed me when you had the chance, Katarn. Your pathetic Jedi mercy is a weakness that shall cost you your life, and the life of your Academy's students. But not you, my dear Rosh. Come.
Yes, Tavion.
Rosh, no!
Ha! Fool! Your petty friendship cannot compare with the power of the dark side.
So, is this what it's come to, Tavion? Stealing scraps of the Force like some sort of intergalactic parasite?
Spare me your self-righteous pity, Katarn. You may have shamed me when you spared my life, but that was before I found this. Now, I have a new master. One who has promised me the power to destroy you and all the Jedi.
Ragnos? What can a dead Sith Lord give you?
Everything I have ever wanted. Not that you'll be around to see it.
I can't keep this up for long.
Hold on.
We looked everywhere after getting free, but Tavion had already taken Rosh and fled.
So now we know who was leading this cult. But that doesn't explain why there are so many Dark Force users.
Some of Desan's leftover Reborn were with her. As for the cultists, Jaden has a theory.
If the scepter can store the Force, maybe it can release it too. Tavion could be using it to empower her followers.
Corrupting disciples with the dark side of the Force. That would explain a lot. Did you get a good look at the scepter?
Yeah, I bet it belonged to Ragnos. We need to figure out what Tavion plans on doing with it if we're going to stop her.
Agreed. You are going to need to build a new lightsaber to replace the one you lost. While we try to figure out what Tavion's next move is, I'd like you to take a more active role at the Academy.
Sir?
Jaden, you handled yourself exceptionally well on Vijun. To confront 3 Dark Jedi and defeat them took bravery and skill. For your efforts, I feel you are ready to join our ranks as a Jedi Knight.
Congratulations.
Yes, Master Skywalker. Thank you both.
Jaden, after the battle, I felt the anger seething inside you. You may be a Jedi Knight now, but you still must beware of the dark side.
Yes, Kyle. I'll try not to fail you. Act 3 of the game opens by letting the player build their new lightsaber, but with the addition of being able to choose dual-wielding 2 lightsabers or even building a double-bladed lightsaber, which is just so badass. I love this. The literal only issue here is that we don't get this until the last 30% of the game. For the canon Jaden, I opted to go with the dual-wielded sabers, making one green like his previous blade, and the other orange to show a similar progression to Kyle's going from a green saber to an orange one in Dark Forces 2.
It's like poetry, so if they rhyme.
Although he does canonically have 2 sabers after the game, one of them is the saber he lost on Vijun after it's eventually retrieved from Bast Castle and he repairs it. So technically I should just be using the orange blade, but orange is his canonical saber color. I'll show footage of the saber staff later when I cover the dark side playthrough though. We're a Jedi Knight now and armed with 2 shiny new lightsabers, so let's get back out there. Let's punch in the coordinates for our next mission and get moving before we're too late. Well, here we are. Not only are we currently entering an ancient Jedi tomb, but also another one of the best levels of the game. It's the first level up on the roster after getting to build your new lightsabers, and it's literally just an entire level of fun platforming and cool lightsaber battles across an ancient underground Jedi tomb. I mean, what more could I want? It's fantastic. Also, this is the level I always had in mind when I would think of this game for many years because it's just so satisfying to force grip an enemy and straight up throw them off a cliff. I just love it. So obviously the cult is here to drain this tomb of its force energy, but where is here? The Crystal Canyons of Chandrilla. The planet of Chandrilla is densely packed with lore, being not only located among the core systems, but also the homeworld of Mon Mothma. It's mentioned across numerous books and other media, though is rarely seen depicted. Keeping it relevant, however, we need to talk about the tomb we're in specifically. The game only clarifies this to be the tomb of a Jedi, but not which Jedi. So looking that up, we can figure out that this massive tomb was built for a Jedi only known by the title given to him by his masters, the Barsenthor. This is a really interesting fact, and obviously it was added retroactively given that the Barsenthor was created for the Old Republic MMO several years after this released, but they did go back and tie it into this game, having this be the burial ground of his character. So now, over 5,000 years later, these cultists have come to drain the force energy from his resting place, and it's up to Jaden Core to stop that from happening. And like I mentioned earlier, this is one of the most fun missions across the game. The platforming is so smooth and easy thanks to the control of your force jump. Though this is a beautifully constructed tomb, the only way to ensure no one returns to disturb the Barsenthor sarcophagus is to bury it for good. And with that done, it's on to our next mission, which leads us straight to a spaceport on the planet Tanab. But why would the cultists be in an inner rim planet known mainly for agriculture and farming? Well, this is where the captain saw the cultists. Doesn't look like...
Oh, well, that was unexpected.
The Jedi are here.
Alright, so we've stumbled upon some kind of genetically altered Rancor. It's bigger and it's green. What exactly did we just stumble into? Well, what I can tell you is that, like I said earlier, this area is a spaceport, which is why there's such an abundance of massive crates being moved around. I'm guessing either being put on or taken off of a ship. This Rancor, on the other hand, is a bit of an oddity. When that cultist spotted me, he immediately ran to let this thing loose, but why? And also, why is it here? Did they bring it here? As it turns out, yes they did. It's no coincidence that the disciples of Ragnos have come to Tanab. Their plan was to set this thing loose near the city of Pandath, and while it created chaos by destroying the place and the local authorities were distracted by trying to stop it, they would go in and essentially sack the city for credits, arms, and resources to better equip their cause. Honestly, it's not a bad plan, but something tells me they weren't counting on Jaden showing up here, which is why they panicked and just set the thing loose here in the spaceport. And it's no wonder the Jedi got tipped off either. Look at how many cultists are here, and how few of anyone else is. And by few, I mean 0. It looks like they've killed everyone else here. Before that happened though, someone probably got suspicious of whatever giant cargo container was holding this thing and tried to get word out to the Jedi Praxium. Either right before, or as they started slaughtering everyone here. It's actually kind of sad. As for the Rancor itself, I couldn't find any concrete information on whatever was done to it. But we do know that the expanded universe is no stranger to mutants. We've talked previously about how darkside alchemy can be used to alter a being on a genetic level, changing it to something else entirely called Sith spawn, such as Gork and Pick, whom died at Kyle's hand on the Sulon Star. This isn't the work of the Force, though. Those massive green containers on its back suggest this to be a more traditional work of science. Everything I'm about to say here is pure conjecture, given that there's no information on this creature or how it came to be. In the game's Star Wars Galaxies, players were able to find a Geonosian biolab hidden on Yavin 4, where a multitude of different aliens were found being mutated by Geonosian biogenic experiments, which altered the genetic makeup of the beings by utilizing techniques mastered by their Geonosian scientists. That facility became compromised decades before the events of this game, but the reference still exists. Could this creature be a result of a similar biogenic experiment? Perhaps also Geonosian science? Particularly knowledgeable fans might suggest that this is a chrysalid Rancor, a Sith spawn Rancor made from darkside alchemy, and while I think there are some striking similarities, you'll notice that these images depict them without the massive jutting tubes of green liquid, because no such thing would be needed if darkside alchemy was all that was at play here. However, I'm willing to indulge that it could be a combination effort given who we're dealing with. It's by no means a stretch to imagine Tavion doing some darkside alchemy on this thing, and then also sending it to someone for additional modifications, maybe even a Hutt who funded it in exchange for some of the profit should the plan to sack the city go as intended. It doesn't, by the way. Again, pretty much all of that is mere speculation, but I think it's fun to play around with the lore we've been given. Personally, I'm settling on this being a hybrid Sith spawn chrysalid Rancor infused with Geonosian biogenic alterations. Jaden kills it by trapping it between a Durasteel crate and a force shield, thereby crushing it to death. We'll have to let the Tanab government clean this up, because Kyle and Luke just informed him that Jaden needs to head straight to the planet Yalara to investigate the existence of a highly advanced cloaking device. Looks like that's the one. This thing is apparently powerful enough to cloak an entire planet, and because of that, it may very well be too powerful for anyone to have access to. So Luke has suggested we just destroy the thing outright. So why is a super-powered cloaking device being hidden on a random no-name planet like this? Well,
leave this place.
Great, now we're fighting Nogri. What the hell are they doing here? According to our intel from Luke about this planet, the Praxium scholar, Tione Salusar, went searching for it in the holocrons they had available after a mention of it made its way to Luke. The planet Yalara was once home to a very primitive race of beings called the Yalarans, naturally. But upon discovering the planet, Jedi Master Broden Kel Verdox decided that the Yalarans were not ready for exposure to the galaxy and set about constructing a cloaking device to hide the planet from galactic sight until they were ready. This was sort of his life's mission. He recorded this in a holocron, of course, that was given to the Jedi Order at the time. Of course, we're led to believe this was hundreds of years ago, so the idea of the Sith was a distant memory and the galaxy had been at peace for thousands of years when this occurred. Well, none of that mattered because Vader found the planet, which of course he did, and then proceeded to wipe out the entire species, leaving it a barren planet except for the Nogri he stationed there to guard the device in case he ever wanted to do something with it. I'm pretty sure he had the Nogri do this because he wanted his actions and the knowledge of the device to be hidden from the Emperor or anyone else but him. So now that's why there's so many Nogri here. They've been here for over a decade guarding this thing on Vader's command. As for the cultists, it looks like they also found out about it and had similar ideas of using it for their cause, bringing along a handful of remnant stormtroopers to clean these Nogri out. Guess we were right on time. The mission itself is actually one of the more fun ones, offering up a great overall set piece, a healthy dose of minor platforming, and a great set of levels to cut through some enemies. This is also the only level we fight Nogri, which is in itself pretty cool as we haven't seen them since Mysteries of the Sith. This is a great way to tie us back to that and help keep everything feeling connected. Reaching the top of this ancient tower, we plant a few bombs to destroy the device and take a swan dive to freedom.
I don't sense the dark side here, Kyle.
Me neither. That's not good. Tavion must have been here already. An Imperial Dreadnought. I'm gonna get us out of here. They've got a tractor beam on us. I can't break free. Okay, here's the plan. I served on one of these ships back in my Imperial days. You disable the tractor beam, and I'll trigger the ship's self-destruct. Ready?
Ready as I'll ever be.
Is it even really a Jedi Knight game if Kyle doesn't get to blow up some kind of Imperial vessel? After Jaden took care of the cloaking device on Yalara, he returned to the Academy, and Kyle asked Jaden to accompany him to the planet Biss, where Rosh was abducted by the disciples of Ragnos. Before we even made it to Biss, however, the Ravensclaw got tractor beamed and captured by an Imperial Dreadnought, which means our only mission here is to get off of this thing alive. It's one of the most straightforward missions of the whole game in my opinion, and also one of the hardest. That is, if you don't have access to the Jedi mind trick power. The Dreadnought is loaded with hazard troopers whose concussion rifles will basically turn you into a mist of particles before you even see it coming. So really your best bet is to mind to trick them into shooting their allies instead of you. Doing that makes things way easier. Let's see if we can do something about these TIE fighters while we're in here. Like I said, it's a short mission, but getting to fend off a group of stormtroopers back-to-back with Kyle does make for a climactic ending to an intense roller coaster of a mission. With that out of the way, we can head back to the Academy and get to our next mission, where we'll be going to a little planet you may have heard of called Ord Mantell. This is our last selectable mission of the game, and Kyle tells us it should be easy. Just head to an abandoned weapons stockpile on Ord Mantell, drop a few charges to make sure they don't fall into the wrong hands, and then fly back home.
Huh, there's some of the weapons right there.
This is a lot nicer than I remember this planet being.
Boba Fett!
This doesn't concern you, Jedi. Just walk away.
Look, I can't do that.
Great, now Boba Fett is trying to kill us. What is it about this place and bounty hunters? What was supposed to be a simple demolition mission in an abandoned temple just got a lot more complicated. Although the concept here is very cool, this is another very short mission. You've already seen the whole thing actually. All you do here is go to the east wing of the temple, set a few charges, then the west wing to set a few more charges, and you're done. That's it. There are no enemies or obstacles besides Boba Fett trying to kill you, but he's a pursuer type of enemy, like in a horror game. He cannot be killed, at best, maybe stunned. You have to just avoid him and set your charges to take out the weapon stockpiles. I will say the idea of a hidden temple on Ord Mantell is very cool given this planet's reputation for being a giant trash heap. I mean that literally too. This weapon stash is an old Rebellion Age stockpile from before the fall of the Empire. That much we know. But the purpose of this temple eludes me as there is no description or explanation. The game refers to it as an old hidden city, but this seems far more like a temple to me. It wasn't always a junk planet, you know. Thousands of years ago, Ord Mantell was more of a trade planet, and many wars were fought over it, several of which included the Jedi and the Sith. Makes you wonder if we're really in an old Jedi temple built from thousands of years ago following a Jedi victory. Either way, we're blowing it up. With that done, we get back to our ship and have one more short confrontation with Fett, but with the weapons already destroyed, he quickly determines there to be very little point in sticking around.
No bounties on you. A shame.
Alright, let's get back to the Academy.
The time has come to put an end to the disciples of Ragnos. I believe that Tavion is storing force power in the scepter for one purpose. To resurrect Marco Ragnos.
Is that possible?
The Force holds a great many secrets. It may be possible that if a high enough concentration of Force energy is infused into a body, the cells might regenerate, bringing the person back to life.
We have to stop them.
No kidding. So we're going to Korriban, huh? Not exactly a vacation spot.
Korriban? I've never heard of it.
It's the burial place of a whole bunch of Sith Lords.
If Ragnos is resurrected, there's no telling what he might be able to do. It will take all of our strength to stop him.
We're not heading to Korriban just yet. I just received a distress signal from Rosh.
Rosh? Where is he?
He's being held captive on Tasper 3. It's an Imperial-controlled planet, a real paradise.
How did he get a message out?
I don't know, but we can't leave him there.
Rosh could still belong to the dark side. It could be a trap.
It could be, but I'm not willing to let him die there if it isn't.
Kyle, what about Ragnos? We have to go to Korriban.
Well, if we're lucky, we'll catch up with everyone else before the fireworks start. If you don't want to help me...
No, I'm coming.
Well, there's Tasper 3.
I'll go in the back way. If we enter from both sides, we're bound to find him.
Following the Battle of Endor and the subsequent fall of a united galactic empire, Tasper 3 fell under the control of one of the remnant warlords named Artus Kane. A warlord is not what he remained, however, nor what he fancied himself, eventually putting together a movement called the Pentastar Alignment, an ambitious idea to exist as an isolationist faction that isn't just recognized as a leftover of the Empire. The movement died with Kane, however, and was reabsorbed into the Remnant along with the ruling of Tasper 3 falling under control of Admiral Palion, the man whom a large portion of the Remnant considered to be the new Imperial ruler. I say most because there were still plenty of power-hungry lunatics with resources gathering and convincing different sects of the Remnant to indulge their ideas, even at this point. Anyone familiar with Palion's character would know he would have been so unlikely to have ever sanctioned this cultist lunacy, nor suffered the rambling ambitions of Tavion and her cult of Marco Ragnos. So this occupation is almost assuredly operating on Tasper 3 without his knowledge. Lord Hethrir, leader of the Empire Reborn movement, and the man who funded Dasan and Admiral Fayar during the events of Jedi Outcast, was killed only a few months before the events of this game, both happening in 14 ABY. I'm guessing, and this is purely speculation, that Tavion swooped in and salvaged the remaining resources still under Hethrir's command and took control of whatever he had left. Troops, credits, whatever. Wouldn't have been hard to do, honestly. So this is like watching a fractured faction in its death throes, more or less. As for this mission itself, I like it. There are 3 levels set on Taspier 3, and at least 2 of them are good. The third one is... well, I'll get to that. The first level is plenty fun, honestly. Very straightforward. It's kind of just an ascension through these buildings while we carve through stormtroopers, officers, and even a surprising number of reborn cultists. The second level, though, is where things get switched up a bit. First off, we have to run across the exterior of this station, all the while being chased by these jet troopers who are an unbelievably annoying enemy type. This mission isn't the first time we see them, but it is where they're the most prominent, and it's where they're the most annoying. Once again, by the way, the grip ability is just stupid broken in the best of ways. Now this section is a pretty good challenge. We're confronted by a pit of lava surrounded by hazard troopers whose armor makes them very hard to kill. Given the fact that there's like 6 of them, that isn't the best way to go about the situation anyway. One method is to use force speed to try to get past them altogether, but another, more effective solution is simply to persuade 1 or 2 of them to kill all their friends. Oh, well, that's a new one. Alright, let's try that again.
You!
So, the itty-bitty Jedi has come to rescue his friend. That's so sweet.
Where's Rosh?
What makes you think he wants to be rescued? Tavion turned him to the dark side, just like that.
Where is he?
Ooh, someone's getting awfully angry, aren't they? Forgetting your Jedi training?
Look, Alora, why serve Tavion? It's not too late to join us and fight her. I'm taking Rosh out of here. Make it easy on yourself and tell me where he is.
Oh, he's around. I think I'll go look for him.
Okay, she has to die. This brings us to the third mission on Taspier 3, and it's really annoying. Essentially, it's a sequence of moving from one set piece to another while having to fight cultists pretty much every time you turn a corner, and Alora taunting you the whole time.
Oh, but you are persistent, Jedi.
Look, I love the idea of missions where all you do is fight cultists the whole time. I think that's sick, but they should have held out for literally one more mission. This level really needed 1 or 2 segments to have the cultist removed and let us catch our breath by fighting the remnant instead. It's pretty much exclusively cultists with a few troopers sprinkled throughout the whole time. It just got a little exhausting. Although I do enjoy the level. I'm definitely not trying to bash it. It's still better than most levels in most other video games that I've played, but I was just feeling the fatigue kicking in a bit from the constantly repeated voice lines and lightsaber battles. Oh yeah, and of course we've got to have a conveyor belt sequence. Not again. You know Star Wars games love their conveyor belts. Then there's this section. It's really annoying. You can tell the devs saw Attack of the Clones in theaters and immediately set to work on this level, which normally I'd love to see something referential like that, but this level just frustrates the hell out of me. Finally, at the end of the level, I've had enough of this Twi'lek, so let's go find Rosh and put her down for good.
Rosh!
Jaden!
You don't look like much of a captive, Rosh. Did you dream this up, or was it Tavion's idea?
No, Jaden, wait! I was wrong. Please! Take me back to the Academy. I need help. Jaden, stay back! Please don't hurt me.
You tried to kill me, and now you've lured me into a trap.
Jaden, I was scared. You have to believe me. We're friends, remember? Let's get out of here before Alora comes back.
How do I know you won't betray me again? You're always trying to beat me. How do I know this isn't just another trick?
Jaden, don't do it.
Finish him, Jedi!
Wait! Listen to what you're saying! You're angry! Don't give in to it! That leads to the dark side, right?
He only fell to the dark side because he was scared, afraid of dying.
Put away your saber.
Strike him down! Give in to your anger!
Jaden, you're better than that. Don't give in to your anger. Rosh is telling the truth.
I'm sorry, Rosh. You're right. I almost let my anger get the best of me. Let's get out of here.
Thank you, Jaden.
You Jedi are blandly predictable. Tavion thought that turning you would gain us an ally. But since you won't be turned, I guess it's up to me to clean up her mistake.
Stand down, Alora! You were no match for me on Hoth, and now I am a Jedi Knight.
Tavion has taught me many things as well, you sanctimonious fool.
At least they bothered to actually animate a real lightsaber fight this time. And so starts our final confrontation of Tavion's apprentice, Alora. It's a really solid battle, and she's a well-balanced challenge. I feel like given the intensity of the planet and prior locations we saw, this set piece of a duel could have been much better than just a big empty storage room, but it's not bad. I enjoy the sequence here as a great payoff to the Tasper 3 levels, and it makes a fantastic penultimate planet climax. This is normally where I talk about Alora, who she is, where she comes from, how she ended up a dark Jedi serving under Tavion, but there's no information. I searched. She is an absolute mystery, serving more as just a foe for Jaden to face off against. I mean, obviously she's an original character created for this game to be a foe for Jaden, but what we see in the game is the beginning and end of what we know of Alora's character. So, my headcanon is that Tavion found a Force-sensitive Twi'lek still enslaved to an Imperial Remnant officer and offered her freedom in exchange for servitude. So a similar story to Bach from Dark Forces 2, although I'm just making that up. This is a critical scene where the player is given a choice between killing Rosh or sparing him. That choice dictates the ending of the game between light side or dark.
Rosh! Rosh!
I'll be...
Sith spit. I need to get him to a bacta tank. Go to Korriban and help Luke and the others. I'll be there as soon as I can. Jaden, I sensed your struggle with the dark side. I'm glad you made the right choice.
Thank you. But it was Rosh who made me see what the right choice was. Tell him that when he wakes up.
Jaden, you made it! Did you find Rosh?
He's hurt, but safe. Kyle's taking care of him. Any sign of Tavion?
Not yet. We're trying to locate Ragnos' tomb. Master Skywalker's group landed in another part of the valley to search for it.
I'd better get going.
Hey, be careful. This place is crawling with dark force users.
Well, here we are. The final planet and the last 2 levels of the game. Korriban, a cemetery of Sith Lords. A most fitting place to mark the end of a series called Jedi Knight. These 2 missions, much like the last one, are just a constant barrage of fighting cultist dark Jedi as we descend into these ancient Sith catacombs. Unlike the last level, though, I actually really love these last 2 missions, simple as they are. There's a small bit of puzzle solving here in the first mission, and it is a touch longer than the mission that follows it, but they really tried to make sure you got your worth in this climactic last level. The design here is fantastic. The aesthetic feels very consistent to what fans of the series would expect of a catacomb on Korriban. It's dripping with the feeling of the dark side, and there's all kinds of statues and symbols scattered throughout to really hammer home the fact that we are on Korriban right now. I love that they're trying to make sure the player falls back on everything they've learned so far, like with this door that requires the use of Force Sense to open. And with certain parts requiring these massive jumps and the number of cultists we're facing, it's like the game is trying to help us realize how powerful we've become. Because if you tried to play this level pre-Hoth encounter, you wouldn't stand a chance. It's also notable that the entire time you're fighting your way through this catacomb, you're watching other Jedi do the same thing you are. Stepping in and saving these Jedi will cause them to follow you and help you as you fight your way to the end. This matters a lot, actually, but I'll get to that. The depths of this catacomb get more dangerous, even to the point of finding a lava pit with cultists waiting to ambush us. The good news is that I'm pretty sure the last of the reborn cultists all rallied here when Tavion arrived, so if we can finish this now, this reborn crisis will be over and done with. Making it outside of the catacombs, we enter the final level, and they're really delivering on the spectacle here. Seeing this huge chasm with a statue of Marker Ragnos in the distance is appropriately grand, not to mention getting straight into saving some fellow Jedi from harm. It's not a very long segment, but it feels grand, and the fact that we're seeing and participating in multiple lightsaber battles as we make our way there creates a massive sense of scale. Of every character I've talked about so far, Ragnos is by far the most ancient. Hell, he may be one of the oldest corpses on Korriban. Although this interpretation of where his tomb is doesn't quite line up with other iterations, we can easily write that off to suggesting that this tomb is the result of an excavation and upkeep process, meaning it's been altered throughout the centuries. Also, man, throwing cultists off cliffs is just stays satisfying. We get one last splash of fighting the remnant at the entrance to the tomb, which is a great addition in my opinion, but now there's nothing left to do but enter the tomb of Marker Ragnos. And it's expectedly packed full of cultists, dark Jedi trying to stop us, but we can make rather short work of them. Not to mention these guys standing on a narrow bridge next to a lava pit. Not a smart move. There it is, the sarcophagus of Marker Ragnos.
Tavion, this stops here.
Ah, Kyle's good student. You're too late. Soon, Marker Ragnos will return and obliterate the Jedi. The Sith shall rule again.
You're delusional. Kyle told me all about you. How you went crawling away after he defeated you.
Silence, whelp! I will make Kyle Katarn's failure complete. My victory? Rosh's corruption. And now your death will drive him to the dark side.
Never!
The final confrontation starts now, just us versus Tavion, in a battle to decide the fate of the scepter. We're really keeping in the spirit of the Jedi Knight games here too, with this one ending in a climactic final battle in an underground ancient temple-like structure. As for Tavion, this is the woman who's been running the show, sweeping in to take over what remnant resources were left after Hethrir's demise. I mean, I kinda gotta give her some credit. She isn't the best saber duelist, but pulling all of this off on her own is impressive. After being beat by Kyle, she went to Korriban, found Ragnos, got the scepter, found an apprentice, took a Star Destroyer and a host of hundreds of reborn and remnant stormtroopers under her command, and put together an entire cult in which she's the sole leading member. Not bad, Tavion, but it won't be enough to save you.
I will not cower as I did before Katarn.
I shall not be denied.
By the Force.
Marker Ragnos.
A mere Jedi child will not undo my return.
That's Jedi Knight, Ragnos.
You will kneel before me, Jedi.
Ah!
Well, that was Marker Ragnos. If you're wondering just who he is, then let me tell you that his lore is too expansive to cover here, but what I can tell you is this. He's from the Hyperspace Wars, which predates even the Mandalorian Wars, and even that by a lot. He's part human, part Sith, as in the species of Sith, not the ideology. He was born of an exiled Dark Jedi and would go on to pursue and attain the title of Dark Lord of the Sith, a sought-after title even then. This is also when he created the scepter we see being used in the game, capable of siphoning Force energy and stuffing it into things. which is part of how Tavion managed to have so many cultists. We haven't talked about that yet, but only some of the Dark Jedi we've been facing are leftovers from Dasan's reborn Jedi, the more advanced ones to be specific. The less capable ones were imbued with the Force from the Scepter itself, which helped to create even more Dark Jedi for her cult. With Ragnos now having entered Tavion's body and withdrawing an ancient vibroblade from the staff, he tries to kill Jaden before his plan can be ruined. It's to no avail, however.
No! This is impossible. I will return, Jedi. One day I shall return and annihilate you all!
Overcoming Tavion's Ragnos-occupied body, Jaden destroys the scepter, forcing the shade out of her body and killing her instantly. Ragnos then flees back into his sarcophagus, leaving us with a job well done as Jaden collapses the entrance to the tomb.
It's over. Ragnos will not be resurrected. The scepter is destroyed.
And Tavion?
Dead. Ragnos had possessed her. Her body couldn't withstand the corruption. When I destroyed the scepter and Ragnos left her body, there was nothing left.
Jaden, you did more than we could have ever hoped. You have become a true Jedi.
Thank you, Master Skywalker. But I couldn't have done it without Kyle.
Don't get all mushy on me, kid. Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh yeah, and that Star Destroyer Tavion copped from Hethrier? The New Republic sent a few cruisers to handle that one for us.
I've heard from the New Republic. The Imperials supporting the disciples of Ragnos have been defeated, and the remaining cultists have been rounded up. It seems they lost their powers when the scepter was destroyed.
I hope that's the last we see of them.
You know, if there's one thing I've learned, it's never say never.
Rosh, I hope your experience has taught you the patience and humility that may one day turn you into a great Jedi.
Yes, Master Skywalker. Thank you.
Jaden, you fought bravely, resisted the dark side, and saved another Jedi from certain death. You will be a valuable member of the Jedi Order.
You deserve it, Jaden. You're the best student I've ever trained, and a terrific Jedi.
Thank you both.
There's still a galaxy full of trouble out there. Are you ready for another mission?
As luck would have it, I am.
And that's Jedi Knight, Jedi Academy. A brave experiment on the formula of past Jedi Knight games that paid off in waves, introducing a brand new Jedi, moving the game to a less linear plot, allowing players to select the order of their missions. I mean, there were a lot of new ideas here, and in my opinion, Raven pulled it all off exceptionally well. The narrative itself is really fun, but it isn't very strong. There's a lot of tropes, cliches, and aspects that are just undeniably silly. Ragnos is done a bit dirty and made out to be a cartoonishly executed bad guy. The scepter that grants people Force powers is kinda stupid, and there is a good bit of filler throughout the game. But that said, those downsides are borderline negligible in my opinion because the game is so expansive and fun. One of my soft criticisms of Dark Forces 2 was that we only got to see 3 unique planets as opposed to the multiple interesting planets and locations of the original Dark Forces. Well, Jedi Academy crushed them all with the highest amount of unique planets and locations to visit across the whole series. More than a few people prefer the tighter-knit, more concise and compelling narrative of Jedi Outcast or Dark Forces 2, and objectively, they're right. Those games do have better stories than Jedi Academy. But come on, man, we got to see so much cool stuff in this game. I can't help but love it. Jedi Academy really went all in on its status as an expanded universe entry, but didn't once shy away from the opportunity to do something totally wild and all its own. I know it wasn't actually meant to be how the Jedi Knight series ended, but I think it serves as a fine send-off to the series all the same. With Tavion defeated and the last of the Reborn mopped up on Korriban, the last of any major story threads started by this series have been tied up and resolved. Kyle Katarn is a Jedi Master, Jaden Korra a Jedi Knight, and the location to the Valley of the Jedi is now in Luke's hands. The series has found resolve in a conclusion that genuinely feels satisfying. But what if it hadn't? Jedi Academy brings back a feature only seen in the series once so far, and not seen since the second game. Multiple endings. Just like Dark Forces 2, Jedi Academy features a good ending and a bad ending. One where Jaden stays on the path of the light side, and another where Jaden falls to the temptations of the dark side. As mentioned near the beginning of the video, I opted to go with the default Jaden from the box design for the light side canon ending, although I went with his saber colors as described in the novels. For my dark side playthrough, I figured I'd do a human female design to kind of offer a juxtaposition to that. The first thing I'll say is that the voice acting for female Jaden is not great. Now hold on, before you bite my head off here, I know it's beloved voice actress Jennifer Hale doing the voice of female Jaden. I'm aware of how talented she is. Yes, she's a phenomenal voice actress, which is kinda the problem. Sure, the male Jaden done by Philip Tanzini has its faults, but Jennifer Hale is one of the best voice talents in the industry, bar none. So I was really thrown off by just how stiff some of these lines sounded. Here, listen and tell me if I'm being crazy.
Of course, you already have one. I'm gonna get one of those stupid training sabers
I wouldn't
and then...
worry about that.
I can't help it. I want to make a good impression.
You seem really nervous.
Aren't you? I mean, well, why would you be? You already have a lightsaber, so you're probably way ahead of me. I'm Rosh, by the way. What's your name?
Jaden.
So where'd you get that lightsaber?
Well, it's kind of a long story. I found myself on the...
Am I insane? This is in no way a slight to the actress. I'm a fan. I just don't get what she was going for with this role. It sounds stiff and forced. This was by no means an early role either. She'd been in dozens upon dozens of games before this one, including Knights of the Old Republic, where she voiced Basta Lashan, and that was great work, so I'm not attacking her, but like...
I mean, I wasn't trying to...
Save it, Rosh.
I know it's not a problem with the voice direction at Raven, and I know it's not a problem with Jennifer Hale, so all I'm imagining is that the developers realized they wanted to add a female player character option late in development, and they tried to knock out most of these lines in like a couple of sessions. So I'm thinking the whole thing must have been due to feeling rushed by deadlines and not having the benefit of repeat takes. I mean, it was all made in a year after all. So that is kind of what this sounds like, isn't it? It kind of sounds like they did one take and then just moved on to the next one. Back to the dark side, the ending you get is based on a static choice left up to the player near the end of the game. Whereas in Dark Forces 2, the game monitored your actions and your ending was based on a sum of the decisions you made up to that point, it doesn't matter how you play Jedi Academy. The ending is contingent on one decision. That decision being the choice to either spare Rosh on Tasper 3 or make him one with the Force.
Jaden, no! Let go of your anger!
Why should I? You yourself said how powerful the dark side was.
I was wrong!
No. You were weak.
Jaden, no!
Ah!
Oh yeah, this was back when stab wounds killed people.
Well done, Jedi. You have become one of us. Now, join us. With Marka Ragnos as our master, we will defeat the Jedi and rule the galaxy.
Join you? Why should I trade one master for another? The scepter of Ragnos is too powerful to be left in the hands of someone as weak as Tavion. If anything, it should belong to me.
Oh, you think so?
You, on the other hand, are no use to me. I should have killed you on Hoth.
You won't get a second chance. Tavion has taught me much since then.
Kyle?
Rosh.
I'm sorry. Jaden has turned. You've lost both your students.
No. You are a Jedi.
Thank you.
But I've still lost Jaden. Where did she go? Oh no. I've got to get to Korriban.
Jaden! What happened to—
Out of my way. The scepter will be mine.
Oh no. I sense the dark side in you, Jaden. I can't let you pass.
I will pass, whether you want me to or not.
When I talked about the fact that you can save Jedi and they'll help you on this mission earlier and said it would matter, well, this is why. Because coming into this mission as a fallen Jedi means you have to fight both the cultists and the Jedi students of the Praxium. It might not seem hard, but the deeper you get into the catacombs, the more difficult it becomes. It's a really cool way to add a new element to the level with this additional ending, and it is cool to watch as Jedi and cultists fight for a minute and then interject out of nowhere. Of course, the real meat of the different ending comes in when we confront Tavion.
Ah, Kyle's good student. Or is it? I sense the dark side in you. Are you here to witness the resurrection?
No! I'm here to kill you. Something that my old master couldn't do.
But why? With Ragnos reborn, the Jedi will be wiped out, and we can serve him as he rules the galaxy.
I will no longer serve anyone. I will have the scepter and its power for myself. Now give it to me!
Impudent whelp. I will enjoy slaying you.
I will say, Jennifer nailed these dark side lines. She killed it as a fallen Jedi student. Even if she wasn't being given repeat takes, she did not need them for this part. Tavion tries to put up a fight, but it doesn't last long, and when she's defeated, she won't get a second chance this time.
I will not cower, as I did before Katarn. Finish it. Kill me.
Jaden, stop!
Don't get in my way, Kyle!
Jaden, I know you're angry, but it's not too late to renounce the dark side. Tavion and her cult has been stopped. We can end this here.
Oh no! This is just the beginning.
Jaden, the lure of the dark side is strong, but it will ultimately destroy you. Fight it. Rosh resisted it, you can too.
Rosh was weak! He was too afraid to grasp the true power of the dark side.
I can't let you do this, Jaden.
Then stop me, Master.
Instead of a Ragnos-possessed Tavion, our second phase of this boss battle is Kyle Katarn himself, our old Jedi Master and the true protagonist of the series. This is a really interesting battle given all of the build-up around what this means for Kyle as a character, to be fighting his own student for a second time, but from the opposite side. Now the way this should really have ended is with Kyle striking Jaden down right here and now, but instead, after a brief fight, things go a different way.
Kyle, what happened here?
Jaden has turned to the dark side, and she's taken the scepter.
And Rosh?
Dead. Jaden killed him. She felt betrayed by Rosh, and the anger was too strong for her to control.
I misjudged her. I'm sorry, Kyle.
I failed both my students, Luke. Maybe I shouldn't be teaching at the Academy. It's not like I've been the perfect Jedi myself.
No, Kyle. Yoda and Ben were both great teachers, yet even they lost students. I can still sense good in her.
There's always hope, Kyle. Remember that.
You may be right. Well, at least Tavion and her cult have been stopped. Ragnos won't be coming back.
But the scepter is too powerful. We must find Jaden and destroy it.
I'll take care of it. As my student, Jaden is my responsibility. I'm taking a leave of absence from the Academy for a while. If I find Jaden, I'll let you know.
Be careful. If there's anything I can do to help,
I will.
And may the Force be with you, Kyle.
I see what they were going for here with the Dark Lord Jaden thing and all, but this was not the best way to end this, in my opinion. That dialogue between Luke and Kyle regarding his self-doubt and concern about teaching as a Jedi has such a strong air of tragedy to it, and it's a great interaction for a dark ending to the series, but it would have been so much more impactful if it had been following him having killed his own best student. The ending with Jaden on the bridge of a Star Destroyer holding the scepter just feels empty and pointless. It's not like a sequel was intended with this ending in mind, although, I don't know, maybe that was the plot of the canceled next game, I'm not sure. But I do know that although this isn't how I would have handled the dark side ending, it's still a fantastic bit of optional content for players to explore, and I love it for that. And I can see how they were trying to make it sort of rhyme with the second game's dark side ending.
Again, it's like poetry.
Narratives aside, Jedi Academy has quite a bit more to offer than just its exceptional single-player mode. You know I have to talk about the multiplayer now, especially given that it's not only the most played multiplayer of the series, but it's still boasting an active community of people who spin it up even to this day. Just like with Jedi Outcast, you can include bots in this multiplayer if you want to have some fun and experience what it was like to play it for yourself, but there's also more than enough of an online community out there that you can always seek out that community and play against real people if you're really interested in that. And between the additional character models, maps, force powers, and the choice of multiple lightsaber types like dual wielding and saber staffs, it's no wonder that this is the most played multiplayer of the series. Speaking of saber styles, now is a great time to talk about the way different styles play. Jedi Outcast introduced a lightsaber stance mechanic, which I really didn't figure out was a thing until I'd already beaten the game, and so I figured given the additional saber style selection of Jedi Academy, now is a great time to talk about it all. Just like in Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy features 3 distinct saber stances to play with in order to vary your combat and adapt to different opponent stances. Honestly, it's a really cool mechanic, and I've been beating myself up for not figuring this out in my Jedi Outcast playthrough. The first is a light stance, where your swings are much faster but also deal less damage. I found this to be one of my favorites because of how well it can combine with the acrobatic moves. Then we've got our medium stance. This is the default stance. It's not the fastest or the slowest, but it's also not the weakest or strongest. A great balanced playstyle, but often the one your opponents will be acclimated to, so it's not good to lean on it too heavily. Lastly, you can probably guess that the final one is a heavy stance that deals heavy-handed swings, but at the cost of speed. These moves can be powerful when they connect, but due to how slow they are, it can take some calculation to make sure they land. You can play through the campaign with all 3 of these stances if you stay with a single-bladed saber for the entire story. If you opt for 2 blades or a saber staff, however, you can only have 1 of these extra stances. You saw plenty of my footage with the dual sabers, which tend to be my favorite. They all come with different acrobatic or special moves too, which you can play with and master for including into your playstyle. As for the saber staff, it's pretty brutal. They really went for fulfilling the kind of Darth Maul fantasy with all of these moves, and this thing can be devastating when you get it figured out. With both the dual or double-bladed options, you can go to your alternate stance, which deactivates one of the extra blades. I ran several matches and had a fantastic time with it. The hype is absolutely real with this game. The only problem, however, is how difficult it was to make it run in widescreen. With the single player, I was able to make it run in 2K resolution with just a few modifications to the configuration file, but since the multiplayer is its own executable, these modifications didn't carry over. I thought it'd be a simple matter of altering the multiplayer config file, but it really wasn't. For some reason, this game's multiplayer does not want to run in widescreen. It's prone to crashing and wouldn't even launch a match with the resolution I set it to unless I did it manually from the endgame console. After doing some research, it turns out this is a really common issue with the game. It doesn't plague everyone, so it may be worth seeing about it if you're excited about playing the Jedi Academy multiplayer. You've got a huge selection of player models to choose from, and if you want to, you can even use the character creator to play with your own original character, which is the one time I thought the selection of aliens was actually pretty cool. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't bring up the insane modding community for this game. I've talked about some kind of mod in my coverage of every game in this series, but the mods for Jedi Academy are on another level entirely. I can't talk about them all, but I wanted to pick one to mention as an example for just how hard the mods go for this game, and that's the Movie Duels mod. This is literally the best Star Wars game you've never played. I want to do an entire video about just this mod later when they finished working on it, but just to touch on the basics, Movie Duels is a total conversion mod for Jedi Academy that lets you play through some of the most iconic battles throughout the series. They're still developing the mod, but a few of the movies are already done, like The Phantom Menace and Revenge of the Sith. And the team behind this don't play favorites either. You can experience climactic battles from the Disney canon like Rebels, the Kenobi series, or the sequel trilogy, and for fans of the EU, we can play through missions from The Force Unleashed, Dark Forces 2, and more. Not to mention a multitude of what-if scenarios like what if Obi-Wan confronted Palpatine instead of Yoda? It's too much to go over here, but it's just a prime example of what this game engine is capable of with the groundwork it laid. And this mod is still in development, so maybe when they've gotten further I'll do a full video on it. But this is one example. There's dozens of exceptional mods for this game, including one that's very similar to Movie Duels called Movie Battles, and that makes everything multiplayer but has a very similar idea. It's just crazy how alive the mod scene is for this game, and if you're into Star Wars or mods, then it's worth owning a copy of Jedi Academy for that alone. I've said this about every entry of this series, but I feel like it couldn't be more obvious that Jedi Knight Jedi Academy is a labor of love. This game was made by Star Wars fans for Star Wars fans. The story has faced some criticism from the community over the years for falling far short of the narrative we saw in Jedi Outcast, and yeah, I think it's true that what we got here was on the sillier side, not to mention it all felt just a little undercooked compared to the last game, but I'd like to remind everyone that this was all made in a year. Can we just appreciate how much they were able to pull off in that sub-12-month development cycle? I feel like it was some seriously hard work. I mean, there were tons of ambitious ideas being stuffed into this game. Vehicles, multiple saber styles, character creation, different endings. There was a lot for them to have done in such a short time. Not to mention how much was in flux throughout the game's creation. Even Jaden's name took some time to solidify, with him originally being considered under a different name that a lot of you may recognize, Atton Rand.
I'm Atton. I actually wasn't supposed to make it into the final game, but I was created at the last minute. Blame my agent. I was actually slated for a spin-off to Jedi Knight, but I don't want to talk about what happened there.
Yes, that's a real line hidden in that game, but that's for another video. You can tell the team wanted to do so much more with this game too. And the console, you can even spawn in way more vehicles like a flyable X-Wing TIE Fighter, Z95 Headhunter, and more. Which makes me wonder if we were ever supposed to get some flying missions. After all of this, the biggest question I'm left with is, why was Raven only given a year to make this? I'm glad we got it, but it's so confusing to see how much potential was here yet left unfulfilled. Not by much though, because what we got was amazing, and I'm not the only one who thinks so. Looking at the game's Metacritic score today shows us an 81 on the PC versions of the game and a 76 on the Xbox alternative. The game was praised for starting players off with a lightsaber right away instead of making them wade through several levels before getting one. Not to mention its reduction of puzzle solving to streamline the enjoyment of Raven's groundbreaking combat system. The less linear mission selection ideas were a little more divisive. Some critics lauded it as an exciting way to feel like you're getting to be a Jedi and see tons of interesting locations, while others thought it weakened the connectivity of a single plot like we've seen in past entries. My personal opinion is that of the former. I love the variety of different missions to play with and how it feels like we're really a Jedi out doing Jedi business. The fact that the Xbox version supported Xbox Live Online Play was a great score in its favor over the preceding Jedi Outcast, which did not support Xbox Live. Although a lot of the criticisms I saw were aimed towards the game's visuals, calling it dated and underwhelming compared to the competition of the time, which is one of the reasons why I'm glad I opted to run this game with zero visual enhancements or mods. Sure, we're seeing the game on PC in 2K resolution, but it is still unaltered. I don't think I get it. This was only released in 2003, and from what I can tell, this looks fine. I haven't seen the Xbox version, but I'm struggling to imagine it could look that much worse than other Xbox games did at the time. Although, I'm not sure. I guess it could have been a bad port or something. You tell me if you think this looks bad for a 2003 game. This is the vanilla Steam version, just adjusted to match my monitor's resolution. That's it. I think it looks great, and I think it plays great too. Actually, I think pretty much everything about this game is great. There were some missteps here and there, but after all was said and done, this was my favorite run-through of the series. Although I can't pretend that nostalgia didn't play some small part in that, given this was one of my favorite games growing up. Star Wars Jedi Knight Jedi Academy actually accomplished what so many tie-in games claim they will do by letting you genuinely experience a taste of what it would be like to be a part of the world itself. Customizing our Jaden, building our lightsabers, and going on missions to stop a galactic threat on our path to becoming a Jedi Knight. Fighting alongside Kyle Katarn on multiple missions, seeing Luke Skywalker and his Jedi Praxium realized on our screens as a student, and Corran Horn even got mentioned early on in a cutscene. Although it was at one time only playable to PC players and owners of the original Xbox, the game has since seen release on modern consoles like the Xbox One, PS4, and Nintendo Switch to make it easier for more people to play. Which you really should do it if you haven't yet. It's worth it for the saber combat alone, in my opinion. Not to mention a thoroughly over-the-top story filled with monsters, mercenaries, swoop bikes, stormtroopers, and a dark Jedi cult working to fulfill the will of a long-dead Sith Lord. We get to see all kinds of incredible locations, some iconic like Hoth, Yavin 4, or Korriban, and others practically unknown like Blingeel, Narkrita, or Yalara. We met all kinds of interesting and colorful characters, learned various powerful Force abilities, and even got to choose our own destiny between the dark side and the light. What more could you even want of a game called Jedi Knight? It's not a perfect game, but it is a brilliant one, filled with some of the best moments I've ever seen in a Star Wars property. Another labor of love to complete a series that feels as much like a love letter to Star Wars and its fanbase as it does a collection of video games. Jedi Academy may not have been the intended conclusion for the Jedi Knight series, but it does a damn fine job of it all the same. There have been hundreds of wonderful video game franchises that never made it to a full trilogy, much less got a fourth game. So the fact that we got as much mainline content from this series as we did is something both to applaud and be grateful for. That said, we were supposed to get even more. Raven cranked out Jedi Academy in 1 year, but just looking at how many ideas they tried to stuff into what was essentially a glorified spin-off game would have been enough to make me speculate that they were planning on another one. Fortunately though, I don't have to speculate because we already know for a fact that another game was being planned at some point in time. In 2008, a book called Rogue Leaders, The Story of LucasArts came out, and in it was a plethora of logos for Star Wars games that were conceptualized but never greenlit. Among those logos was one of a game called Jedi Knight 3: Brink of Darkness. That's it. That's all we know. Despite years of research from the fanbase since that time, no additional information about this title has come out, and all we've been left with is theories and speculation. The most popular of which suggest that it would have not only brought Kyle Katarn back as the protagonist again, but would have also acted as a true conclusion to the Jedi Knight series while resolving Kyle's arc in full. Which stands to reason given the use of the number in the game's title, further cementing Jedi Academy as a spin-off and not a direct sequel. A lot of theories believe it would have introduced the player to the Yuuzhan Vong, utilizing their unique resistance to the Force as a mechanic for players to overcome, and showing what Kyle Katarn was doing during the events of the New Jedi Order story, a series in which Kyle is absent until the final novel, in which he received a brief cameo appearance. As cool as this idea is, and as much as I would have adored a game that attempted to depict and let us battle the Yuuzhan Vong, I don't think this was very likely. Sure, the title Brink of Darkness kind of sounds like it's talking about the Vong and unknown space and all of that, but it also sounds like it could be referring to a billion other things in Star Wars. Not to mention that to get us from the events of Jedi Academy to the first Vong appearance would require an 11-year time skip, and I just doubt that was ever really in the cards. Another theory is that it was just a name that didn't have a project attached and was more of a soft pitch idea. This is believable, although I don't personally buy it. A theory I haven't seen but came up with is that at some point in time, Raven was intending for Jedi Academy's dark side ending to be the canon option, and that Brink of Darkness would have been the story of Kyle attempting to redeem Jaden from the dark side. This would have also been a reason I could see LucasArts rejecting the idea, as they may not have liked the idea that a dark ending would be the canon one for a Star Wars game at the time. Ultimately, it doesn't really matter because we don't actually know anything about it. Whatever this game was or wasn't seems to remain a mystery for now until someone who knows something reveals more details. Until then, Jedi Knight 3 Brink of Darkness is just a phantom pain in the series. Don't let that bring you down though, because there is still plenty of additional companion content to the Jedi Knight series that was released for me to talk about, such as the brilliant Dark Forces trilogy of novellas by William C. Dietz, Soldier for the Empire, Rebel Agent, and Jedi Knight. For those wanting a little extra Kyle Katarn content in their life, I can gladly recommend the 3 novellas written to support the release of Dark Forces 2. These novellas not only cover the origins of Kyle's time in the Imperial Academy, but also how he met Jan, abandoned the Empire, and even a full adaptation of the events from Dark Forces 2 itself. Each novella is also loaded with beautiful artwork depicting various of the events happening in the text, and are a must-read for diehard fans of the games. The first novella alone is worth a read, as it shows how Jarek killed Morgan Katarn, along with Kyle's slow realization of his Force sensitivity while at the Imperial Academy. Some other notable moments happen too, like Jarek giving commands to a much younger Captain Thrawn, Kyle playing Sabacc with Lando, our heroes getting their hands on the Moldy Crow, and the last chapter even covers the first mission of the game as Kyle and Jan steal the Death Star plans. The second and third novellas are more of a direct novelization of the events from Dark Forces 2, but with an enormous amount of additional content. Like, did you know that it was during those events when Luke first met Kyle? Yeah, Luke was involved in the second game's events, although we wouldn't know this without these books. It also answers questions like what happened to Jarek's ship, the Vengeance. It's blown up, of course, but we get to read more about that happening. There's a full audio drama adaptation of all 3 novellas, but I really don't care for it to be honest, and I feel like Kyle's voice actor, although he does a fine job, is terribly miscast. I normally love recommending audiobooks, since I'm such a fan of them, but unfortunately, I have to advise you to steer clear of this one and just read the text instead if you're interested. These books are a lot of fun, and I like Dietz as an author, so I do recommend checking them out. And that leads me to a message I have for Disney. Please combine these stories into one novel and release it. I know I'd buy it, and I'm pretty sure millions of others would too. Disney has shown they aren't afraid to repackage Legends novels and reprint them as such. They did a whole new reprinted box set for the Thrawn trilogy in 2022, and it's so beautiful. So please, consider showing some love to these old Legends novellas, and hire someone to touch up the narrative and re-edit them into a single full-length novel. Get a fancy new cover art and advertise it as the origin of Kyle Katarn, and I promise you it will sell. I'm sure Dietz would be more than happy to revisit the story and touch it all up himself if you wanted to go that route. Including the old artwork inside the book would be cool too, but I don't even think you'd need to. Just give me that single full-length novel. Just call it Star Wars Katarn or Star Wars Dark Forces. Anyway, that's my plea to Disney as a lowly Legends fan. Back to the Jedi Knight series, these 3 novellas are the only literature we have in which Kyle is the main character. He does go on to appear in a ton more books, but never as a main character and rarely even in a prominent role. which makes it a little weird to me that Jaden Korr would go on to receive not one, but 2 full-length novels in which he is the leading character. Affectionately referred to as the Jaden Korr duology, author Paul S. Kemp manages to give Jaden a powerful and exciting place in the expanded universe continuity as he faces down yet another ancient Sith Lord and uncovers some very shocking revelations about who he really is. These 2 books are called Star Wars Crosscurrent and Riptide. In a weird way, these 2 novels offer fans of the games the closest thing to a third game we're ever going to get. The books give us a few answers that people may have been craving, like how Jaden built his lightsaber and what happened to Rosh. Although Rosh doesn't show up in either book, he does get mentioned briefly in one of them in a past tense, implying he was killed between the events of the game and these books. I'm betting by the Yuuzhan Vong. Although Kyle doesn't really play a major role in these books, his presence is felt throughout them, due of course to him being Jaden's master. Oftentimes, Jaden will harken back to something Kyle taught him, or remember something Kyle may have said. It's an interesting way to go about the character. This is not a direct follow-up to Jedi Academy, mind you. The events of Crosscurrent take place 25 years after Jaden killed Tavion in the tomb of Marka Ragnos. What he was doing during the Yuuzhan Vong crisis, I have no idea. The crux of the story is about a Kaleesh Sith Lord from 5,000 years ago named Sais Rogan, using the Force combined with the power of an ore called Lignan to rip his own ship out of hyperspace while its hyperdrive is failing, and somehow rip a hole in time, leaving Sais in the year 41 ABY, more than 5,000 years in the future. It's a pretty interesting story. We get a cameo of Mara Jade's Force Ghost briefly speaking to Jaden in a vision along with various other Jedi, and are introduced to a subplot about an old cloning facility connected to Thrawn. This sequence is pretty dark actually, with vivid descriptions of some pretty horrific stuff. The main plot is centered around the ancient Sith dreadnought and everything that came with it, but the subplot ends up being the main plot of the next book. Star Wars Riptide is a direct sequel to Crosscurrent, literally picking up right after that book ended. This book takes things in a classic EU direction with the introduction of, quote, the iteration, unquote, a literal clone of Jaden. Luke does appear in this book, but doesn't play a major role. Most of the novel is about Jaden training a character introduced in the first book as his own Jedi apprentice as they try to hunt the Dark Jedi clones discovered in Crosscurrent. I can't detail the whole story here, as it's literally an entire novel's worth of plot, but I will say that it gets pretty wild with the dark side and cloning stuff. This book holds nothing back. Jaden even dies near the end, but his consciousness is transferred into the body of his clone, so he technically survives through his own clone. I think Kemp may have been planning a third novel for Jaden, as this one leaves a lot of questions unanswered, but I'm not sure if there was meant to be another one or not. Still, I see this duology as a sort of unofficial epilogue to the Jedi Knight series, so if you want to work your way through it from start to finish, I'd suggest going through these right after beating Jedi Academy. Unfortunately, there's no official audiobooks for these, but there's some fan-made ones available on YouTube, although with pretty shoddy quality. Other than that, there's no other literature where any character from the Jedi Knight series plays a major role, except for one mini-story in the comic book called Star Wars Tales Issue 21. It's not a full comic, but rather one of 3 mini-stories to appear in that single issue. The name of the story is Equals and Opposites, and depicts Kyle and Jan on the planet of Ord Sedra as it is under Yuuzhan Vong occupation. It's only 14 pages long, but it's the only piece of media we have showing where Kyle was during the events of the Vong invasion, aside from his brief cameo in the last New Jedi Order book. Not only that, but it shows us Kyle cutting one Vong in half and punching another in the face. As far as Kyle depictions go, this is pretty on point. I love this. We also see Kyle propose to Jan for the first time, although she says she wants their marriage to be when they believe they'll go on to live a full life together, not out of fear that they won't live to do so. After that, the story of Jedi Knight is pretty much done. Kyle and Jaden both pop up repeatedly in later novels, but mostly in small cameos or mentions, and never again in a leading role. Kyle shows up a few times in the Dark Nest trilogy as a minor role, and does go on to become a slightly more active side character in most of the Legacy of the Force books, although never in a major capacity. His most prominent roles occur throughout the Fate of the Jedi series, the final novel saga before the Disney buyout concluded the expanded universe. Jaden, on the other hand, received a single brief mention in one Legacy of the Force book, but he also got to play a more active, albeit still pretty small, side character role in the Legacy of the Force series. Although Kyle, and to a lesser extent Jaden, do appear in a lot of these later EU books, neither of them ever play a major role, and are barely seen across the novel save a few notable scenes such as Kyle leading an assault against Jacen Solo, who had become Darth Caedus at the time, which was a pretty cool sequence. This was depicted in the book Legacy of the Force: Fury. Most of these are just demonstrations showing how these characters went on to affect the larger universe following their own stories, though. When all is said and done, the Dark Forces novellas and the Jaden Core duology are the only books that are direct extensions of this Jedi Knight series story. One final book I do need to mention briefly is Star Wars: The Crystal Star. It doesn't technically have anything at all to do with the Jedi Knight games, nor does it mention anything from those games. Mainly because it was written before those games existed. It doesn't feature Kyle or Jaden or anything like that, but it is still incredibly important to the last two games of the series because it's the novel that explains who Lord Hethrir is and what the Empire Reborn movement is. Not to mention it takes place right before the events of Jedi Academy by just a few months. So while it doesn't technically have anything to do with the game series directly, given that Hethrir is the true source of the power and resources that caused the events of both Jedi Outcast and, indirectly, Jedi Academy, I'd say this novel is really a powerful yet indirect conclusion to the overall series as it explains his character and depicts his demise. That pretty much wraps it all up, but I do quickly need to mention that Kyle does have a few less notable cameo appearances in the video games Lethal Alliance, Galactic Battlegrounds, and most recently, Galaxy of Heroes, a mobile app where you can still use him as a character. And that's it for the Heroes of the Jedi Knight series. I talk about a lot of eclectic content on this channel, mostly video games, but a pretty wide variation of them. However, it was my Star Wars content that put me on the map, and I just wanted to say that I couldn't be happier to see that be the case. I feel genuinely blessed with the opportunity to talk about such an important series, and when I say important, I mean culture shifting. In case you couldn't tell, I love Star Wars. I was raised in a house with a mother and a father who loved Star Wars. I was privileged enough to see the prequels in theaters, to have access to them on VHS and then on DVD. To play a multitude of the games throughout my youth, and to read the books too. There's a lot of other content I want to talk about on the channel, of course, but the fact that Star Wars has made its mark here as a staple of something I'll be talking about regularly suits me just fine. To visit that galaxy far, far away and share with you these memories, to witness the adventures of heroes, the toppling of tyrants, and the struggle of the light against the dark. The journey of Kyle Katarn, of Mara Jade, of Jaden Core, and of the Jedi Praxium. These are only just a glimpse of what this rich and rewarding universe has to offer. So, thank you for joining me to remember and respect the work of hundreds of different people. Artists, programmers, writers, coders, composers, voice actors, and authors. All of whom loved what they were making and who they were making it for. You and me. The fans, the people who were, at the time, just kids. We're all older now, but that spark doesn't have to die to cynicism and age. Sometimes we don't let go of the past. We don't kill it and we don't let it die, but we let it become a part of us. We learn from it, we embrace it, and we grow from it. Not everything has to end in a cynical subversion. Sometimes things can work out like they should. And sometimes heroes can stay heroes. The Jedi Knight series has had a long and lasting impact on the Star Wars universe as a whole, starting off as a small-scale FPS spin-off in the mid-90s until growing to become a monolith of a series all its own within the universe it was set in. featuring 4 video games, 1 huge story expansion pack, 3 tie-in novellas, 2 full-length spin-off novels, and even a short comic story. This series created characters that would go on to appear in dozens of other expanded universe works long after the game was released on store shelves. It may not be part of the new Disney canon, and the universe these stories are from may now just be considered mere legends. But the Jedi Knight series remains a deeply impactful part of how millions remember Star Wars even to this day. It offered us a way to fight the Empire, to wield a lightsaber, to learn the ways of the Force, to defend the galaxy from darkness, to become a Jedi Knight. Thank you all so much for watching. If you couldn't tell, this project has been an intensive labor of love and passion. I love these games, characters, and stories, so going back and covering them so in-depth like this has been easily one of the most rewarding things I've ever done. If you've enjoyed this video and want to see me keep going with these long-form retrospectives, then I'd ask that you please like the video, leave a comment, and subscribe to the channel. All of these things help out immensely. Plus, I love seeing when you guys share your own experiences with these games. It's awesome to take a trip back to the expanded universe and really just relish in the dense web of its interconnected content. That said, I do a lot more than just Star Wars content, so if you're a fan of old games, then you'll probably be right at home anyway, since that's mostly what I talk about. But if you're just wanting Star Wars content, then no worries, because there's plenty more coming. Also, Disney, I'm serious about the Katarn novel. Please, I need it. Also, reprint the Jaden novels too while you're at it. I'll buy the whole Jedi Knight set. Anyways, thanks again to everyone for watching. It seriously means the world that we can relive the impact of this series together. I hope I can look forward to seeing you again in the next video, but until then, that's all I've got for you. So thanks for joining me for the